Hello, everyone. Why are there already donations? Why are you shouting me out? Oh no, it's this clip! It's the clip that ended my run! You cheating the timer, I see? How so? I have less time now that I need to. Oh my god, we broke how many milestones already? Let me check, I already forgot. Hello everyone. Let me look at this. I had it up a second ago. How's the audio, by the way? Am I too loud? I feel like I'm screaming right now. Alright, oh my gosh. I'll get to subs in a second, but first, the charity donations. Slap, thank you for the $5 donation. Sunbud, thank you for the $100 donation. Robo Steven, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Cram, you are wonderful. Such charitable donation. This was my intention. Amber, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Guys, we haven't even started yet. We already had 410. Neko, thanks for the 100. Diamond, thanks for the 100. Oh my god. Alright, oh my god. I had things planned in between this, but now I can't even... Alright, 410. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I gotta do this 9 times. Alright, that's 1 time for the first milestone. Another one for the second milestone. Third one. Fourth one. You should have expected this. Honestly, I did expect this. I need more confetti. Okay, cool. That's it. I think that's enough. Alright, holy shit, let me catch up to this. With 400, that means we have... Chat gets to decide my Chocobo's name. I have to glam into a maid outfit. Oh my god. The first 100 was a secret. I'll show that in a second. I have to eat spiced noodles already. I just had dinner though! I can't fit another 100... I can't fit more food in me right now. 2 more hidden reveals. Chat gets to decide my emotes, and I haven't even started the game yet, and you want me to change it to another race. More noodles. This confetti looks so good, thank you. Donation? You ready for Maid Ave? Oh my god. Did Red say donation? Did I say donation? What did I say? Give me our maid. Oh, you can eat. Why did you eat before? What do you mean, what did I eat before? I'm so confused now. What do you mean by did Red said donation? Send them pizza? No. Don't do that. Alright, I had stuff to say and I'm already lost. Where do I go from here? Hi everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Avier Red. I'm a support class V streamer. I've been here for a year and I've met wonderfully incredible people. I do this as a hobby. I have a job. I don't really need a lot of money. I want to help people instead. So I'm doing a charity to support trans youths living in not so great places that don't fully support them. To be transparent, I am not trans. I am a cis male, but I still love all my friends and I want to help people. Ah, funny, Fina. That wasn't completely unintentional. I'm gonna drink some water. I have so many friends here today. I want to thank all of them because they're all so incredible. They've been helping me with all the preparations this past month. Good pun, thank you. It was completely unintentional. Does it mean Ave is adopting people? What? I'm confused. What does that have to do with Costco pizza? Or was this a whole thread? I guess from the top of the list, thank you to my guests who will be here today. Fina is gonna be here first or second. She's supposed to be in a stream right now talking about Genshin Impact fanfics. So if you want to listen to that instead, you by all means go listen to Fina read Genshin Impact fanfic. Her favorite ship is thank you for the gift sub. Ganyu and Ganqing? Yes, Ganqing, there you go. But she will be with us later today. Ember is also going to be here. So, are you making the noodles? Not right now. I'm too full. I wouldn't be able to eat it. Ganqing. Oh my god. It's the same clip. That's lame. That's okay though. Where do we go from here? Ember channel's gonna be there. Hey, Ave, what if you blended the spicy noodles and drank it? That sounds miserable. That sounds just miserable. I sense a presence. I sense a voice that we have not heard from in a long time. Let us all wish Basil is healthy and that he comes back to us soon. You hear Bahamut tearing things up in the background? It's because the title screen is up. What do I do here? Claire, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everyone. Oh, is it stuck? Oh no! Or was too many people shouting Claire out? Go Jesus Zero, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see if we can do another shout out for Claire. There we go. Yeah, so who else? Mikusagi, I don't know if she's here right now, but she'll be a guest because I remember seeing Hika. He will also be a guest over the weekend. I need more water. Swar Heart's gonna be here too. Wonderful people that I've met through streaming and through Final Fantasy. A lot of people that have helped me come here along the way. Thank you to my mods. Koro, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god, we haven't even started yet. Aratalupius, welcome. Koro, welcome. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, Zoar. We were just talking about you. Sharky, welcome. Reiko Akuma, welcome. Welcome, raiders. Still hearing Bahamut tear things for the background, I'm sorry. You talked about you? Yes! I'm thanking everyone who's helped me in the past year. Starting with the guests who are coming on tonight. Who else? Melon. Melon's gonna be here tonight. Or, no. Melon might not be here tonight. He'll be here over the weekend. Don't forget to thank Jesus. I did thank Jesus. Thank you to my mods. Sora, Velo. Ames is currently busy, but he'll be here in spirit. Oh, not tonight. It's late. Maybe tomorrow, though. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you to everyone from Solarium who really helped me kick off my streaming career. Truthfully, I've been streaming for the past like 5 years or so. 4 years of it's been almost exclusively Final Fantasy, but it wasn't until last year today that I got my affiliate letter. And it was upon meeting Solarium that kind of was the start to meeting everyone else. So Ember, Havy, Basil, you guys are great. Good lore? I don't know if it's good lore, but it's my lore. Pika, you're going to be joining tonight? You're just going to refresh yourself from work? Take all the time you need. We have 48 hours of this. Nice avatar, thank you. The artist is Soike. She is incredible. This art is very good. Good lore, A4. It's not even like lore. It's just like me as a streamer on a personal level. I've been doing this for a long time without a whole lot of success. Thank you so much for the coffee, Sora. Congratulations on 1 year, Ave. Ave as a person, lore red. Ave lore red. Ave as a good Ave is great. Thank you. Thank you, Collie. You're calling that locked up IG. I will not fight you, Slab. I would probably lose. Lilyflower5683, thank you so much for the follow. Still good lore, thanks. Yeah, my affiliate journey was very long. There was a lot of times where I just didn't feel like streaming because I'd sit there with, one view for 4 years straight. But eventually I kind of just decided to revamp things, take a little bit more seriously, reach out and ask, more friends for help. And eventually I got my affiliate letter after a very long time. And today has been 1 year since then. All you got are bits at the moment. Wish you could donate. That's okay, Good Jesus. You being here is more than I could ask for. Hello, Sir Red. New avatar? Sort of. Yes, new avatar. It's definitely a recent one. I've been using this the past couple of weeks since I announced the charity. It's really nice looking. I like looking at it. Hope you all also like looking at it. It's been half an hour. That means I have 47 hours and 30 minutes left to do this run. I guess let's just start with that. What I'll be doing today for charity is attempting to complete all of A Realm Reborn in 48 hours. A Realm Reborn is the base game. It's the base storyline. So not an expansion. It is what you first run into when you make a character. It's the longest portion of the game compared to any expansion. Cutscenes alone are 22 hours long. I don't plan on skipping cutscenes, because this run also serves as a guided tour of A Realm Reborn. Final Fantasy is a game that I cherish greatly. It has been it's been a part of my life for quite some time. I think, what's my Steam say? I believe I broke 7,000 hours on this game a couple months ago. 7,200 hours. It is not the longest. I know plenty of people in this chat right now who have longer playtimes than I do. But I've been here for a very long time. I installed Final Fantasy XIV earlier today for this /you. I'm excited to be eased into the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Yes, if you guys weren't aware, Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial, which includes the incredibly acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV and the first expansion, Heavensward. Scripture. I already botched it. You can play up to level 60 for free with no restriction on playtime. You thought they shut that down? They brought it back about 2 weeks ago. Critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I'm already losing my voice. This is so dumb. Let me call. There we go. Slab, thank you for the command links. You're only up to 3,700, Gran? It's okay, you'll get there. Hydrate, Damien. I am hydrating, don't worry. I'm just talking a whole lot, more than I used to. Marsh, you only log on for static? Hey, what a surprise, that's what I do too. How do you know your hours? There's two ways you can do it. If you have the Steam version, you can just look up your Steam playtime. If you are in-game... If you're in-game, you can use the command /playtime and it'll tell you how many days you've been playing. Okay, we should get started soon. I'll wrap things up. What was I gonna say? I guess overview of the charity. We have a goal of $1,000. We're already halfway there, which is insane. Thank you guys so much. This is incredible. Very generous of you. We have 2 stretch goals at $1,250 and one at $1,500. Yes, in fact, Final Fantasy XIV is on sale on Steam right now. However, I still recommend that you play the free trial first before you commit. Final Fantasy is a sub-based, subscription-based game. You do need to pay money every month in order to play it, but the game has been good for it. It means that they've been able to provide... The devs have been able to provide a lot of wonderful content in exchange for your $15. I've been doing it for 6 years. It is definitely worth it. Oh, gold bar? It's at the top. Up left. Lafty, thank you so much for the raid. Did you finish? Did you kill Hesperos? Welcome, raiders. Thick Shark visiting for some nummies. Gassy Day, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hito, thank you for stopping by. Ah, you're on mobile. Lafty raid, thank you, some guy. No, they quit. It was a different group and it was you progging what the shit they do since you were just subbing. Oh! I see, so you were subbing and they do things very differently and you weren't sure what to do. $500? Oh my god. What? Who put that there? Was it Ember? No, it was Neko. Neko did it. Damn it, Neko. 500 in the first 30 minutes, that's amazing. I thought 1,000 was going to be ambitious. I didn't think if you pull the boss north one more time you're gonna vomit on your keyboard. That is those are static memes. Love it. A testament to A's widespread support, TVH. That, you know, I don't do it, you know, with any... I don't do it with any, like, motives. I just like helping people, you know? I like showing up to your guys' streams. I like being around. I'm there because your content is great, alright? Of course you don't, it's genuine. I hope so. Where did I leave off? Alright, charity is for the Equality Texas Foundation. They're doing wonderful work to provide education, political support, family support to the trans youths. They're currently focused in Texas, obviously, but they do their best to help, or at least provide care and information to those living across the country. The reason why I picked them specifically for this charity is in sort of due to recent news, somewhat recent news. Wuna, you gotta go sleep, but you hope an amazing stream. Thank you so much for stopping by, Wuna. It's nice meeting you. Hope we can talk more. Where the governor is trying to push that certain healthcare for trans youths count towards child abuse, which is just flat wrong. It's awful. It's not scientific, it's completely biased, and it's harmful to a lot of people. Hey Hilder. Hilder's also going to be a guest whenever he feels like showing up. Hey Niv. So this charity is for them. Take care, Wuna. Have a good night. You did a good Abe. We're so proud of you. Thank you. Oh no, the father and son have reunited. So they're gonna teach you some pro gamer move, AFK and Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay. Love you too. If only we had hug redeems, that's okay. Guess I'll show you the hidden art of comms. I guess what's left? I already talked about the charity, talked about the guests. What else? We have a raffle. Hilder was generous enough to provide. Did you reveal any new things you had planned already? I have not. It's only been 40 minutes and we're halfway through the milestones. How to get fat stacks of comms as a DPS? That is incredible. You kind of have to just like, what, queue into Alliance Raid and just talk to people? Maid dress? Yes. I need glamour prisms. That reminds me, I should go redeem that in the mock station. How do you even get glamour prisms when you're level 1? Hello? Does anyone know? Oh, this guy has no prisms. Yeah, you don't start out with prisms. You get them from friends in Mordona? You didn't even get to go to Mordona at level 1. Let's see. I need to log into Mog Station real quick so I can... You're gonna be lurking? Go Jesus, thank you for lurking. We'll see you again soon. So start leveling, you dingle. Oh, that's right. I can't even redeem the code because I haven't started the character yet. Yeah, you better start grinding. You get prisons at like level 20 from mission, do you not? Maybe. Alright, let's switch over to the game. Oh, okay. I have so much stuff to catch up on. I haven't even started yet. I definitely wanted to start out with this cutscene. This is correct in the Waking Sands area. That's right. Hrothgar is not born yet. Takes time. Hrothgar run, let's go. Oh my god, I technically can be a Hrothgar. You guys did redeem the I changed my race, so this cutscene is mind-blowing. Yeah, so this is the opening cutscene to A Realm Reborn. What's being shown here is the Battle of Cartno Flats, which is between the 3 Grand Companies and the Imperial Garleans. Are you gonna be a Mew Mew? That's up to you guys. Still one of the coolest cutscenes in the series, yeah. Oh no, not another baby shower. So, the Garleans are trying to take over the country of, well, essentially the country of Eorzea. And the three companies are banding together to fight back. The Garleans have essentially weaponized a lesser moon to come crash down on this land, and the Warriors of Light are here to try and stop it. How's the audio, guys? Sounds perfect. This opening came out in like 2011. It's good. Thank you, Rudeness Monster. Because I know after this cutscene the game will blow out your air drones with fanfare. That's always funny to me. Bards no longer have a heal. It's like, you get to see so much how this game changed since the beginning. You're louder than it, but we can still hear the music? Okay, I'll lower myself. I've been yelling. Warriors don't have that skill anymore either. No one already does that spin. Wait, how do you start from ARR opening? You choose it from the menu. Here's the moon that's crashing down. But what was housed within the moon? Bunnies. What no one realized was the moon of Dalibud was actually prison for Bahamut. And everyone is trying to flee now. Such chaos was not my intention. Monk is fun for our friend Ice, always fix it. I mean, better than Summoner at this point. Bahamut is the reason you're obsessed with dragons. That's cool. This is the Archon Louis Sois. One of the more prominent members of the Scions. He was one of the few people who knew that Bahamut was going to be summoned here. It wasn't simply just a war. And his plan was to trap Bahamut back inside his cage. Well, you recognize him because of the gifts. He's from a meme, yeah. Laha bread? No, Louis Sois is part of a meme. The imprisonment had failed. And now Bahamut's casting Terra Flare to end the world. Louis Sois tries to teleport the Warriors of Light to safety. Louis Sois perishes. Ah, there's the meme. There's just one thing you need to know. The world didn't get destroyed, right? It's just 5 years later? Yes. Is he dead? Louis Sois is dead. The Warriors of Light were transported 5 years into the future. He's now on the FF mobile game. Bless Nobuo Amatsu. It's Yashtola! We're gonna be seeing Yashtola a lot. We have Ida and Papalymo. The people's waifu, Yashtola. This is Thancred. Heard my extra beloved. This is Thancred. I was actually surprised why they bothered showing Odin. They're just like showing random fate bosses, which is kind of funny. You rarely see Behemoth appear, TPH? Yeah. They show the 2 world bosses in ARR, yep. Here are Warriors of Light return. It has been 6 years since I played A Realm Reborn, so a lot of this is going to be like flashbacks for me. DLO, thank you so much for the follow. This is basically Legacy intro, yes. So the first raffle is going to be a 60-day time card for Final Fantasy XIV. If you've donated at least $5 and you've chosen it as an incentive on Tiltify, you're in the pool. At 3 o'clock tonight, I'm going to spin the wheel. Spin this. Do I have it? I should have it. I'm going to spin this wonderful wheel here with names. And it'll tell us who wins. Hilda, you should get in your car and drive him around. The wheel is so cute. Yes, the art is drawn by the lovely Alcor. Bip, if you go also on the title screen, if you go to movies and titles, you can choose which opening to show, and it'll show you which title it'll be on. So because we played the A Realm Reborn opening, we're currently in the A Realm Reborn title. Normally, when you start the game, you'll be in Endwalker's opening title. Gonna hop on now, see you soon. Thank you, Hika. Alright, so normally I play on Primal Excalibur. I have 2 characters on it right now, Avier Edenheart, which you guys can recognize. And my alt is Kyrie Dato Doria.
I played the demo. It was
Hello, Ellie. Welcome, welcome.
I haven't seen anything about it other than those.
I can recognize that voice. Are you part of Melon Static?
I am intrigued at a retelling of FF1.
Yeah.
You lurk while you fish? Gotcha. Thank you. Welcome, welcome.
There's stuff from this in it.
So, we're going to be starting
stuff
from a
from this
fresh
in it.
character today.
Yeah, like I saw the reimagining of Sastasha.
The clip thing is cool. It really is.
Yeah, that was cool.
It's so funny.
So when I first started my character, I saved the data, which allows me to load up the character appearance if I wanted to make a new one. What are we making? Croth or Male Row? I wanted to start out as an Aura, but you guys already hit the Fantasia milestone, so like you're just gonna change my race anyways. Fantasia Pog, you'll join the Aura gang. Shall we poll? Yeah, you can go ahead and poll. And then maybe tomorrow we'll set up another poll in order to use the Fantasia. Varsh, people have been noticing that on Twitch recently. I don't know why. Varsh is already in his full RP as a Heroth. He switched to Alala now. Spammer Knight, thank you so much for the follow. I'm surprised I missed that. Yeah, I know, but we'll fix that. Look at him pretend to type like a cat. I don't know how to poll. You've had this for like 4 hours. It's /poll. What starting race? What are our options? Here we are. I think we have more than we can choose. Here. Elizin, Lala, Miko, Ro. Yeah, I can't do more than 5. Should you do 3 polls in total? But then people will just vote again. Lala, Miko, Ro, Hroth, Aura. And then another poll for male or female. Well, I guess they can't do male or female if it's Hroth. Also do basic male here. I don't want to. But I'll show you guys what each looks like. So here are more commonly known as humans. 2 options of 4, then put the top ones against each other. Oh, that's a good one. Elizin are more elf-like. They're a lot taller, slimmer. Lalafells are these potatoes here. Very good for making stews. Very small in stature. Mikos are the cat boys and cat girls. Default Midlander. Female Makotes are the most played race in all of Final Fantasy. By far. Hey B, thank you so much for the sub. I can't believe you've been since sub for a year. I've taken your money, I've accepted it.
You literally just kind of
Tomo, you gifted subs earlier, right? Thank you so much for those gift subs. I missed a lot of stuff when I was trying to get ready. So I apologize. How dare you say hi, say hi. It's not quite loading stream. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you on your phone? Rose? I don't even know how you would describe a row. They're just kind of big. Hachu, thank you so much for the follow. So anyway, how do I donate again? It should be, is it donate or donation? It should be donation. Rows are pretty, rows are big. Rogu, thank you so much for the raid. And then we have our aura. Get raided. Thank you, Rogu. Wait, you have a sword? You do have a sword. They're like the lizard people. The Ryan, who have the white scales, they like to live underwater. And the Zayla are more of a like Mongolian nomadic type, so they live on the plains. The only difference is they have the black scales or the white scales. That's what I typically play as. Bigley, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, everyone. Lindsay, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. We have Hroth, who are big cat people, a lot more furry than Miko's. Very lion-like. Oh, is that the $60-70 Chocobo game? Yes, I think so. That was very sad music coming out of it, though. And then we have Viera, the bunny people. Typically, we have, when we first came out, we only had female Vieras. But in the last expansion, they released Bunny Boys. And these are very popular. Be a Bunny Boy, do it. What's the poll looking at? Do you guys vote? Only a couple of you guys have voted on the poll. It's running out soon. You guys got like a minute left. You just heard reverb bar, you spit your water. I think that was from Whimsy's clip, right? I believe. Poll is mixed. Yeah, it is very even. Oh no, everyone wants me to play a Lala. Bunny boy, but Lala's winning. They want me to play the potato. Lala felt best race. We're doing 2 polls in the winner's fight. Oh, I see. That one person that wants you to stay true to your lizard self. Potato. Rothgar cheated. What about you? What did you miss? No, nothing about you, Kami. Your mom lets you have 2 polls? Yes, it's his bot. Tiny Abe. Which is Bunny. We're gonna do 2 polls. So we're going to add Vieira here and Elizin to the next poll. Roth's already on this one. Wait, could we have the poll on Twitter? We could have, but not everyone uses Twitter. Oh boy, Lalafell. I think Twitter only allows more options. Alright, the second poll. It really looks like it's gonna be, yeah, 5 on bunnies already. So it's probably gonna be Bunny Boy or Potatoes. I'm gonna log into Mock Station real quick so I can get ready. Anyone who votes for here is basic ass bitch. You didn't make the rules. Well, how dare you? People will disagree with you, Lizard. We have 10 people on bunnies. I feel like we're just gonna end it here. Bunny boy, bunny boy. Alright, let's just end this one. Heck, everyone wants Bunny Ave. Same goes for Ellison. Is there a way to end this poll early? Probably not. Alright, what can I talk about while this is happening? Gosh, I have so much to catch up on. I have so many donations I have to catch up on. Time to commission Bunny Avar. I think that was one of the milestones, right? At 500, yeah, chat decides Skeb or commission. So you guys can talk about that now. What do you guys want me to... Donbete Abe, 48 hours. Yes, thank you for stopping by, Shiyu. Oh boy. What do you guys want me to get a commission of? If you pay me like $5, I'll draw you as a bunny. Bunny boy Abe, bunny boy Abe. Alright, so it looks like that's 2 for bunny boy Abe. Bunny Ave in the golden saucer outfit. If you pay me 3, I'll draw you as a stick bunny. We'll all draw a banner of Ave as a bunny. Let's see. You guys also at $300, you guys get to decide my next emotes. I have, I think, 2 regular emote slots and 1 animated emote slots. So you guys can start coming up with ideas for that too. Bunny Abe would be great. It looks like everyone wants me to be a bunny. If you pay me $10, I'll draw normal Abe and Bunny Abe having a fist fight. I feel like Basil already drew that. No, Basil drew Bunny Abe and Bunny Basil fighting each other. Menacingly. Oh, someone else donated. Hey, B, thank you so much for the $20 donation. There was supposed to be an alert. Through Tiltify. I don't know why it didn't. I would like to see this. Where's the Samurai AV emote? I don't have that one. Interesting. On my activity feed, it says boost goal reached, 100% complete. We've been promoted 2,000 times. I don't know what that means. But I remember reading that Twitch added a new thing to their hype trains where it's now called a boost train. And I guessed it like puts you on the front page or something. I don't know. I don't even know what it means by 2,000 times though. No longer a scam train. For the hype train, your channel recommends your channel on the main page to new people. Oh, cool. Wonder if we'll see a bunch of new people show up then. You guys also get to name my chocobo whenever I get it. I think at level 20 is when it's recommended your channel to 2,000 people. That's pretty cool. We'll see if they all should roll in. So yeah, you guys can start coming up with names for my chocobo. Remember us when you're famous? I will always remember you guys. I don't think I'll ever want to be famous though. It's too much responsibility. Alright, Vieira's done. Let's do one more poll. Between final choice, Lala or Vieira. I'll do 3 minutes this time. Want to be famous? Click here. Famous. And you guys can just start typing in chat if you want male or female, so we don't have to do another poll. What do we name his chocobo? Yes. What do you name my chocobo? Active time maneuver. Okay. And what was the individual rewards? So I have to go through there and sift through everyone who donated. I need to start writing people's names on a sticky note. I need to recite the scripture like 1 billion times. I have to do 1 billion wordles, and anyone who donated over $25 gets to write a tweet for me. And anyone who donates over 50 gets added to a list of wonderful people. You're all wonderful, but not everyone gets to make the list. Your death note? I don't have a death note. What do you mean? Me, Brazzle Fresh? You want me to name my chocobo name Brazzle Fresh? Yoshi PP? No, I don't even think I believe it allowed to do that. Bunny's winning. Spray. Go Jesus, thank you for the bit. Why do you have the crying Bible thumb? Name your chocobo red for lore? What are you gonna name your bunny? I was going to do just like Avia Red and then last name TTV. Alright, I need to update this banner. Here we go. Do my song. Robo Steven. Dave has all 3 ulti clears but chooses not to show up. I don't have a single one. Don't even don't even think don't even imagine that. Shiyu, it's based on the game where there's 2 weapons called Avery Red and Avery Blue. Yes, that is true. We gotta change that. Name it Clear for a friend. That's actually very clever. Looks like Vera won. Guys, decide if we're doing male or female. Brand, please. Name your chocobo Germa. I'm not gonna do that. Ember. Boy for sure. Female. We got 1 for female, 2 for boys, 3 for boys, 4 for boys. Bunny boys. Boys, boys. It looks like everyone wants boys. The bunny boys are submissible and healable. I mean, I'm gonna be playing tank, so that's probably a good idea. Neko, Daiba, Wintermelon. This is gonna be a very long list. Malphus. AB. Was there another one? Rudeness. Thank you so much for donating 20. This is the question I ask myself every day, girl or boy? Both. Is Cape Westman still 8-man? It is still 8-man. Just do male? Yeah, everyone's wanting me to pick male.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do Rava or Vina? Rava is darker skinned. Vina is more moon skin tone. Answer is air fryer. You got the bunny boy. Lighter skin or darker skin? Bunave. I think that's everyone. Here we go. Rotating names. Vina, you've made enough Ravas. Vina looks better in red. Darkness, thickness. You put Fina. Rava looks nice and expensive dyes. I don't have any money. I can't do that. I can't buy dyes. How many donations were there? 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, I need to do the scripture 12 times. And I need to do 12 wordles before we start. Everyone, Ape needs more money. I don't need any money. Did I hear Ape needs money? I don't need money. Right, so this game's character customization is pretty good. It's probably not the most doesn't have the most customizable options compared to other MMO games that I've played. But for a game that came out like over a decade ago, it's not too bad. You can do height, skin color, hairstyles, hair colors, face, jaw, eye shape, iris size, etc. Some of these customizations you can change later by talking to an NPC. But a lot of the, I guess, like more body features can't be changed. Max height. Max height is 74 inches. I think the game's models at max height don't look too great, honestly. Minimum height? Minimum height is 6 feet 8 inches. Shorter the better. Max height Bunny Boy is not much. It's safe. Short King. I mean, I'm still shorter than this. Bunnies are small. Alright, let's choose our hairstyle. Does height do anything? Height does not. Short is 6 feet. I believe this character is... What's the height? 68 inches. Oh no, I skipped skin color. Yes, we're playing Bunny Boy Ember. We get to match! I like how serious he is about character. He's going to Fantasia to allow out a few hours. God damn it. You guys have found out. You guys want me to be 69 inches? 69 inches. There you go. Alright, hairstyles. It's a lot of like Legolas hairstyles. Very pretty boy. Look at this ribbon here. Nice. This one's tied up on the side. This is actually kind of neat. You like the ribbon? I like the ribbon too. I'm not a fan of this headband. That side ponytail, yeah. This is a little bit on the plainer side, just slick back. This one has a feather. I think this one's... Is this the one that Ember has? Oh, it's been a while since I've seen Ember's character. That's your hair? Yeah, that's what I thought. A lot of braids. More Legolas hair. This one's a bit longer. How many inches are in a yalm? A yalm is a yard, isn't it? So 36? Do they super glue the headpiece to their foreheads? No, it's kind of like a helmet. Unless you mean this one, in which case, I don't know how it stays on their head. The other one? Yeah. I mean, Ember, how do Makotes wear glasses? They don't have human hair. How do Vieras wear glasses? They don't have ears either. There's magic in this game. Super glue. Do you guys like the side ponytail? This one? Surgically implanted magnets, click. Side ponytail is cute? Okay. Then we can do hairstyles. Let's just do pink. This is my signature hair. You can do 2 different colors. I believe this is the highlight color and this is the main color. Pink hair, yep. Do you want something a little bit more fierce or something more boyish? This one's like hella Bishi. So Bishi, look at that. Must be pink and baby blue. Look at that eyeliner. It's so Bishi. Jaws. You should be a Bishi. Let's see. Eye shape. I kind of like the Type 1 eyes. Type 5's not bad either. It's a little bit smaller. Let's see. Iris size, I just keep. This is similar to my original color. But let's do green, just to make it different. Nice green eyes. Ishi Bunny Boy. Nose type. You know, I wasn't expecting this character to look so good. I've never made a bunny boy before, so it's like I didn't know what to expect. I was actually planning on starting out as just an aura. Pink hair and green eyes, let's go. They're just hot, yeah. It's a shame everyone keeps asking you to be a row, Hika. I like the thinner lips. Still wants trans-colored hair. I don't know if I can... It's kind of hard to see the blue in this lighting. You're in their waiting room? Okay, cool. I mean, it's gonna be a bit longer. We still have a few cutscenes. You should draw fan art of him now. Alright, I think that blue's kind of nice. Go back to this. Ear shape. I kind of like the Type 1 ears. I'm not a fan of these floppy ear ones. Gotcha, let me know where to meet you. I'm gonna be starting out as a warrior, so I'll be in Linza. AB, did you donate again? You did. I wish there was a notification when that happened. I actually like these shorter ears. It fits better with the face. Can you make the ears point at each other? You can't. Fuller eyebrows. Some more eye makeup. Oh, you can give them a beauty mark. There's a notification on screen, it's just silent and goes away quick. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let me see if I can actually control the audio. I'm not even sure if it has audio. Oh, I hope nothing broke. But thank you, Haby. No tattoos. Face paint. These are all good colors. Alright, voices. Oh no, he's hot! He is very hot. Okay. This reminds me of Monster Hunter Rise now. All bunny boys are hot by default. It's like really easy to make them look good. Oh, the beauty mark, yes. Gotta have the beauty mark. I like voice 6. 7's like a troublemaker, but I like that too. Dave, you know the one to pick? I actually don't.
Hey!
Cat, hello! Welcome to the stream. Can we get a shout out for Cat, please? Yeah, I'm a fan of 6. Warrior buns are just go rah rah with every attack. Fun. Alright, now we can choose birthdays. What birthday are we gonna choose for our bunny boy? Birthday literally means nothing. Happy birthday, Abe. Thank you, Velo. Today? Sounds like a fine idea. Today is the 25th. March 25th. Is today his birthday? Today is his birthday. He's being unleashed into the world. The patron deity had a very, very small relevance in the past. It no longer matters. It like affected what sort of elemental resistances you came up with. But now they got rid of elemental resistances, so it literally doesn't matter. I remember picking Halone. Halone, the mover of glaciers and goddess of war, is the guardian deity of Ishgard. She commands the element of ice and is associated with the first moon of the Eorzean calendar. Halone is the daughter of Ralgar and a bitter rival of Nofika. She is most depicted as a relentless warrioress armed with a bronze great shield. Her symbol is the 3 spears. You literally choose at random. Yeah. I just thought it was cool in the past because I was gonna play a Lancer back then. Imagine not picking Alone, absolutely heretic. Alright. We're gonna be playing Marauder. I'm gonna carry on a big axe. Eventually we're gonna look like this. Just kidding. We're not gonna look like this. We have to wear a maid outfit as soon as I get glimmer prisms. Let's see. Is Excalibur's closed? I can't be on Excalibur or Exodus. No. Not if we carry you. Oh wait, I can be on Exodus. Excalibur or Exodus. I know a lot of you guys are in Exodus. Let's do Exodus. Savior Red GPV. Excal. Wow, wow. I already have 2 characters on Excal. I gotta make one on Exodus. How's this for a name? Avior Red TTV. How about Avior Friend Ditcher? Ahem, Levy? No one cares about Levy. No one even remembers Levy exists. Hey, who important's from Levy? No one important is from Levy. That's why no one remembers Levy. Avior go fast. Avior bed. Wait, no. Go to bed. Avior Red, go to bed. What do you guys think? Avior bed? Ask for your last name too, Sora. But have you seen Levy? She's so cute. Like, Levy from Black Lagoon? Subscribe to Avior Red. Alright, fine. Hurry up so I can kick your ass. That's Revy. Avior Bed go to. Heespeen. Starting in Limsa. Oh no. Yeah, I'll be starting in Limsa. Levy is from Fairy Tale. Oh, gotcha. Begin new game with this character. Oh, he's so excited. Let's start our journey. It's already been an hour and a half. Shit, I'm cute. I'll start writing people's names on the sticky note. Okay. Love this character so much. Thank you, Slav. He's beautiful. UEX, I know, right? Alright, first one. I am Slab goes on. Let's get a blue sticky note. Slab reminds me of the color blue. It's going on the wall. First one. Thank you, Slab. You guys can watch this cutscene. Next one is Shoe My Sunbon, definitely on pink. Here. Let's see. It's time. Some guy, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Oh my god. Totally unnecessary, but thank you.
Feel.
Time to start your journey. Joke's on you. Here's a cue. Do we pile up and follow? You guys are more than welcome to follow me around. Let's see. Oh, I already got a friend request ever. What are you doing? Let's see. Next is Robo Steven. You'll go on orange. It has been a long time since I've seen this cutscene. Wintermelon! You're ruining the cutscene! No, I'm kidding. Friend! I'm going green. What happened? Oi, y'all right, lad? I'm not gonna be voicing a lot of these cutscenes. If it's voiced, I'll let it play, but if it's text, I'll try and summarize it as quickly as I can. Quick, use home gang. Throw glamour prisons at him. 999, let's go. Hey, you're taller than Hilda, that's amazing, yeah! For once. You're out right now and you can't hear audio, but I hope you'll have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much, some guy. Let me see if I can tag them. There we go. The thing is, there's like 5 voices in all of ARR. You're moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets. Besides, rolling of the ship got your stomach churning, has it? Going to the movies now, have a good stream.
Gotta fuck to bed.
It's too early to go to bed. I hope you have a good time, Cat. We'll see you later. You're eating so you can't type for a bit? Don't worry. It's okay. I'll handle it. Sunbun, thank you again for the $20.
Hey, yo, wake the fuck up, Red.
Yes, I'm awake. I'm awake. Don't seem like seasickness now that I look at you. It'll be the ether that I reckon. Tina! Hope you have lots of tea. I have a lot of cold brew next to me.
Wait, why is no one here? This is a room tank, right? Yeah, it is.
Trust
Oh, there is
issues,
a
thank
person.
you.
Hey, what's up? It's the enemy though.
You guys are fighting over who gets to shout out Tina first. Welcome, Raiders. I just started my bunny boy today. We're on a boat headed to Limsa Laminsa. We're keeping this merchant company. These twins here, they're so mean. They won't even talk to this merchant. Hope we never see them again. Any road, this guy's name is Brennan. Peddlin's me trade. Do I have to talk like a pirate? Or a merchant? We're off to Limsa Laminsa. Arr. Alright, who do I still need names for? Fran, Ember, Neko. Let's see, who else? Diva? Ah, smell that salty sea breeze. Now then, lad, judging by your unusual garments, I'd say you're one of them new adventurers. Am I warm? You knew it, going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory. Now that's what I call living. Don't you guys want to be adventurers too? Wintermelon. I'm gonna put you on green because that reminds me of melons. My wall is getting very full. Malthus. Neko, Haby, Rudeness Monster. Did I put Haby up yet? No, I didn't put Haby up yet. I need more blues and pinks on the screen. Not on the screen. Wait, did I put Haby up yet? I did not. Okay, just second guessing myself. Okay. Man, Rudeness Monster. Sunbun, thank you again for the donation. Alright, caught up on that. 580, there's another goal at 600. What is it? I have to play a horror game on stream. That is terrifying. I don't like horror. What horror game would you play? I'll let you guys decide. I don't know too many horror game titles. So you guys would have to pick one and figure that out. Outlast? Okay, that's an option. Let's see, what did I miss? Poor Merchant, Talk Like a Parrot. Where are we at? Oh, we just met the twins, yeah. Visage. Visage is 1. Soma, Dead Space 1. I tried playing Dead Space 1, it just, like, wouldn't play. Ave won't get jump scared. Subnautica. Subnautica is, in fact, a horror game. Play Facade, Laser Fear is awesome. Need slow horror. Ebe. Did I play Ebe? No, I played You Made Tuki, not Ebe. You changed your vote to Visage. A lot of people are saying Visage. What first attracted me to adventuring? Did I want to gain power, win glory, or amass a fortune? The option you choose here actually determines what accessory he gives you. The accessory itself is not important. It gives you like random stats, but technically this option has an effect, even though it's not a very large one. Most of the options in this game have no effect at all. You can choose whatever you want and it won't change anything. Poppy's playtime is great for jump scares. What lift elevator? I don't know. There's a lot of people waiting for me to finish this cutscene and load into Limsa. Pick Fortune. I'm here to amass a fortune. The one next to the main Etherite Plaza. Fortune, eh? Well, it's a dream we all had at one time or another. Once you've learned to handle yourself in a fight, you'll want to pay a visit to whichever crafting or gathering guilds tickle your fancy. And Limsa is renowned for its smithies and armorers. Not to mention its fisherfolk. And then there's cooks, of course. You were AFK getting dinner. What data set are you playing this on? I'm on Primal. I'm on Exodus. My horror game knowledge is that one where you walk bunny. That's... Which one is that? Primal mains, huh? Yeah, we're all primal mains. Well, most of us are. We're gonna power level him and make him farmhouse? No! I gotta do the story! Just remember though, there's more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. Nothing more profit in being dead, and that's a fact. Ding 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 ding. Do I need to raise the game volume? I can. How's that? You have an ult in Shadowbringers and Lamia? Wow, we're getting attacked by pirates! Is the game audio better like this? Ships off the starboard bow, pirate colors. Have you no sense? Get below. Main farming AV for Moogle Tome story. Oh yeah, I think the Little Ladies Day event ends this week. How would being underneath the deck be more protective? Oh, I didn't realize Bippo mains? Yes, Bip's here too. You can rest easy, friends. We made it out of cannon range. Get the crown? There's no chance of me getting the crown. Let's see. Hey guys. Did you guys know that Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial? You can play through all of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion Heavensward for free, with no restriction on playtime. Oh shoot, I didn't know it. Well, now you know, Sunbud. Thanks for letting know. You're more than welcome. Well, thanks for letting me know. Well, this is the first time I'm hearing this as well. Well, for anyone who just showed up right now, is there point redeem for this message? It's anyone who donated at least $5, I have to say it. So, for anyone who just showed up in the last 15 seconds, I want you guys to know, this game has a free trial. You can play through the base game, which is A Realm Reborn, that's what I'm doing right now. Also, the award-winning expansion Heavensward, for free, with no restriction on playtime. You can play up to level 60 on any job you want. It lies, I've said this like a million times in your presence. This is my first trip to Limsa? Yes. Funny boys are typically not commonly found in Limsa. Guys. Rogu, before you die, did you know? This game has a free trial. It's called Final Fantasy XIV. You can play through all of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion for free, with no restriction on playtime. You did install a free trial earlier today, though, for actual. I'm so proud of you, Slab. Yeah, Lofty, it's free. You only laugh so hard. I'm glad you're having a good time, Rogu. Did you know how else you can have a good time? If you played the free trial of Final Fantasy XIV or Realm Reborn. We're all getting educated today. It's free, take it. Wow, again. Yes, you're all getting educated about the brand new the recently returned free trial of Final Fantasy XIV, which includes A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion for free with no restriction on playtime. Recently returned, yes! This game was so popular that they had to stop giving away free trials, and you couldn't buy the game. There was so many people playing it at a time, they just had to stop sales. What fantasy? The Final Fantasy. You didn't hear? Well, I'm gonna tell you, Sunbun. They had to stop selling the award-winning MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, which came with, whose free trial comes with the award-winning Heavensward expansion for free. The DVD is skipping, hold on. Yo, stay hydrated, Dave. You got this? Thank you. Final Fantasy XIV. I think you said Final Fantasy XIV, yes. Wow, free trial, amazing. Might have heard wrong, though. Sora, did you know about the free trial?
On a windswept isle in the southwestern corner of the realm, amidst the roiling waves of the Rotano
No, Abe, tell me
Sea,
about it.
lies the maritime
Well,
city-state.
Right now, if you
Limsa
wanted to play the game
Lumensa.
that I'm streaming right now, called Final Fantasy XIV Online, A Realm Reborn, you can, for free.
To this haven
You can
for
even play
bandits and
the
brigands,
award-winning
cutthroats and
expansion,
curs, seekers of both freedom and
Heavensward,
fortune,
with no
comes
restriction on
a
playtime.
lone
You're the newest
adventurer.
person here? Well, welcome, Zara. Glad to have you around. Hey Abe, is Final Fantasy XIV different from the critically acclaimed MMORPG
Lone,
Final
yet not
Fantasy
alone,
XIV?
for the hero's arrival has drawn
Your
the gaze
username
of the
means you're 1
nation's
year old.
patron deity, Lim Lane.
Sunbun, they actually aren't the same.
What realm-shaking fate has she descried in the churning waters of this
For
mortal's
free?
future?
Yes. Final Fantasy XIV is a game exclusive to our best fun friends. He's so pretty! Happy birthday! Imagine being born this pretty. Couldn't be me. And here's where we part ways, son. I'm off to the markets to deliver me wares. Then it's off the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks for saving me arse earlier. What do you mean it's a one-to-one replica of you? Hey, never did tell me your name, did you? Well, here's an idea. Become the sort of storied personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider us square. That's the cool part. It is you. I worry that he's too pretty to murder late. Pick a ring. I picked the fortune ring, so we'll see what it gives me. Alright, and here we start our journey.
Through peril and hardship, discovery and triumph, may the navigator guide this brave soul on his life's voyage. Till sea swallows all.
Till squeeze swallows all. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. The game that did so awful on its release, they had to completely nuke it. Bunch of meteors and re-release it as A Realm Reborn. 2 out of 10. How many scripts have you done now? I lost count. They spelled it wrong. Final Fantasy XIV. Where's all the L's? Sorry, it's me. I'm all the L's. They use Gigaflare. Technically, they use Terraflare. Wow, almost as cool as the Black Desert. Hey, you there. So bad they nuked it and made a lore. Man, I remember BDO. It definitely was Terraflare. Learn your lore. I mean you. This is my district, and I make it my business to know all the scum that watches it. No! Why is he calling me scum? I'm just like so flabbergasted. Ah, the French are fresh off the boat? Well then. Allow one of Lim's finest to set you on the path. Up to it, lad. I haven't got it all day. Surprised A-face. Thank you for the hydrate, Sunbun. So this game allows you to use mouse and keyboard or gamepad. And
Red? Go to fuck to bed.
It's too early, Whimsy. Tiny head guy sure has attitude. This game actually runs phenomenally on gamepad for an MMO.
Hey, yo, wake the fuck up, Red.
Yes, I'm awake. Hello. Do I need to make it louder?
Wake the fuck up, hey, yo, wake the fuck up, Red.
Excellent. This is wonderful. I wonder who's telling me to wake the fuck up. Ava's a dum-dum? Alright.
Hey, yo, wake the fuck up, Red.
You started on PS4 even though you play mostly on PC now, so you still use a controller? Yeah. This game has really good controller capabilities. A few of my friends still use controllers. Both controllers and keyboard plus M is valid. Yes, I agree. I personally never played it on controller. But like endgame raiders still use controllers. People who play on PlayStation obviously have to use controllers, but they perform perfectly fine on it. I personally prefer keyboard and mouse, just because I have an MMO mouse and I have buttons. I have more buttons this way. Big Leaf does in fact raid Savage on a controller. Yeah. Hilder plays on a controller. I've seen Hika play on a controller sometimes. He switches it back and forth. Our Black Mage, Pote, he prefers to play on a controller. Controller is great. This game doesn't need you to have for 40 buttons. Not if you're a scholar. You rate Savage on your Nintendo Switch. Kara also plays on controller? Got it. I already have 3 friend requests and I literally just started. Alright, character configuration. I prefer to play on Legacy mode. Is that how I choose it? Or is it in system controls? Yeah, it's in system. No, it's not in system. Where is it? It's just that charismatic, Eve. Glare mage, 12-button mouse, and all of them glare. Where is settings? Control settings, here we go. No, not here. Here it is. Alright, time to accept all these friends. 1 from Bit, 1 from Melon, and 1 from Ember. Thank you, friends. I am here. I gotta go talk to Wristflow. We're finally starting. Voice redeem? I'm going to use a controller for this playthrough. But I'm not going to use a controller for this playthrough. Legacy. Did you say features? Did I say features? I meant features. Wait, I don't even remember what I said. He wants me to go to the Adventurers Guild. Sign up. I gotta go take up the lift. And go to the Crows. I gotta take the Crow's lift and head to the pub. Eatsies? Pina, thank you for the friend request. Dang, you thought it would work. Sorry, I just lie sometimes. Thank you for the friend request, Hilder. Even though you're playing Elden Ring, you're still watching? Thank you, Barsh. Appreciate it. For those who don't know, Unlucky Hat is Barsh, our raid Reaper. Icy Warrior is our friend Ice. He plays Monk for our raid. Whimsy used to be our White Mage, and I think Scholar for a time, right? Oh no, you played, was it Scholar or was it Astro? No, I'm not. We're not friends. Aww. That makes me so sad, Ice. Data Center travel when? Square, come on. I think it's happening. Well, we're pals? Aww. Thanks for considering me your pal. Is it 6.18? Okay. Where's Pote? I don't know where Pote is. You're supposed to be familiar if you're not friends. So still have to wait. Yes. Let's take the Crow's lift. Pote trying to cast spells IRL. Whim, Scholar, then test it out Tank before leaving for work reasons, right? Eve, you're red. Go to bed. Let's talk to Batteron. Toes? Where? Can I get this dumb sticker off my head, Ice? Is that okay? What? Hello? No, you want me to put it back on? Damn it. That's the wrong button. Make it mud. Can I make it mud? I wonder. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Now it's mud. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. Everyone, please check your posture. No shrimping. And take a sip of water. I am now mud. He's saying Limbs is a dangerous place because on the outside we got fish people and kobolds, and then on the inside we got pirates. And if those people don't finish the job, we still have the Guardian Empire to deal with. Toes? Where? Hey, Limsa, the place where I AFK all day. You still AFK in Limsa, Ice? What if I like contouring your back at a 90-degree angle? It's not ideal, good Jesus. But you live your life. Poor Limsa main. Abe, remember to stay awake. Hey, Austin. Thank you. I'll try my best. I have a new redeem if you want to remind me to stay awake, Austin.
Ayo, wake the fuck up, Red.
There you go. You found
Ayo,
it.
wake the fuck up, Red.
I go there so people can steal your glam and claim it was their idea. You do have really nice glam, Ice. It took our bleeding memories too. No one's been able to explain it in a way that makes an ounce of sense. So when Louis Swa teleported the warriors a light to safety, for some reason everyone has like this weird amnesia.
Red? Go to fuck to bed.
No one quite remembers how it went
Ayo,
down.
wake the fuck up, Red.
Counter. Perfect counter. That's why we got these people calling them the heroes, the warriors of light. Limbs is ever going to put this time of darkness behind it, it's going to need venturers to help banish the fear. And it's going to need new heroes like the ones we lost. Maybe one day you'll be one of them. And that's why any aid we can give to a venturer is effort well spent. What do you say, lad? You willing to lend us your strength? You bet I am. Fresh adventure off the boat. We gotta put our names in this fancy book. Gibbs Games, hello! Welcome, Raiders.
I thought something looked weird about my face on stream.
You're playing Tiny Tina's Wonderland? Oh, right, that came out today, along with, like, Ghostwire and Kirby came out. A lot of games came out today, and I'm playing none of them right now.
You want them all? You don't even have a beer. I feel like beer wouldn't help. I feel like cocaine is more what you're looking for.
Welcome, welcome. My name is Avia Red, but you can call me Ave.
Let's play some tea.
I'm your friendly support class V streamer. Yeah, if you know friends to play Tiny Tina with, what about Pote? He was really psyched for Tiny Tina. I might play, but it definitely have to be after this event. Oh, that was a clip. He's dead. Aw. Snap. Can you raise him? Well, welcome, Gibbs. Hope you had a wonderful stream. How was Tiny Tina's? If you're red, go to bed. What a wonderful name. Congratulations, you're now an upstanding member of the Adventurers Guild. Can't learn Berets until level 64. Use the Yellow Jackets? What are they looking at me so far? Am I under arrest? Gibbs, thank you so much for the follow. It's the beard and the wizard hat. You did? Multiplayer was down, so you didn't play it, just TFT? Oh, okay. Interesting. What? I wonder why multiplayer was down. Need to play more stuff. Also, Abe learned the FFTCG to play with you. I don't know if it's any good. I remember that came out so long ago. Shift is broken, sadly. Oh, like phase shift? This fine, upstanding young gent is my dear departed grandma's sister's niece's cousin's closest companion, and the lad wouldn't be caught dead fraternizing with some unsavory elements. Shift their online service thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, it keeps losing connection. Oh, okay. That's too bad. Hope it fixes soon. So it's not stable at the moment? Alright. So maybe it's worth waiting a couple days before getting into it. Recent kidnappings? Maybe that's something I have to investigate. I haven't done A Realm Reborn in over 5 years, so it's gonna be... A lot of this is gonna be a refresher. I don't remember a whole lot of the story. Eat your bloody yellow jackets. There's been a spate of kidnappings. Don't take it personal. Us limousines can be a headstrong bunch of bastards. It's true, but given time, we'll grow on ya. Welcome to Limsa Limensa. The Pirate City. Hey, I leveled up. And? Do we have players yet, or am I still in an instanced area? No players? Wow, Final Fantasy sounds. Yes, a lot of Final Fantasy sounds. He's gonna send me to a bunch of different NPCs to kind of get a lay of the land and also head over to the Marauders Guild. And also talk to the Smith. The Smith! If you're a new player, talk to the Smith. I highly recommend it. It'll be worth your while. I'll be showing you what the Smith has to offer when I get to level 15, I believe. Talk to the Smith. Let's see. Had some people in the waiting room, right? Ika, are you still there? Wait, Abe, what are you playing again? I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV. Did you know this game has a free trial? You can play up to level 60 for free with no restriction on playtime. No, you keep forgetting? That's okay. Alright. Where do I go? I'm lost. Lift attendant. Let's go to the lower decks. Oh, wait. Oh no, I have to talk to Ninia. As a Ninia business. Let me see if I can pull Hika in now. Hello, Hika. Are you there?
Oh, hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Not sure if we're in the... I'm just in Limsa right now, so...
You're just in Limsa?
Yeah.
I just finished talking to the Adventurers Guild, so...
Yeah, I'm in the right server.
Oh my
right?
god, there's so many people here. Hello.
I'm in Excalibur, I believe.
Oh my god, there's so many effects.
FX?
I'm over in Exodus right now.
Oh, okay. Let me... Damn. I came into Excalibur, actually, first. They made a new alt there.
Excalibur is where my main is, actually.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Fina, why are you giving me 1,000,000 gil? Hello?
Wait, what?
Teleport money? They give me free teleports, though.
They do, yes.
I'm giving this money back to you after this charity is over, okay? Fina's sugar
right.
mommy, thank you for the glamour prisms.
Here, let me get your Discord reactive image on board on this end.
Cool. Eggs? You're giving me eggs?
Copy.
Your mom lets you have sugar? Oh, thank you for the 69 boiled eggs. I'll eat it right now. Oh, Fina's back. Orange juice. 30 orange juices. Okay.
There you go.
Am I on your stream
Well,
right now? Why
yeah.
am I getting fruit worms and a pinwheel? Hello?
You're getting a lot of stuff. I'm okay.
Why am I getting worms? My pockets are full of worms right now.
Worms?
Thank you for the jerky. Vantos? Do I know you? I like how eggs is what summoned Davey, obviously. Let's eat these eggs.
Egg.
Davey, do you see this glorious egg eating animation? If this isn't a reason to play Final Fantasy XIV, it's this one. Oh, I
Gotta
didn't
get
do
the
that.
egg.
Oh, thank you for the glamour prisms. Hika, would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, yes, I'm Hika Senshi. I'm a, also tuber, just, good friends to you guys. They come by to our stream and then I just play more. I play Final Fantasy XIV as well, but I my main's over to, let's see, Aether Megarzamor, so. Well, nice to meet you all. I suck at introductions sometimes.
You're a VTuber now, you gotta practice your introduction.
That is true, yes.
Some people get 2K, so congrats. You're supposed to eat all the eggs at once? Oh my god. I'm gonna put on my hotbar.
What? That's excellent. An excitement. We do puns in my channel, it happens a lot.
Oh boy, I have 62 eggs to go left.
Well,
Wait, you have to eat all the eggs?
They want me to eat all the eggs!
damage.
Oh
Fuck
no.
you.
Everyone
Okay,
is slash
let me get my runes
following me
back,
right now.
or else I'm not gonna get it
This
back.
is fun.
Oh.
Oh. I'm just picking up herbs.
I'm also gonna go to Exodus right now, so
Okay,
you'll
cool.
see me out there in a bit. So many emails. I know, Moogles.
So many people online. Let's attune to the ether, right? Alright, cutscene? Okay. I'm gonna use the auto advance feature. Too many words. And what do I need to do? I need to play Wordles. I have so many. I think I have like 13 Wordles to go through.
I need to start playing that game. My coworker's been telling me to go get Wordle.
Okay, now I get a TLDR. This is an aetheryte crystal that lets us teleport to different towns. What's the first word? I I got that one wrong. Okay. Where do I go from here? Wait, what? Actually, you don't play it though? You see, wait, Wordle time? Have you seen there is a Pokemon Wordle now? No. Oh, wait, no, yes, I have heard about that. Hey, I learned return. I actually need to make a new hotbar. I need to set up my hotbar. It's a good way to familiarize the Pokemon stats. Stats? Squirtle? Yeah, that's what I believe it's called. Let's see. Oh, there's sure a performance today? Let's see. Look at that HUD layout. Let's add a new hotbar. Let's see, heavy swing, name, overpowered. Real battle. Storm's Eye. Storm's Path. Reason to level up Bard to 90. You don't even need to level up Bard to 90, right? Should talk about what performances are. So I don't really have a way to explain, but basically bards have a skill that they learn at level 30 that lets you play various different instruments. And that's what these characters right now are doing. They're kind of playing music using these instruments.
I think they're playing Kopi.
You can play by hand, or you can, I guess more controversially, you can use a bot to play music for you. So some people like to kind of set up these shows in the main hubs where it's just playing music.
Oh my god.
I don't even remember what my hotbars were supposed to look like.
This is so cool though, they just perform out here.
Yeah, I agree. One of your favorite parts of Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah. What do you mean, Velo? You don't even play. But you know what? If you played the free trial, you could. You just have to level Bard to 30. Oh, we don't learn. Oh, we do. Vicariously through you. Alright, where am I going to now? I need to go to the markets. Everyone follow me!
Let's follow Avior.
Do you also have to do MSQ? Or are you already past this?
Oh no, I'm right behind you.
Oh, in terms of MSQ, I mean.
Oh, MSQ? No, I'm just here.
Oh wait, that was a party invite. I meant to send a friend request.
Gotcha.
How many of you guys are here? Can I invite everyone to a party? Oh, you guys are already in a party. This server is popular? They're all pretty popular. Alright, oh my god, what is this word? Ends with R. Has U and N in it. Oh my god. I'm drawing a blank. You think it'll stock later? Can't macrocraft tinctures on that? Oh, that's you, Cran. Welcome. You lost all your UI? Yeah, that's what happened to Hilder. Hilder had to reset. His, like, hard drive died or something. And then when he finally got it fixed, he had to redo all of his UI again. My favorite part is Dunscape, that I've heard is part of the free trial too. Yes, Dunscape is part of the free trial. Ika, I wanted to ask, how long have you been playing Final Fantasy?
I've been playing since, I think when Stormblood came out, so that's about 2017.
I actually know a couple of friends whose first time was Stormblood. Heavensward was a really good expansion, but it wasn't really what pulled people in. I think it was the success of Heavensward and the
Yeah.
release of a new expansion, Stormblood, that really pulled a lot of people in.
That's true.
I know a lot of people weren't like particularly excited for Heavensward because A Realm Reborn was kind of boring.
Mm-hmm.
There just wasn't a whole lot to do. It was a very long base game to kind of get things done, and even at like their end game wasn't really well established yet. But you know, Heavensward came out, people played it, people loved it, and then due to its success, a lot of people jumped on during Stormblood.
Yeah. I think that's what attracted me when I first joined the game, because it was doing Stormblood. That was the one that caught my attention before I was actually like picking other MMO games besides this or to WoW, and I just picked this game.
So you came from WoW, or you?
It was I think it was when I got my desktop. Then I decided to buy an MMO game, but I couldn't decide which one of the two. But then I decided to go with Final Fantasy, and I don't regret that now. Yeah.
Cranty Vance, it's part of your deep character lore. Lovely. You're still restoring it earlier. It's teaching Wordle. Is R is the healer button? I don't know what this word is. Oh, thank you for the bottles. Yuki's just dancing around for me. I just have to guess something, huh? What ends with R but isn't E, right? ER, UR. Does this work? Does not. Oh wait, I can't even use A. Oops. That was a waste. Oh yeah, because I've already put L and A in there. Damn it. That was a bad guess. Marauder's Guild, let's go. Sprint! This is what happens when you don't quite focus. Oh, I'm missing the Ethernet crystals on the way there. It's okay, I'll grab the Arcanist one. Also, I'm not even going in the right direction, am I?
I think it's in the upper decks for the Marauder's Guild.
Okay. Alright, we gotta go run backwards.
To the Aetherai Plaza.
I'm gonna go grab the Hawker's Alley one first.
Ah, right.
It's been so long since I've played this, I don't remember where anything is.
Whoever has the shark minion right now, I applaud you.
That's Ember, right? Yeah, Ember got the shark minion. Ember also has the shark plush.
The shark plush?
Yeah, she got it as a gift.
What?
It's very cute. You love the shark? Yes, we all love the shark. So do I have to take the elevator back up?
I think we can run up the stairs.
Oh yeah, there's stairs in Limsa. I just teleport everywhere. This is so new to me. This is a toughy Wordle. Yeah, it kinda is. That or I'm just dumb.
Oh, shark.
Yeah, thank you. Up at the very top. So these Ethernet crystals let you teleport to various parts of the town. You do have to interact with an Ethernet crystal to teleport to another one. But the larger ether crystals lets you, etherite crystals lets you teleport to them from wherever. Green means right letter, and right place. Green is right letter, wrong place. So gray is not in the word, yellow in the part of word, but oh no, you're explaining to the bit how it works. Hello, I would like to be a marauder because I have an axe. Skip. Hi, Watt. Welcome to the stream. Let's talk to Wernzone. Thank you for the posture check and hydrate check. Everyone, check your posture and do yourself a hydrate.
A pop a bone.
They call me the Axe Master. The art of the Marauders to rend, to cleave, and to destroy. We seek to overwhelm them. Your posture is bad and your water bottle is empty, so BRB. Yes, go refill your water bottles, everyone. Let's see. What else is there? S?
I just love the responses to answer these questions.
Are you prepared for carnage? Yes, I'm prepared.
Yes.
What ends with R but doesn't have an E before it? Damn. I might actually lose this one. I'm just kind of stumped. I wonder if I can make a word with the remaining letters. Wow, none of those too. Last letters are... Yeah, I know, I'm purposely messing up the word just so I can eliminate letters. So I know that R is the last one. Hey, Fina. Your ultimate weapon is triggering me. How dare you show off your ultimate weapon in my presence? Did you know how toxic that is? No, I'm kidding. Meidu, hello! Does the word change every try? Nope. Roast? Is it roast?
How's your day going today?
No, it can't be roast because
You having a good day today?
A is not one of the words.
Did you have a good Thursday? Friday's Eve? Oh, I'm a little big on the screen right now. What's going on? Why are you guys lamowing? What's happening? Oh. Hi guys! How's it going?
It's not flower because we can't use O. How you doing, Meidu? You're playing Ghostwire Tokyo? You changed it, hopefully this is more okay. You just switched it to a different ultimate weapon. 3. Did you enjoy your jaunts around the city? Is everyone enjoying their jaunts around the city while they follow me? And as I struggle in this Wordle? I can't believe I haven't found another letter yet. I'm feeling it ends in UR. I don't know what other letter can precede an R at the end. Unless it's I. No, it has to be U because there's no word that starts with U. Very few words actually start with U. Game was fun, a little buggy, but definitely interesting. Nice. Did you play the prequel light novel? Neko was playing that the other day. Hey, welcome, Slab. Let's see, I finally have to go kill stuff. Oh, you did not? There's a light novel? Yeah, Neko was playing it the other day. I don't remember what it's called, but there's like a sort of... It's like an hour-long prequel... not light night level, visual novel. It's about an hour long, and it tells you what precedes the story in Ghostwire. I believe. I haven't played it myself. It's just from what I've seen of Neko's stream. Guys, I'm not getting credit. Benor? I don't think that's a real word, Marsh. Okay. Where are the lost lambs? Are there any lost lambs on this map? Oh, I have to go to Middle Lanasia.
Yeah.
Dang it. Alright, back to the towns, fellas.
Be a cat.
Oh, wait, didn't I get a ring? I should use it.
It was the Ring of Freedom?
Oh, wait, I didn't even realize I came with a full set of accessories. I got the Ring of Fortune because I said I wanted fortune.
Wait, what did I pick?
Oh my god, it gives you plus 8 CP. It's not even worthwhile. How do I get to Middle Lanasia?
Oh, mine's Freedom, so...
I need to go to the Crow's Lift. Right, over here. Are you guys enjoying yourselves following me?
Yeah.
Ooh, what's this? Looking for a party? I can't even use PF!
Wait, you couldn't?
I'm banned from PF. Because, I have no duties. So I can't join a PF because... There's no duties for me to join. Until level
we get
15.
to the dungeon.
Yeah, I need to get to Sastasha or something. Let's go kill these sheep.
I have too much memories of that dungeon.
Didn't you do it recently because of Rangers of Paradise?
Yeah, there was a level, there was an early level that featured Satasha. I'm like, what? Cursed memories that I have to deal with.
Hey, what up? Woo. I got the second combo in my attack now.
Name.
Let's see. I need to return and teleport back. Wait, where's the teleport button? No longer following a target? Oh no. Where did my teleport button go? Oh, it's because I never... No, I definitely, Wait. Oh, you don't learn teleport until you get to the next,
The next Aetherite.
Yeah, the next Aetherite. That's funny.
We stuck at Limsa for now.
Stuck in Limsa. Hello, sir. I killed those insects you wanted. Oh! Snap, I'm not level 5. I can't continue. Guys, I'm level locked!
Wait, don't we still have the earrings that we get from the pre-orders from last?
You need to talk to a Moogle. I actually have a bunch of stuff in my inventory. That's a good reminder.
Yeah.
Where's... Oh, I need to go to the Aft Castle?
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I'm still stumped on this Wordle. 7th Sage, and we need to get to the Bowler Call. I've forgotten, who's in voice chat along with Abe right now? This is Hika. Say hi,
Hello.
Hika
I'm
is
Hika.
a fellow Final Fantasy XIV streamer who I kind of just popped into their channel one day. It was when I was trying to farm like 6,000 red scripts to get the Folk Wars.
All right, yeah,
And
you were.
It was
you were
like
crafting.
3 in the morning. I was like, yeah, I'm just doing a shit ton of crafting and hanging out here.
Oh boy, it's my Stranger of Paradise.
That was a good clip.
That is funny.
I was laughing.
That is funny.
It was such a great meme.
It's like, I am lit. I don't give a
where's this
fuck
one
who you
at?
are.
There
I
is-
love Jack. Oh my god. Jack's humor is so great. He just give you the fuck you guys. I don't give a shit. This game is so mean. This is a meme. Like this, Jack is such a meme whenever he speaks. It's so funny.
Who's giving me these regions?
I'm like falling behind. I'm just like, I'm catching up.
I'm just trying to level.
Yeah.
Let's see. And I need to go to the Aft Castle so I can get my earrings.
Mm-hmm.
I have so many games ahead of Stranger of Paradise. I don't know when I'm gonna get to it. Oh, you can do the next MSQ at level 4. Okay, so I wasn't actually level locked. Just level locked for the Marauder quest. Kinner is not a valid word. Who would have thought? This really is a tough hurdle. Where do we go to from here?
Summerford Farms. That's in middle, isn't it? Oh, hello.
see.
I am Slab. Thank you for the Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hello, welcome to my stream.
I'll
Although
still have to
I'm here
go.
to help Avior's promotion, so it's his stream. Bulwark? Yeah.
Yeah, gotta go to Bulwark.
I'm so not used to like not teleporting all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna head over to yes. Summerford is in middle. A lot of traveling from here.
Oh, thank you, Slab. I really appreciate it.
Is that a fate?
Yeah. Oh, there's a hunting log.
Hey, level up. Damn, imagine these lost lands killing this yellow jacket. Oh my god, he's actually dead. Did we fail?
No, they just retreated since they
Okay.
lost aggro.
I was so surprised, like, did we just lose because this guy died?
I think they just respawn more of the other yellow jackets.
Hey, thank you
We're-
so much for the 5 gift subs! You're incredible. I forgot to pick up my earrings before leaving. Are there no more sheep?
Where are? Oh, they came. They're over here.
Oh, yeah, there they are. Do you guys remember how to get rid of the error sound? I can slay gods and dragons in Elden Ring, but a pack of 2 dogs kill you. That sounds about right. Why what, Haby? Forgot how to do this. There's a way to turn off when that error noise.
Error noise, you said?
Yes.
Um.
I'm gonna start auto walking to summer fruit farms. You finish your 14 dailies and we'll hit the bed now? Alright, have a good night, Zwar. Thank you so much for stopping by. Audio system sounds, maybe? System config. Not character. System config and I'm in sounds. The slider? Is it a slider? I don't remember it being a slider. Oh wait, Google. Pick it up here. Oh, I have to be level 20 before I can get my earrings. You can. It's what I did on my original character. Oh, wait, no. It just meant that I have 20 earrings to choose from. Wow, look at all this.
That's a lot of rewards to just pick.
A lot of it is, what's it called? Rewards, like,
I think most of it were gold chocobo feathers. If the players were still playing on the game.
Yeah, I do get gold chocobo feathers.
Oh, that means I can get the Twintania mount.
You can. You know who can't get the Twintania mount? Builder.
Ooh, yes. Alright, free Fantasia from the collectors.
Wait, what? Nothing? How did you get the feathers? From you! You trifling ass. Can I just, like, collect everything?
I think after clicking all the 20 of them, you just click on the... there should be a button on the top page where it says new. It says should be reward purchase delivery request, and it'll just reload the delivery Moogles we mail.
Wow, I got a free Fantasia. I have to delete them too?
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna take a while. Someone help me with this Wordle. I gotta do like 11 more.
Well, what's the Wordle this time?
It has a U, an N, and an R in it. Made it. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. I'm sorry for missing these. I wish I could see them. I gotta write Maydu's name. Let's do pink. N-R or N something something U-R. I have a feeling it's something U-R.
You are.
Under? There's no E in it, so it can't be under. Let me see. I need to grab that maid outfit. Mina, would you like to come in now? Where did I put that code? Here it is.
New mounts, and I can't summon mounts yet. Mama Catherine says hi.
Hi, Mama Catherine. It's good to hear from you. I'm logging into the log station again. Okay, alright. I'm gonna pull in my friend Fina.
Where's the minion guide?
What?
What? What?
What?
Hello.
What?
Hey, hello. Hey, whoa, that scared me.
I said I was gonna pull you in.
You did. Hello. How are you?
Hello.
doing?
I'm doing okay so far. Still feeling pretty awake, which is good.
Okay. Did you drink water?
I've been drinking plenty of water. I have more right behind it.
Good.
Let's see.
There you go. Oh, I like your model. I like your picture you use for your Discord.
Oh, thanks.
Welcome.
Also, hi. I don't think we've met yet.
I'm Hika.
Okay. Hi, Ika. Nice to meet you. I am Fina.
Nice to meet you, Fina.
Fina.
Yes.
I am currently in summer. Oh my god, why is someone dead next to me?
I think they were.
They need help.
It's Melon! Melon's just dead!
Oh. What did you do? We haven't even really started the game and you already killed someone.
Oh no, what, me?
How could you? You're the one with the axe here, not me.
Hika also has an axe.
But I did not. I did not do
Well,
anything.
was it you, Hika?
No, I did not. I did not do anything to Yuki. Yuki was just laying on the ground this whole time. We just didn't pay attention.
I'm a reverse support. Alright, I got the maid outfit. I gotta deliver it to... Well, my character is not on this list. Oh no, yes it is. Okay, cool. I don't think I even have the ability to glam stuff right now. You gotta go, have a nice stream, hope you get that donut gold. Thank you so much, Goat Jesus. We're almost there.
I think we
Insane.
get I think we get like glamours till we reach Mordona, I believe.
You get glamour at level 15
Damn.
at the Waking Sands.
You get a whole
Long
plethora
road
quest.
ahead of
Alright,
us.
it'll be some time before you guys see Maid Bun.
It's okay, just make sure to keep chugging the orange juice and the eggs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a lot of this stuff just ended up in my inventory instead. Prey returned to the Waking Sands.
Oh no.
Elder, thank you for the $10 donation. Not that items you're gonna glam into are worse than your gear. I got some
what is
boots.
What was that ability?
In fact, Matrix gives bonus. Does?
True. It does.
Oh, no.
It definitely gives bonus. You should wear it.
Alright. Well, it's on my way, so we'll see.
It's traveling.
We're full set equipped, but not clammed into it. Right, that makes sense. I got a draught chocobo, so I actually have a multi-seater right off the bat.
You need a ride?
Do I need a ride?
You tell me.
Speak with Carveline.
Caravelline. Let's see. Present yourself to Staleworn for inspection. I gotta go buy NPC armor. Whee! I'm not going anywhere right this moment. Request delivery. Give me that maid outfit, please. Stuff takes too long. So what does he want me to wear? Level 5 or above. Okay. Thank you for the 1 mil gil, or else I would have been stonewalled here.
No worries.
Let's see, eye patch? Pothead?
I have made too many outs, so I already know that you will need teleport money.
Well, I have 50 teleport tokens.
Or you can just use the go and use the teleport tokens when it starts getting really expensive.
Goggles.
Okay. There we go. Full set. Oh wait, I didn't need to buy the shoes. Oops. Wow, this armor set is so ugly. Even the eye patch is really bad. Wow, he's just gonna give me an axe anyways. What a ripoff.
Nice.
You're trying to crack this Wordle, but you don't see anything? Okay, so it's not just me. I'm not just stupid, right? It's actually, like, a hard Wordle.
Don't worry about what happened.
I have so much more to go through, and I don't know what it is.
Did you try anything with an I yet?
I did not.
Did you try anything with an M yet?
I have not.
Or anything with a V or a C?
Neither of those.
Okay, you should consider trying one of them.
Like, the letters I get, but, like, I need a word.
You still have one more try. Just... I wouldn't even worry about mashing the R right now. I would just use the 5 letters to try to use 5 letters that you have not used yet. That's my recommendation. Because Because if if you just have no clue right now, it's better to just guess with 5 letters that you just have not used at all.
Stuck. Please make one with an eye though. Investigate
like-
Sea Song Grotto. Where's Sea Song Grotto? Oh, straight ahead.
Ooh, I'm gonna complete my hunting log real quick.
Oh yeah, the bees.
Yeah.
Whoa, I got berserk. That means I can crit.
Kanzo Engi.
Where are the bees? More bees?
I think there's more down the way.
Did I put on the earring? I did put on the earring. Good. Finicky is what you're thinking. Icky? Oh hey, thank you for that. Oh wait, it's underneath me. It's like I was standing right on top of it. Where could it be?
Oh, this is solo.
It's a solo dungeon.
Is this?
Are you stuck on it too, Tina?
No, sorry, I'm watching you do this. It's because I never had I never played as a marauder, so I've never seen this before.
Oh, okay.
I am like, what is this? Where are you? Oh my god.
I'm about to meet Y'shtola.
Wife!
You get to meet Y'shtola? What the
Yeah!
fuck?
If you start at Limsa, Y'shtola is the scion that hangs out with you the entire time. Not Thancred, not Peta, not Papalimo.
This is fucked up. I got stuck with Thancred.
That's what I started off with back my first main. It was Thancred.
Incur? That's the word? Oh my god, it is!
Oh my god.
Wow, Mayday, you're so smart. Alright, now I gotta do like
Oh my
11
god.
more.
Double rage.
Shady, Loki, welcome.
Waves that bear. I am
Here you
the
guys go.
wings that guide.
Our wife.
I am the evening stars.
He's so
I am the morning sky.
This is like my first time watching this
Born
cutscene.
of
Oh
the
my
sea.
Yeah.
god.
Same.
I've never got to see this.
Yeah.
It sucks we never get the option to try other places.
Hilder didn't realize that
Carved into
you
yonder stone.
you got different scions depending on where you started. So Hilder started in Gridania as a lancer.
Such words well describe the manner in which the
Be your
citizens
little
of
son.
Minsa live their lives. It is both a litany
Welcome on in,
against
raiders.
misfortune for those out on the waves, and a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea. Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms.
Y'shtola is like the
I
game's
thought
mascot.
myself on the trail of the kidnappers,
Probably the
but
most
it
liked
would seem
NPC
I
in the
have
entire
mistook my
series.
mark.
So popular enough that she was their she was the chosen character for Final Fantasy Dissidia.
Oh
It
yeah.
shows up everywhere.
Shows up everywhere, yeah.
As I suspected,
It was in
the
Cur.
etheric disturbance
INCUR.
here is no natural occurrence.
It was incur. Nice.
Nor is it
yeah.
a coincidence that the two of
I think
us
they
should
added
come here in search of those
Xenos later
responsible
on
for the
in
disappearances.
Cydia.
only to be attacked.
To fight Ishtola.
But who stands to benefit from the keeping
Unpure.
of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be.
You gotta fight the Gooby. Man, these cutscenes would be infinitely better if I had my mid outfit. Alright. Tanking 101. Grab aggro and then face the other side. Oh my god, it's Stone Skin! Oh my god, I can't grab aggro. I'm so bad.
What's wrong? Where's your tank stance?
I don't have tank
Where's your
stance.
tank stance?
I can't believe I'm making you Stola take this right now. I'm the worst tank ever.
You and me both. You and me both.
Uh-oh, we got some bogeys. I think it's funny I'm just like slapping this Gooboo's ass right now.
Imagine making the mage tank.
Oh my god, imagine the white mage is tanking. That's like Stormblood days, because white mage just did so much damage they stole aggro from deep from the tanks. While tanking in an MMO, always get the boss to face you, and then pull your back to the party. Oh god, it's attacking.
Okay, there you go. Now you can say you're tanking 101 skill.
Yeah. Tanking 101. You want to make sure you grab aggro on all enemies and make sure they're pointing away from the from your party. Except your Stola, because she's a boss.
She's the tank here.
She's the tank here. Alright, I got 4 letters.
Are you playing another word? Oh my god.
I have to do not 4 letters, I have 3 letters. I have to do 11 more.
I see.
Is it humid? Oh, it is humid. Okay, that's 2 down. I got a crystal. You have a guess, but you're afraid? Let's see. Oh, you're heading to bed, Ave? I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Good night, Melon. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, Melon.
You actually played with Thancred at start and had to AFK in this duty. When you got back, you took out the small stick of pocket and cast small gear.
Feel. Think.
Oh, really?
Crystal Bearer.
Oh, it is owned. Okay, I got that one in 3. Nice. I was like, is it really owned? Also, when you get to Thancred, give him a big kissy for me, K. Thanks. Will do. Mayday, thank you for the posture check-in. Hydrate. Everyone, please check your posture and take a sip of
Light
water.
there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as
Mayday, are you also heading to bed? Gotcha.
so hath darkness
I will
risen
try my
up
best to stay awake.
instead, presaging an
We got
end
you.
to life. For the sake of all.
Oh my god, how many more do I need to do?
Deliver us from
No,
this
I'm not gonna go to
fate.
bed. Not yet.
Ayo, wake the fuck up, Red.
Alright.
The power to
I'll do my
banish
best.
the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth
Wow, none of
and
those.
lay claim to them.
Okay. I think all the vowels are gone. So it's literally just A.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves
clams?
to thee.
Not clams.
Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart.
Glass? No, not glass. Oh, but there is a G in there. Okay, cool. That was a good guess. Flags. Wow, that was a close one. Remember sometimes why? How many more do I have to do? Wow, nothing. Yeah, huh?
Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
Huh. Glass? Glass? No, it's not glass.
Awake again? Are we? Aha! The poor creature's
Flash?
fury
Oh,
was
that was a good
kindled
one.
with cruel forethought.
FLAS.
See this blade? I found it
Flask?
in the Gubu's
Okay, there we
back.
go.
I have
Someone
seen
stuck a
knives of this
knife
kind
up the
before.
Gubu's
They are most
butt?
commonly used for the cutting of rope. It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion. Piratical being the most probable.
Ah.
In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction.
Wait, seriously? No
I
vowels?
confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment
Excuse
of our
me?
victory.
There's a Y in here?
Mayhap a surfeit of ether?
Oh my god, there is a Y in this
I
one.
beg your pardon. A towering crystal. I'm sure I don't... Oh! Well,
guys, help.
this has been a day of unexpected revelations.
Sometimes
I
Y.
must
What is a
continue
5-letter
my
word
investigation.
with only Y in it?
In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business.
It's potentially a slur. I can just skip it.
The days ahead promise little rest.
What? I don't think they'll give you a slur, would they?
Depending on
May
who you
our
ask. I'd
paths
rather play
cross
it safe.
again, under the light of the crystal.
I wasn't even considering a slur as an option. I'll be honest.
Oh. Oh, I got my maid outfit. Excellent.
Now you gotta wear it.
Just remember doing that one and being upset, I see. Did I ever attune? I did not attune to the Summer Farms.
Same.
F.
We gotta run.
Once again, I am asking, do you two need a ride?
We gotta show everyone the struggles of playing Final Fantasy for the first time and not having a mount.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Actually,
Can't
actually,
have
I
the
do
screen
have a
approved.
mount, so no, I
can even
can't.
use
I
it.
can't.
No, we can't use it. We can't use it till we join a grand company later on.
I've been bamboozled.
You can't even fly to get to
No.
Waking Sands, so you have to
No.
go the long way around every single time.
No, actually, MSQ started giving you teleport tickets straight to the Waking Sands.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a dumb. Yeah, they give you tickets to Vesper Bay once you get to that part.
Yeah, you get you get
Wow, that's good.
yeah, you get tickets to Vesper Bay.
Dang, improvements.
I know, right? This is like new to so many of us who started years ago. Okay,
Mhm.
now we learn teleport. That's good. Ghost? Oh wow, that was a good guess, but no. T-O-R-A... No. What? R? Tacos? There's an R in there, so it can't be tacos. I was gonna be like, torch?
Oh,
No, it starts with an A.
I think I know what this is.
Aorta?
Aorta.
It is aorta! Like the heart of an aorta? What?
I thought you said Eorza, but like
Eorzea.
I was like Eorza.
Actually, there is the Final Fantasy wordle, isn't there?
Yes, there is. That sounds like a terrible time for everyone involved, though. Oh my god.
It's just like a bunch of made up
do it.
words.
Why not?
It's just a bunch of made up words. Speak with the slacking yeoman. Alright, let's get this maid outfit on.
I keep telling you, you can't even wear it.
Yes, you can.
What level are you?
It's only level 1.
No, but what level are you?
I'm level 8?
You haven't unlocked glamour yet.
I can wear it. Doesn't mean I have to glam it.
Oh, you just wearing it like armor? Oh my god.
There you go, guys. My maid outfit.
Okay. I was like, what are you talking about? You can't glamour it yet.
A pretty maid outfit.
Why do bunny boys look so... Holy...
What?
Why do bunny boys look so good?
They really do.
They're just hot.
They are. I have literally been sitting here simping over a friend's bunny for the last like half hour.
G-pose time? Are you guys in Summerford, or are you waiting for me to get back to Linza?
Oh, I'm sorry. I kidnapped Ember to my photo studio.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
No, I still have my bunny boy I made from when someone ordered me to Fantasia.
Nice.
He's too hot.
They
I gave him the snow haircut from Final Fantasy 13 and just like, god damn it. He's too pretty.
I have to do the rest of this run in this maid outfit now. On the outside. Personally, I just tell you on Sprout from Friends List for free. Nearest crystal? Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, this little potato.
You gave him some breadsticks. Oh, they're on the
I was like,
outside
where's
now.
this little?
On audio only, where do you dono? Someone wanna do the... Actually, I have a command for that. I can't even jump over this rock.
Ooh.
James is currently with his Cub Scouts. They're on a boat. Oh, does Ames not have any clips? Guys, we gotta clip Ames' streams more often. See, where do you go from here? Oh, over the bridge. I'm pressing my hotkey for sprint and I realize I didn't set it up for that yet. Oops. That was one too many. How much longer before we get to Sastasha? Bye, Hika.
I'm on my way.
You have money?
Yep. I just use. I'm the broke one here. That's okay. I'm just using quest skill money.
Hey, level 9. Convert Severin and cast doubt on his actions. Oh yeah, there's fall damage in this game. There was a time when fall damage would kill you.
Isn't that only when you get targeted by the enemy?
Yeah. That is now the case.
Mm-hmm.
What color should I dye the maid outfit? Or should I just leave it natural?
I think it's good the way it is.
Yeah.
As soon as you bring Ember back, we need more pictures because we're both bunny boys in maid outfits.
You know, I would suggest you to come over here, but I know you need to do the MSK.
I can't! I literally,
I know.
I am not allowed to teleport to apartments.
Really?
You need to do a quest to unlock the,
Like, are we? Is that possible?
No, wait, no, you can do it from the friend list.
Oh, I can do it from the
Yeah.
friends list? Okay.
Yeah, you can do it from the friends list. You can cheat your way into the apartment. Fight the system. Fight the system, Red.
I need to go save Severin's henchman. And then I'll be there in a second. From the deadly gobbies. Hooah! Chop! My bunny is very vocal when he uses his axe. Oh god, there's more. Did it, guys. We saved the henchman.
Hey.
Oh my god, Ames! Ames! That's a lot of money! Oh god. How many... What color should I do?
I think I like it, like traditional black and white like this.
Ames, thank you for donating $2.50. You're incredible. You're an incredible person.
That's not a huge amount of contribution, thank you.
Sorry you can't be here for the whole time? That's fine. I mean, I don't want anyone here to be here for the whole time, because it's 48 hours long! Part of me doesn't want to be here for that long.
You can't say that. You're the streamer.
You're the streamer. You can't.
You're the streamer. You're the main protagonist this time. You can't say this.
You can't give up. Don't give up.
No giving up. Also, I'm probably gonna
Never
screech
give
into
up.
your ears. I'm gonna screech into your ears like a banshee if I hear you fall asleep. So
Okay. Never give up.
this is not a threat. This is a promise.
Oh, I believe you. I would never doubt anything you say, Tina. Except if you ever said you're an upstanding citizen.
What? What did I do? Hello? Why am I?
It's in the apartments, right?
Yeah. Apartment. Run into the walls when you go in. I know this sounds very cryptic, but run into the walls when you are here.
Hi, Ember.
Hello.
Oh,
Okay.
God. Oh,
Please
oh my
leave me.
god. Are we... I just realized our hair color. We're Rin and Rem and Rem.
Alright, stop talking.
We're Rem and Rem.
Alright, stop talking.
Need a different pose. There we go.
Oh, what did I do? Oh dear. Alright, give me a second, my game's crashing.
Oh no! Your PC's like, it's too hot!
Oh shoot, it's actually crashing. Okay, give me a second. I might have to be back. Can't believe Abe came into my... Okay, we're fine. I can't believe Abe came in and immediately crashed my computer. Okay.
Re something. Yeah, re 0.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Where do you want me to stand?
Yep, that's right there is fine.
Okay.
Stay right there. Okay, you can leave now.
I'm gonna sit here for a bit while I do some Wordles. I honestly forgot how many more I have to do, but I'm gonna do like 3, 4 more. How's that? Lahi?
Good.
Is Lahi a word?
Lahi is absolutely a word.
This Wordle disagrees.
What does it say?
You try to peek in later if I get better internet. Thank you, Ames.
Take care, Ames.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, hold on. Back to the part where where you were telling chat that I am not an upstanding citizen. Can you do you care to explain? I'm distracted, but
that's Fina knows how to get to places, illegal places.
This doesn't mean that I am not an upstanding citizen.
So, are you saying that you would gladly report yourself to a GM and say you've been out of bounds?
No.
I thought so. Oasis, thank you so much for the raid.
Welcome, Raiders.
Hey.
Shady, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I'm gonna put your name up. Oh, Ames, if you're still here, come up with a tweet for me to type out. I need to actually contact everyone else who donated. They have to write tweets for me.
Yeah, Abe's got content coming out for the next like week or so.
Oh my god. What were you playing? Mario Kart 8? Were you playing with people?
Elden Ring is
What color should I do for...
nice
I need to do green for Shady.
I like it, personally speaking.
You're drunk? Happy 1 year, Abe. Thank you so much, Autumn. Make sure you drink some water, okay? You're well hydrated, thank you. Awesome. Virtue, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Oasis, thank you so much for following. Okay, so we're already at 8:55. I haven't done any of my milestones yet.
You want to take the time now to do one of
I
them?
may as well. I'm kind of just chilling here.
What happened?
At 800... Okay, so at 800, I need to play Fire Emblem 7 Iron Man. And I already need to play a horror game. Everyone seems to want me to play Visage. So...
Visage?
Yes. So if no one has any objections to that, I'll probably stream Visage down the line.
Ooh.
Ina, do you want to join me? I heard you loved horror games.
Hey guys, it was really nice talking to you guys, but it's getting really late and...
See, Stick 12, thank you so much for the follow.
Sounds familiar.
ID, what word are you and you want to rewatch ReZero? That's a good question. I'll have to step out real quick.
I cannot leave my cheat post right now, I'm sorry.
No,
I
no,
can't
you don't have to
check.
leave. I'm gonna leave so I can, Wait, how do I get out? Okay, there we go. Oh god, I'm too far from the door. Okay. Go outside the building. Should say in chat. Where am I?
Where is Xavier's TMs? Okay, there we go.
Okay. It is 13th Ward. New donation from someone? Oh, you donated to my coffee. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm in Mist 15. Someone, thank you so much for the coffee donation. Alright, gotta put my place back in here. Alright, where did I leave off? Yeah, so to all the raiders, I am... Abe, can you look at your face real quick? Of course. You want me to smile at you? Wait, do I even have that emote yet? I'm not sure.
Oh, wait. Ember, can you do a wink at Red, please?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay. That's it. Alright, thank you. Don't mind me. Which eye? It doesn't matter too much. Just pick an eye. Pick an eye that you want.
You wanna know what's funny? You ever just like type a bunch of random keys to name a file? Have you ever been told you already had a file with that name?
All the time. That's me when I edit pictures. Okay. I'm going to assume that you did this already, Ember. And I'm gonna go into G-pose. Hey. Okay. You're free to move again.
Beautiful, yes. Hina knows how to make everyone beautiful.
It's because I have such good bottles to start with.
Let's see. Okay, I actually have a couple things long overdue, but I might head to the restroom real quick before I show it. Let me finish this Wordle so I don't forget, and then I'll take like a short break.
Sounds good.
E.
Really? None of those? No. Chill is not a word. What could this be? It just occurred to us that, Ember and I are both wearing, Bunny Boy's wearing maid outfits, but she has blue hair and I have pink, and that makes us Rem and Ram from ReZero. And Fina's taking some G-pose pictures while I take a short break and before I continue with MSQ.
Yep. Gotta refresh yourself. Everyone else should do that too.
Oh, we got a $100 donation from Anonymous and another 20 from Hika, and that already breaks our goal, guys.
Hey.
Welcome back, Sora.
Welcome back, Sora.
Welcome back, Sora.
Good job, guys. Yes, thank you so much for your generosity, really. I don't know what to say, like, other than thank you so much.
You're the streamer, boss. Say something.
I couldn't have done it without you guys, for sure. I do my best to help people, but with this, I needed all the support I could get. At $1,000 goal, I now have to write a fanfic for everyone.
Yes!
Ooh.
And at our first stretch goal at 1,250, I have to read that fanfic on stream.
Abe is gonna join me and Ember in the list of streamers who read fanfics on stream.
And as much as I don't want to let people know, at 1,500, our final stretch goal, if we reach it, then I have to do a karaoke stream.
Oh.
Hey.
Hold on, what day is it? When do I get paid?
Oh, what stream? I karaoke stream.
Can you say what stream it is again?
It's gonna be a karaoke stream. What colors do we need on the board? We need more pink. Ape will serenade us. It will not be serenading. It'll be. I don't want to get you. I don't want to give you guys high expectations.
I think the most important part is that we want to hear you have fun.
Oh, I am going to have a blast. I know that for sure. I mean, I like to sing. I'm just not good at singing. So I'm not sure if other people want to hear me sing.
I like it when I can hear people who are enjoying themselves sing. It doesn't matter for me too much if they're good
already
or not.
high. I'd like to hear you sing so long as you're having a good time. Thank you, Virtue.
I agree.
And I gotta put it anonymous $100 donor.
Thank you, Anonymous. That's a
you.
lot of money.
There is. Wall is getting covered. I was gonna call this wall, here's all the warriors of lights.
Aww. That's cute.
The true heroes of the street. I can't believe I'm stuck on another wordle. I was doing so well. I was blazing through them, and then now I'm like, what's a word with E, A, and L in it?
Squeal.
That's too many letters. You said squeal, right? It ends in an A? It ends in an E? This is like one of those weird-ass words, I know it. Algae will lurk now and take it easy. I wish you both the best of luck and we'll tune back in later on. See you soon, Virtue. See, congrats to a year. If you plan to be back soon-ish, I was actually going to show something. But if you're not around for it, that's perfectly fine. Cleat? Like the shoes? I can't be cleat, because E can't be in the middle. Oh, it is algae! Oh my god. You're a pro at this, Slab. Alright, that's enough Wordle for now. If we work online working on stuff, so you're here, you're also not here at the same time. Okay, that's fine. If you're gonna go to bed at like 9 a.m. or like 5 a.m. Maybe 5 p.m. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, wait. So is it okay, so it's mine and Hika's stream now. See?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Although I'm over here finding a clay golem from the MSQ.
I am busy taking pictures. Yes.
Cute pictures.
Yeah, definitely cute pictures. Yep.
Hey, I'm watching on your ends of stream. It was like, let's see what's going on, the shenanigans. While I'm like exploring limbs out, struggling without any mount in this game.
Yeah, well, you too. Oh, wait, Red is not here right now, right? Wait, can he hear us? I don't think he can hear us, right?
I don't think so. I think
he
just
went to
took
the
off his
bathroom.
mic. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna order him pizza.
Oh?
But Domino's canceled my order. And I'm
Oh.
really sad about it. They
Did
canceled it right
Why did
as
they
they were
cancel it?
gonna close. I don't know.
Damn.
I think it's because they did I guess the transaction seemed kind of suspicious because the credit card was like not anywhere near him. So maybe they're like, oh, is this like a prank or something? I don't know. But it got canceled at the last minute. I was so sad.
I think you can't make I don't think you make make orders like from different locations that's like out of your state or something.
Right? I wanted to order. I even planned this out. I was so ready. Like I even scheduled the pizza delivery beforehand, like yesterday. But they just canceled on me. I'm so sad about it.
Damn.
Zach, what did I miss?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Nothing. Yes.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Uh-huh.
We were just talking about where we're in the game right now. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm currently being held prisoner in an apartment with no doors.
You can leave. I told you at the start. As soon as I locked you in, you can leave.
Yeah. I'm sure.
No, I'm serious. Cause I literally already took pictures of you.
Yep.
You're done. Shoo. Get out of my house.
Ave ends up with 10 pizzas let go. Is this what you guys are talking about? Sending me pizzas?
No, I was talking about something else.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. I'm gonna pour myself some coffee. Okay, so they're at the $100 goal mark, which seemed like so long ago. I meant to do a reveal. It was something I've been working on for about a month now, and I'm pretty happy about it. So I'm going to sip some coffee and then get that set up.
Yeah.
Hey.
Drum rolls. How do I send this?
How do you set what?
Hold on.
I don't know who Trust Issue is, but here's your complimentary pick. That's Bip. Bip is one of our friends. She is also a G-pose enthusiast.
Okay,
so she wanted to observe your work.
It's complimentary when you visit me. It comes with the package.
Okay. You guys ready?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it? Show us.
Nothing. I've completely disappeared.
A disappearing trick.
What is this?
What's this?
What is this sorcery?
What is this?
Oh.
What's happening?
Oh, let's go.
Oh my god.
You want pizza?
Hello, what is this?
Hello.
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 Oh my god.
Hello, everyone.
Oh my god, we both have sick jackets. Let's go.
Have you heard about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? You got double the horns. Yes, I do. Hello, everyone. I moved now. This is me.
Oh my god.
I've been working on this for quite a while now.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for you. Hello, look at you.
Hey, Holly. Yes, Eve is moving.
Right?
Thank you so much for stopping by.
So excited for you.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited to show this off finally.
Everyone's yelling he's alive, like,
Alive?
he just woke up, he just died or something.
I know, right? And... Wah. Hi everyone! The mask is off.
Oh my god,
This is me now.
so cute!
So precious.
Thank you. I spent days working on this model, trying to get it to work. I remember once I woke up at like 2 o'clock in the morning and I was like, you know what? Let's keep working on this. I don't know. And then I just kept working on it for like the next 4 hours, and then I had to go to work.
You're insane! Oh my god, look at this!
That is so adorable.
Thank you
This is
guys,
so
thank you.
cute. Oh.
I managed to even give myself some scales to make it a little bit more accurate. I have the horns and the little black spikes on my head.
Oh my god, he's moving. She's moving.
Thank you guys.
You
Thank
worked
you.
really hard on it, and it shows.
Thank you so much to Sora, who gave me so much advice on getting this model ready. Thank you to Ember for teaching me about different software to use. And Fina, thank you for the feedback you gave me too.
Always.
I'm part of the V-Roid family now.
Join us!
Yeah, Neck, we finally hit 1K.
Hi, Nico. Also, you know, sometimes I forget that I am supposed to be a V-Roid streamer.
Once upon a time, but then like your PC just gets too hot. Yeah, Velo in 3D now.
You can eat pizza. Oh my god, yeah, we can send him 3D pizza now, guys.
Oh my god, don't send me
Guys.
pizza, please. I still have to eat the
Send
spicy
pizza.
noodles.
Oh,
You can eat the spicy noodles on the pizza.
Oh, that sounds awful.
exactly.
What do you mean that's awful? That's absolutely
That sounds
valid
like a
way to eat
stomach ache
noodles.
waiting to happen. That's what I mean.
I mean, that'll keep you awake.
Or just imagine having someone order you spicy pizzas.
Drink the spicy... Yeah, that's right. Someone recommended that I blend the spicy noodles. Rogu,
Okay.
thank you so
Wait,
much for
Dret.
the 10 gift subs. Oh my god, we're about to have another boost train.
Oh, are we going again? Okay.
Boost.
New motto is so precious.
Thank you. V-Roid Studio is like a lot of fun to play with, honestly. I mean, there was a
It really
time where
is.
I was having so much trouble with V-Roid Studio that I thought it was going to break on me. It would take 30 seconds to like 4 or 5 minutes just to make a single edit because there were so many layers and so many textures and all the bones,
Oh my
bones and the hair.
Yes!
Yep.
Yes!
You see now why I had trouble running it. I was just like, every time I opened it to try to do something, I was like, oh
It was
my god.
it was so much for my PC that I had to buy new RAM.
Yep.
I had, so
That's the issue I have too.
I upgraded from 16 gigs to 32 just so I could use this model.
Ooh.
And
I was gonna...
even
Oh, sorry, go.
like when I because Hika's also a V-Roid VTuber, but he only uses it for very few games because if he has it on for a very high def game, it chugs. You notice it so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, I think mine was made by Unity and Blender by my friend who made it for me. So.
Oh, your friend made it
Oh
for you. I
wow,
see.
that's
Yeah.
cool.
I didn't commission it, and she did it for me. I was like, I
Aw.
was like, thank you. But yeah, it only works unless I'm like streaming on my consoles. So that'll be most of my case. But if I had to stream like games like Monster Hunter Rise, then yeah, I'm gonna go back to my PNG. I ain't gonna make my PC explode for that reason.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I actually have 2 more things to show with my model. Minor, nothing huge. You've seen it all. But You're smiling so much at Eve moving. Can I dab? I can't. I don't have the, was it the leap motion sensor? So I can't move my arms.
There is an application that does do it without using leap motion, but that requires subscription stuff.
Oh, I see. I wasn't aware
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah, I think I
Reveals.
found that out with my friend. Yeah.
I have so many reveals. I was supposed to do it over time, but then your guys are like, here's so much freaking money. And Holly, thank you so much for the $50 donation. I'm gonna put your name on the wall of stickies, and I need you to tell me what to tweet. A's model is so good, super cute, thank you.
Literally all.
You keep staring at it, zoom in.
Here, take my money and go.
The clothes are, as you probably guessed, like very tech wear. It is fairly Arknights inspired, so the coat just reminds me a lot of very much towards like the Rhodes Islands recruit jackets, but since it's white, it also reminds me a little bit of the Penguin Logistics colors. You shouldn't have doubted us. You're fist pumping. Oh, thank you so much, Fina. Arknights cosplay. Let's go. Fina's already got that set up. But I don't have a cosplay to wear, so it'll just be Fina and Ember, I think.
We can fix that.
Can I be Ace?
What?
Just tweet a picture of a cute animal for you. Alright, do you have a preference on an animal? Baby hamster? You got it. I still have Twitter open? I do so. There we go. Tweet's been made. Arknights inspired Jack. Yes. Oh, thank you for the community hydrate. Everyone, please take a sip of water. Oh yes, I get to join the league of people whose models go jank when you take a sip of water. It just starts freaking out. Okay, Abe drinking water. Yes, you can now see it. You can see it happen. You can't catch me lying anymore. All right. I'm gonna do a quick change. Let me see if I still remember how to do this. There we go. Very small change. This is when I need to get serious.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh. You have the mask like you do in game.
I do. It's also when I'm feeling a little shy and I don't want to show my scales. COVID safe, yes.
The mask.
I have the mask, yep. Although I'm not playing on my character right now, so it's hard to see the similarities. Hey! Why'd you do that for? Ember's so tall! I'm like a head shorter than Ember right now. That was a good shark on screen, sad it is gone. It's right there. The Major General. Alright, and I have one more thing to show. This one is more of a meme, for sure. But thank you, Sora, for bringing this to my attention. It's very perfect for this event. The perfect hoodie.
Oh my.
Have you guys heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV?
Why is there never a jacket that exists in the world right now? We need that.
Oh my god.
It comes with the expanded free trial, which includes the Heavensward expansion. And you can play up to level 60 for free with no restriction on playtime. Sora's like, God, you saw this and I was like, perfect.
Mama Catherine says happy anniversary, Eve.
Thank you, Mama Catherine. Hope you're doing well.
Someone, we need to make sellings on this jacket.
I need to sell this hoodie, yeah. Niv, hello, welcome back. But this time what? For the first time?
For the first time in forever.
Oh, now you're gonna have that song in my head now.
You can get it out by singing it.
No, I don't want to. I urge to resist.
Okay. Do you guys like the hoodie more, or do you like my techwear jacket more? It just depends on which one you want me to stick to for now.
I think it's thematically appropriate for the jacket.
Okay, I'll be lurking now. Have fun, everyone. Thank you so much for the lurk, Holly. Good to see you. Check it. 132454. Welcome to the stream. Hello. The hoodie should be your outfit every time someone requests the scripture. Yeah, totally. Okay. One more reveal. I think it's the last reveal I have ready. You just found something on Steam called Card Creator, and you're all for it? What's Card Creator? Is it like the Steam trading card creator? Or is it something else? You create cards. Like, I should have known. What do you do with those cards, though? Like your own cards. You can print them and play. Oh! That's cool. For stronger effect, eat boiled egg every time you're about to read hoodie text. 8. Ifina.
Oh.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV as an expanded free trial? You can't talk about drinking water like this. It's the perfect time. Did you know it comes with the award-winning expansion Heavensward? In that you can play up to level 60 for free with no restriction on playtime? Did you know?
Oh my god, tell me more.
Well, it's significantly better than what WoW's retrial is like.
Not the WoW shading.
Another clip of a pink-haired VTuber choking on water.
No.
Oh no. Hello, Slicer.
Hey, Slicer. Welcome, welcome. I think the reason why my model is blinking so much is because I'm smiling.
No.
When I'm smiling, I can't stop blinking. And I think
That
that's
is
why my eyes are
frustrating.
always closed.
Do you have glasses, Red?
I do have glasses, yes.
Okay. I have this issue where if I don't have a light directly aimed into my face, I feel like my camera has issues knowing if I'm blinking or not.
That's possible, yeah.
Yeah, that usually the glasses.
And it's probably like combination of having glasses and being Asian, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yep.
It's like when I get photos, it's like you either get the smile or you get the eyes. You gotta pick one. When I laugh, your eyes just go. Yeah, that's it. Slicer, hello! Thank you so much for the follow. I'm supposed to wear glasses if you choose blindness.
That is brave.
Very
I
brave
can't
of
do
you.
that.
Very brave.
Fina should fork over your last name.
I should. Well, how?
Fork over your last name to Virtue.
Fork over. Oh. Yeah, Virtue can have the Braveheart last name now.
There's no fanfare for dating? I wish there was. I don't know how to program that. Because even I'm forgetting when when donates are coming in. But thank you so much for the donation, Niv. Really appreciate it. Except driving, you have to be safe while driving. Yes, that is appropriate.
The chat block. Yes, because my chat blog is the derpy email.
ID fanfare with hoodie reads. Niv, have you heard? Did you know that Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial? Did you know that it also includes the award-winning expansion Heavensward? Did you? It's the game I'm playing right now. You could play too. You could play on Exodus and play with us.
You can start for free.
Trust me, I've tried the free trial a ton of times. No way, you mean it's free up to level 60? Yeah, you're right, it is. You suck at it? No.
It's okay, me too. I suck at
like,
this game too.
It literally doesn't matter what your performance in this game is.
I think the nice thing I enjoy about the game is that there's so many different ways to play it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And there's a lot of helpful people here.
Also, yeah, honestly, I suck at this game. You're not gonna be alone.
Yes, Miss Fina, the triple legend.
No, that's it. That's all you can say.
Miss Fina, the triple legend, is terrible at this game. And if Fina can do it, anyone can do it.
True. If I can do it, then anyone can do it. I am very stupid.
Ember doesn't know how to play this game either. Right. The thing that I was supposed to reveal, but I completely forgot. So I also had something else made. I've been trying to find the right person for it, and I'm glad I did, because they were able to capture exactly what I wanted. So, I'm going to be playing something right now.
I can't hear it if you're playing something.
You hear it now? I'll start from the beginning. Can you hear it now?
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. No, ignore me. I'm stupid.
You had it muted, didn't you? Yes, so this BGM is titled A Moment of Respite, and it was made by Virtue. She was incredible to work with. I gave her like the bare minimum of details. I'm so bad with like explaining what I like, but Virtue somehow translated everything. I remember this was at like 4 in the morning. I was like, you know what? I kind of want a BGM, and I listened to what Virtue could come up with, and I think they're the good person for this. So I messaged Virtue at like 4 in the morning because I wanted to get the message in as soon as possible. I didn't know how long it would take before it came to my stream. And like 15 minutes later, Virtue's like, "Hey, what's up?" At 4 in the morning. I was awake at that time. Yeah, we both were. So we were just talking for a couple hours trying to figure out what exactly I wanted, and you know, Virtue said, "You know what? I can do this. I can work with this." And I was like, "You can? Well, all right. I believe you. If you say that, but you are also up at 4 in the morning." I mean, yes, we don't talk about that. Anyways, Virtue was up at 4 in the morning, and we were discussing music, and she sent samples back and forth and came up with this, and I love it. It's just phenomenal. You did so good. I'll play it again for you guys. Maybe Fina will unmute the stream to hear it.
Here, let me check it out.
Eve is always up at 4. That is not true. Not always. Often, but not always.
Oh, this looks great.
Right? I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh lord, he is in 3D now. Yes, Kier. Everyone, let's welcome Kier. He's our static warrior. He likes to complain a lot. Our S tier support is now S+ upgraded. I was so excited to receive this. I remember receiving the samples, and this track I listened to for 5 hours straight on repeat while I was working, and I never got sick of it. And then the day that Virtue gave me the final version, I listened to that the entire workday on repeat, and I never got sick of it. That's how I knew that this was the right one. Thank you again.
I promise I'll see more. Fuck no, I won't.
That is the perfect clip, actually. Because that just encompasses what our discussion was.
All I saw when I looked into that screen was like, was that a wheeze?
Alright, where's my MC? He's gonna take me. Golly, thank you for the hydrate and posture check. That's unexpected transition from BGM mode, yes. Everyone please take a sip of water and check your posture. You're dead. Hey Sarah, wake the fuck up. Got a job to do. Keep trying to press my sprint key and I haven't set it to a key yet. Language? What do you mean language? This is an 18+ stream. Wait, what? Excuse me? You heard me. I need to adjust volume. I'll lower it. Music's louder than my voice? Okay. I'll have the music set up during, like my BRB screens. Hey, Sunbun! Welcome back, welcome back. I need you to tell me what to tweet. Oh. You actually didn't hear anything? It wasn't instigating anything? Hi, Sun, bye, Sun. Where is the cock? Oh, over there. Good. If Sun is muted, I'll probably have to message. Wait, what we're gonna name your chocobo? Right. Wasn't it like Brazzle Fresh? I feel like I'm so behind on this pace. You spent 4 hours and I'm only level 9. Well, you have to sleep, but I'll see you, Avier and Co. when you wake up. Have a good night, Slab. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Good night, Slab.
Good night.
What else? I don't know who the anonymous is, unfortunately.
I mean, you could just say anonymous.
Well, yes,
That's
but
okay.
I can't ask them what they should tweet.
Oh.
Oh. It's Laura. I am destroying the... What are these things? Bulls? Goats? Reese? Hey, hold up. Wait, I have the beast gauge now? Oh, it's because of Defiance. It's like, what use is a level 10 Marauder have for the beast gauge? Not the bovines. Ignore me, ignore me. Pride and Joy. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Someone else redeemed the Pride and Joy. Okay, I'll get that ready. Imposter check? Okay, gotcha. Everyone, please check your posture. I'll sit up to you. Let's see. While I'm running. There we go. Birchie's like, your face is so ugly, I don't want to see it. Oh, I can upgrade my accessories. Wait, no, I was just curious. This drawing was the first drawing that Basil ever did for me. He was trying to draw me from from memory, and this is what came out of it. Miku, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Skipping dialogue, SMH. I'm just skipping, like, the boring parts. If there's any voice cutscenes, I have to play it, though. I mean, it's nothing too important. It's just pirates stole some farm tools, and now I have to go murder all of them, because that's what you do, right? Someone steals your stuff, you just murder them. Cheese cells or ram eager? I believe it was ram horns. Yo, you reached the goal. Yeah, I did! I don't know, I was not expecting it to happen, like, in a couple of hours. I've already done like most of my big reveals.
Better come up with more fast.
More things to reveal? I don't know. How quickly can I get a commission in?
Boy.
Let's see. Oh, I have to go back to the farmstead. How you doing, Miku? I'll leave this mask on for a little bit because I remember Ember also redeemed it. Ooh, got an axe. Knee reveal at 2,000? No.
Eat review at 2 times.
Eat review?
Feet.
Feet? No.
That was even a faster no.
Feet? No.
He was
Just got
really,
home
like,
from work? Damn. So late. How goes the donathon so far? It's been a lot of fun. One toe for every $1,000? Vina, would you do one toe for $1,000?
So if I do 3 toes, then I can have a really good live today motto, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously outside reaching the goal. Seriously, so happy to see it. Yeah, me too. I still have 2 more stretch goals. You also have 10 toes. Yeah, I'm very proud of the friends that I've made. You guys are awesome.
Yes, you are.
Congrats on the model too. Yes, I can show you, Miku, and then I'll put the mask back on. Wow. No, you're awesome, Velo. No, you're awesome, Virtue. Red is awesome. Yes, yes, call him out. What did I do? Where is this sending me? I'm level 11, does that mean I'm close to... I'm 2 levels above the MSQ. Calling you out for being awesome, SMH. But what did I do to deserve being called out? Do some awesome for the rest of us. Ugh. Virtue, I'm not even doing anything. How does that make me awesome? Oh, wow, these accessories suck. Let's get this mask back on. No one wants to see my face.
Uh-huh.
They just want to see pride and joy. What's off-centered a little bit, oops.
Ooh, level 13.
Wow, you're ahead of me. You're gonna get this. Well, even if you do get a Sastasha, we can't run it together.
No,
Can we get a 4th person?
We can't if we get a 4th
Yeah.
person.
Oh wait, no, but also I need to pick up another Chow because we're both tanks.
Not unless we get a 4th person.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. How do we... Huh? How do we get over there? Gonna be resting and lurking, but you'll be hanging by. Thank you so much for stopping by, Miku. Really excited to see you tomorrow. IDM is search for you to add on alt. I'm a heal soon, TM. Gotcha. Helping out this guy. Why are we always saving Severin's henchmen?
Because it's the right thing to do.
Is it?
Let them learn the lesson.
On that, it's a story for the Dark Knight, though.
Wow, solo dude. Can I manage? Tattooed man. What's happening to his face blue? Oh, he's dying. Here I come in to save the day in my maid outfit.
It's like master.
Exactly what they want to see.
I poured my coffee, but I didn't drink any of it yet. Cute Ram mask. Is it Little Ladies Event reward? The secret one. Oh right, I gotta go. Mikusagi's design reminds me of the color orange. I'm gonna put your name and orange. Did I already put name on? Oh, I have to fight. I didn't do nib yet, so I'm gonna do that after. Fight the rock golem. Remember everyone, get aggro, run through 8 mobs.
Ooh, I could be thief now.
You want to talk about how to tell if you're aggro? Besides the fact that it might be slapping you.
Other than the fact that it's slapping you in the face. It might be more prevalent once we actually get into the game. It'll be easier to demonstrate. He looks so serious and Abe rushes into his maid outfit. It is so perfect, yes. Like Golem could be the Golem could be vanquished. Where'd he go? Snake slithered away. Hiya, Stola! Can I have a hug? No?
We literally just been.
Are you saying you don't ask for hugs from strangers? Mommy has arrived.
Mommy!
Mama Abe has been here. Thank you very much. Am I Mama Abe now? Abe is mom friend confirmed. Oh no. How many more Wordles do I have to do? I think at least a couple more. Oh right. In less than 2 hours, I'm gonna do the first raffle drawing for a 60-day time card.
Ooh.
All you have to do is donate at least $5 to participate. Let's see. Later, really? It starts with A. Where do we go from here? Asher? Asher's not. Asher? Homer, the Y time for slab? Aviator? No, that's not a real word. My name isn't a real word. Oh yeah, ominous object in the sky. No, baby.
Aster.
Aster? Oh, no. That's not right. Anger? Nope, not anger. We have one try left.
Why do you say nope, not anger, and then type it in anyway? Oh, I think I know what it is.
Actor is not a word.
Amber.
Amber? Like our good friend Ember? Oh, it is Amber. Nice job. Oh, Fina, you're so smart.
I'm the last person you should be saying that to. I am literally the last person you should be saying that to, but thank you.
Wow. Your stove is so pretty. You are so smart. Thank you, but no thank you.
I'm learning to take compliments, okay?
You sure?
It's a work in progress.
Yeah. You're still as suspicious of me. She wonders why I'm helping people, even if they've done bad.
She has a sudden interest.
She wonders why you're wearing a maid outfit.
Couldn't be. Do I have to go back to... Yeah, I have to go back to... What? Yeah. McGill.
Wait, do you need more?
No. I spent like
okay.
I spent like 3k of your one mil that you gave me. Hello, Fina.
Hello.
Nice dragon.
You need a ride.
Like the 3 feet over here. Low. Tales of your heroic deeds precede you. All the lazy workers came back. They didn't want to be pirates, they wanted to be farmers again. You were gonna... But you're not attuned? Oh no. How are you level 43 and you're not attuned to the Summerford Farms? Perfect character to suffer. At least you have a mount. Not that far from, Linza. Oh, maybe? Oh, so the Reavers are kind of servants of the Sahagin. This guy used to be one of them, but then he ran away, and now that's why they want to kill him. What a nice redemption arc. Oh, shut it, Severin. This guy's probably gonna be like... Oh, never mind. He's gonna turn himself in. There'll always be a place for you at the Summerford Farms Lab. What's a prison sentence length in a game like it, or a world like the Eorzea?
That is a good question.
Can you type derpy and IS for slab? Sure. That is an interesting question. I can't get on.
Do you actually need a ride?
Where am I supposed to go? Oh, I need to go back to Linza. I'll just teleport.
Okay, bye.
I just wanted to ride the cool dragon. Is it only a 2-seater?
It's only 2-seater. I have 4-seaters though. If you actually need a ride.
I mean, I probably won't need a ride for like some time because everything's just so close. Oh yeah, let me drive my car. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Emperor really likes the Regalia car.
Does she? Okay, yeah, you can drive this time, Ember.
Let's see, I'm gonna go to the app. What do I need to do? What am I doing? Jerky. Oh, wow, there is a Y in this word.
Uh-oh. Take a look.
Yeah.
Berry.
Berry. Too many. Hey! You got it right. Where do I go? Oh yeah, I gotta go. What is his name? Bataman? Bataron? Did someone ever get back to me? Oh, never. I need to go through my list. Sunbun, Robo Steven. Ember, you're here. What do you want me to tweet? Neko, what do you want me to tweet? Diva, probably asleep. Melon went to bed. AB, what do you want me to tweet? I think you did more than 20 at this point. Yeah, you did 40 in total.
Why are you in Wordle Hell?
What's that? Why are you in Wordle Hell? It's because every time someone donates, I think it was $10, I have to finish a Wordle. I am back, Abe. You have a 3D model? I do! Welcome back, Muffins. I can move now. I can eat pizza. I've been working on this for... I guess I can talk a little bit about it. So this model... I had purchased a base model, and then I made all the edits myself. It did not look like an Aurora to begin with, for sure. But I spent the better half of the last month putting this together. You're no longer trapped in second dimension. Congrats. Yes. It's finally good to be free. Yo, you worked on it yourself? Yes, it was a lot to learn. I had to recreate this hairstyle all by myself. I had to give myself these horns, the white ones and the black ones. I had to give myself these scales. And all the size changes on the outfits. Also, what else? I had to make minor adjustments to the eyes. But yes, a lot of this is modified work. The new rewrite is actually very nice because it's like character customization. Yeah, it's not without flaws. It does get very clunky, and it probably uses like 8 gigs of RAM just to run it. But when it works, it produces this. Look how cute I am. Oh yeah, I have a tracker that I should be using. What's the... Here it is. There you go. Okay, I am 10% of the way there, guys.
You're taking your time.
Oh no, I don't want to do leaves. Who wants to do leaves? Where's the skylift? Oh, is this... Oh wait, never mind. How do I get here? Oh, if I keep getting more outfits, I need a bigger hard drive. Yeah, the outfit customization is really nice. I haven't even showed my lower half. It's nothing that special. I put a lot more effort into the top half, but
Wait,
my
no,
clothes are a combination of different costumes. So I kind of like, I went through booth, I kind of went, you know, clothes shopping, and found a couple different outfits that I liked, and I kind of just merged them together into different layers. You haven't shown us your what? The bottom half. I could say that on my stream because it's 18 plus. Show?
Do it.
Do it now.
It's not even like a request, it's just like a show.
We paid money for this show. You better show us that bottom half.
Show them legs.
That's what you're saying, right, Pina? Seamless costume change. I love that.
Buzz off, buzzards.
Where do I have to go again? Oh yeah, over the bridge. Okay. Let me see if I can do this. So... Forgot the hotkeys for this application. I'm gonna make myself a little small. So, if you have gloves... And how do I move? There we go. I'm tiny!
You can zoom in and drag yourself upwards to make yourself bigger.
Yeah, but then I'd like behead myself if I did that. So yeah, this is my bottom half.
What? This is so cool!
I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Leggies. Yes, I have leggies.
Wow. Arc scare.
Yeah, it's very Arknights.
Arknights character gang.
What program am I using? I'm using a VC Face. This is kind of just like what I was most comfortable with.
Hey yo, wake the fuck up, Red.
I'm running into the wall.
Wake up, Red.
Yeah, I'm awake.
Wake up.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Wake up!
Wake up! Okay, I'm up.
Wake up!
My maid outfit's getting wet. Leg stream. Did I put my hoodie back on? Are you kidding me? I am the future savior of this world and you want me to pick up garbage? Hello? Eventually I'll have more buttons to press. Just kidding, level 50 you have like no buttons to press, right?
You don't really have any buttons until you're 60 or something.
It's like at least like 2, 4, 5, 8 buttons for the first dungeon.
And like most of the dungeon you just press overpower anyways.
Yeah. Up on my way to Morbray Docks.
Wow, so far. Sans crab. Millicorn seedling. Oh! Slugs! Wait, I have overpower.
Red. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
I'm fairly ambivalent. It's not something I generally go straight for, but if it's available, I'm not afraid to eat it.
Okay, what's your go-to then? I'm curious now.
Pepperoni mushroom.
Pepperoni mushroom. Okay.
Nothing too, adventurous. But I like a combination of meat and vegetables.
A balanced meal.
I don't know if pizza counts as a balanced meal.
What do you mean? This mushroom.
Shrooms.
What about you, Hika? What kind of pizza do you like?
Ember wants me to tweet the scripture.
Green bell peppers and sausage.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
Also a meat and vegetables kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have... Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm just talking to myself.
Oh, no. Yeah, pizza has sauce and bread and vegetables. Like, it's definitely a balanced meal. I don't know what you're on about.
It's got so much carbs, though. It's definitely carb skewed.
So the solution is to pile on more meat, is what you're saying. Obviously, this is the only solution. But carbs do be hitting different at like 2 AM in the morning, though.
That's why I'm trying to avoid carbs. Otherwise I'm gonna crash so hard. I have like a bag of jerky in front of me. You know that question that's like what?
Like?
You can live entirely on potatoes and butter. So if you put buttered potatoes on pizza, you can live off of pizza.
Really?
And
Thank you for that trivia.
you can make the pizza out of potatoes.
Yes.
What is one food that you would bring on a deserted island?
Probably potatoes.
Probably potatoes. Can you grow potatoes on an island?
Depends on what kind of island it is.
And if it has woods.
What kind of soil is it? Is there fresh water? Yeah, and then you can put crispy potato chips on top of that potato crust pizza. Look, then you can have like potatoes with all kinds of different texture together, but they're all still potatoes.
Potato crust pizza. Is it like a hash brown?
I don't like this.
You don't like this anymore? I wonder if it's time to go for the noodles. Let me see if I can.
Noodles time?
Might be noodles time.
Oh, spicy noodle time?
Yes. I've asked my brother
Let's
to
make it
put
happen.
in chili oil to make it spicier.
Oh.
I never had
natto?
natto.
I have not had natto either.
Is it kind of like sticky rice?
Technically,
You
isn't
should
Ireland an
make
island?
it.
Yes, I guess Ireland is an island.
You should definitely make that. What's the. Not challenge. A goal? Or donation for something at some point to eat natto. Yep,
Natto?
yep.
Where would I get
Donation.
Do you not have a Japanese store near you?
Not.
I'm gonna assume not.
Not really. I know there's a Japanese convenience store I used to go to. Maybe there's natto there.
They might have natto there, yeah.
Maybe. Your brother is gonna give you spicy noodles? Spicy nudes? Yes. I've requested spicy nudes from my brother.
Technically, isn't Ireland an island?
Yeah, I laughed at that too.
The
Welcome to the
island's a
stream, Dad.
potato. I guess technically, yeah. Hika, what would you bring if you had to
An island?
bring one food to an island? Yeah,
I think I said potatoes as well.
potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say potatoes are pretty good to bring onto a deserted island. I feel like.
I see no other option but potatoes. That's what I come up with it.
Like relatively. I guess it depends on the strain, but I can see it being relatively okay / easy to grow as well. So.
Very versatile. Oh wait, I didn't attune. I keep forgetting to attune to these ether rights. I haven't done this in so long. I just assume that I'm already attuned to every crystal in the world. It's a bad habit.
Oh, Red, I forgot to ask.
What's up?
When did you want me to talk about stuff? Or
it's a good question.
tomorrow? Or because I don't know what your schedule is like for everyone involved.
I don't really have a schedule. People kind of just pop in and out whenever. You sleep, good luck, and check in tomorrow. Thank you, Varsh. Have a good night. I don't mind doing it now. But I know that Hika's streaming, so.
Okay, I don't mind waiting.
Yeah.
I am in no
You can- it's
rush. Are you sure?
Yeah, doesn't really mind. Our stream is safe. Yeah.
I know Hika's good about it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
cool.
gonna have like a fairly serious conversation. And
Is it that serious?
I
Oh
mean,
no.
more than usual, more than what you would expect from casual stream.
I guess.
I don't know if it is the type of concept you want to have more control over. Whether it's, you know,
Yeah. If you don't want me to talk about it, that's absolutely okay. I don't mind just waiting until he gets done streaming, because I'm gonna be here for a while.
I might end stream soon, so you won't have to worry about it anytime soon because I'm also having to fall asleep at some point because I have work at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, I see.
Ooh, yeah, go to sleep.
Yeah, I will. I will do that once I finish this quest real quick.
You know,
I'm worried. These guys just don't give up.
I was kind of like planning out the timeline of how far I'd get in a certain amount of time, and I was like, Nastasha, it take me like an hour. It's been 4.
It's been like 5 hours.
I'm so bad at this game.
I like how it's been like. Sorry, go.
No, you're good.
Hey, you reached your donut goal.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the important part.
You didn't reach your dungeon goal.
Reach my dungeon goal. See, this is why I can't be a speedrunner. Everyone wants me to speedrun games because it's, like, supposed to be challenging. I can't do that. I get distracted way too easily.
God, I can never speedrun.
I don't want to even talk about the speedruns that I've done with God of War. Brain still hurts from that day. Oh, where's this quest?
Those were fun to watch, though. I haven't seen... I never played the first 2 God of War, so I wasn't... Or, you know, the first 2 plus the 2 spin-offs.
Yeah.
So, watching you was the first time I've ever seen that series.
Yeah, like, I've been carrying those games on my PlayStation for, like, almost a decade since it's been in my library. It's just like, you know what? I'm gonna boot it up. Start, like, have a little kick to it before it dies out one day. I was never expecting to reach to the PS4 one, like, in about within the 2 months I've been playing those games.
48 hours to complete ARR, 8 to reach Sestasha, 26 to reach Copperbell, 40 to reach Hawk Manor, and then speed over to Praetorium.
Oh my god! I mean, with all the accessories you're using, I'm pretty sure you'll be fine with that the earring.
I don't think I'll have an issue with leveling. It's really just the cutscenes, and then the rest is what, dungeons and running place to place and fetch quests.
Give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Just get a good healer to go with you, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm playing Warrior, because like warriors don't die.
Oh, right now you do die.
Well,
you don't get to self-heal yet, do you?
No, you don't. You don't get the upgraded heal until like level 70. I do have Thrill of Battle, but honestly, like warriors are so much better tanks than paladins sub 50.
Hey,
to be fair.
Dark Knights. No Blackest Night.
No Blackest Night.
I still think it's like insane how different the performance of Dark Knights is in dungeons versus.
Oh, Pika, thank you so much for the raid.
You're welcome.
Welcome back. It's been a while.
But for me, I must sleep. Otherwise, I'm gonna end up waking up another hour before I go to work.
Alright.
Hey.
So much for stopping by. You're more than welcome to come back anytime you like.
Well,
yeah.
Be here for a while.
Emotional.
No problem.
Oh.
You have a good night.
Did I scare Ian away? Sorry.
No, he had to go do stuff.
Okay, gonna get my room.
See you guys next time.
Or else I'm not gonna get it back.
Take care.
Good night, Pika.
Why are you here? Go do your quest.
Fine.
Shoo. Shoo. We don't have to do an MSQ. We don't have an AR to finish.
I wanted to hang out with the cool kids.
You can be cool when you finish ARR.
God, alright.
Okay, well, no one's here, so this is a perfect time to be having this talk.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't know what you're going to say. What do I say?
Yeah, how do we get into this, right? Like,
how do we even start on this?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk about who you're donating to?
Yeah, I
We can start with that.
All right. So for those who weren't here at the beginning, the charity that I have chosen is Equality Texas Foundation. They're a nonprofit that specializes in providing, community activism, education, and also political support to those who are, in favor of civil rights for trans youths and trans families. They're currently, I've been following them for a little bit since the start of last month, especially with these recent actions from the Texas governor to kind of put a lot of pressure on essentially making the lives of trans youths awful. More recently, what he's done is kind of put pressure on child protection services to investigate any families that allow their trans children to get gender-affirming healthcare. And this is very important healthcare that they need in order to kind of feel proper, feel themselves. Ina is here to kind of tell us more about her experiences growing up with gender dysphoria. She's very kind to do it. She's been a good friend to me, been a good friend to Mia as well. So, I'm really happy that she is willing to do this.
Yeah, I have had the privilege to be able to become who I am today. And I think part of what I feel like I have to always do as part of just to pay it forward is to try to educate, try to help as many kids questioning themselves or going through transitions or thinking about going through the transition process. I want to help as many of those kids as possible, and this is just one of those things that I can do to help.
And I think that sort of education and exposure is really important, because that's what a lot of people have to kind of I have to right to say this. It makes it a lot easier to deal with dysphoria if you kind of have that exposure and you see other people and relate to other people going through the same things. And a lot of that delay involves a lot of confusion, lack of exposure. So education helps, speaking with other people who you can relate to also helps. Kind of is a good way to find some guidance,
Yeah, I think also just the fact that they're just explaining or showing people that there is this possibility that you can become someone like this. I think for a lot of kids, they didn't even consider it because they've just never seen anyone like that growing up. And it just didn't even enter into their minds as like a possibility growing up. There's also possibly a lot of fear of coming out, obviously, because you are worried about societal expectations, you're worried about your familial expectations, you're worried about potentially losing all your social circles because you are just like, hey, maybe I just kind of want to be who I am, and right now I'm not super happy with who I am right now. So for people who don't know anything about me, hi, I'm Fina. I am also a V-streamer. I am a friend of Red. And I am trans in real life. I am male to female. I have transitioned. I started my transitioning since I think 3rd year of college is when I started the process. But as far back as my small brain can remember, I've always had gender dysphoria. So we can talk about this. We can talk a little bit more about gender dysphoria, what it means, how it feels like. Again, disclaimer. I am male to female, so I might not have a good. I might not be able to fully explain to you how it feels if you are possibly thinking of going the other way, or if you're possibly thinking of just becoming NB. Actually, if you, yeah. So, but I'll try my best to help you as much as I can. So for me, I grew up in Vietnam, which is a Southeast Asian country. Southeast Asia, Vietnam, it's a third world country. I'll just say that right. like even now, I think it's still a third world country. And accordingly, LGBT rights are not exactly really a thing that's like a thing there, you know? I think people have been trying to make changes to that now, but when I was born there, it was just not a thing. I think one of the earliest memories I had me questioning was I remember we were watching TV, right? But I'm sorry, this is about to get a little bit heavy. We were watching TV. We were having dinner. We were watching TV together as a family, and on the news they were talking about these prostitutes who are being rounded up by the police. Prostitution is illegal in Vietnam, and they were making a point to say that these prostitutes were transgender. And I very clearly remembered my dad talking just out loud to the family. He was like, "Oh, good. I'm glad that they got them." And I think I was like 5 years old at that time. I honestly don't remember how old I am. But that was the first fight that I've ever had with my family. I was just not having it because I was just like, wait, hold on. Like, okay, I think I remember telling my dad something basically like, look, I understand that prostitution is illegal here, but what does that has anything to do with the transgender part? I was just like, as a kid, I was super confused at the idea about why it was not okay. And I remember getting really mad at him for that. I didn't understand why I was mad at it. I think at the time I was just like, well, it's not logical. But I mean, now I know why. But you know. So for me, for the longest time, I had gender dysphoria. I always told my friend like, oh, you know, like I wish I grew up. I wish I was born a girl. I wish this, I was that. And then people would tell me like, you don't really want that. Like you'd have to deal with periods, and periods are gross. And I just remember thinking like, you have no idea how happy I would feel if I get to even ever experience what a period like feels like. Because that means that, you know, I am a girl. Yeah, but Vietnam was not a super great place to be growing up LGBT. 0 out of 10 would recommend. Again, like I said, I am very lucky to be here where I am today. I got a scholarship and I landed a scholarship to go to a high school in the US. So for high school, I moved to the US by myself. Partly because I wanted to see something new, and also partly because I understood that America is more open about LGBT issues, and there's a chance that I might be more, I guess, like accepted over here in the US. And when I came to the US, what I didn't realize was the high school that I got accepted into was in Georgia. The high school I was in Georgia, which is the Bible Belt, which was fun. Very intense experience going to high school there, because when you are the only Asian person in your grade and you're also LGBT. I mean, obviously at this time I wasn't telling anyone that I am LGBT. But I mean, I was, and obviously you just have a completely different experience growing up with everyone else, right? You grow up and you look at girls going out and having like sleepover nights and look at them like getting to mess with makeup, getting to see them getting to wear dresses, getting to wear skirts. And it's not just the physical things. You get to... It's like... You get to see them be themselves and be happy, and you get bitter about it. It's like, why can't that be me? That could have been me. In another life, in another dimension, in another world, I get to be... I would have been born a girl. There would have been no issues. Or I would like ask myself like, oh, you know, I wonder if in another world where I was born a girl, would I have been also unsatisfied? Would I have wanted to be a boy? I don't have the answer to that. But I think growing up, some form of LGBTQA is very different. It's a very different experience from growing up cisgender, especially if you grow up in a place that is hostile, that is not welcoming to people who do not conform with society norms. Which is, I think, very unfortunate. I think people should get to be who they want to be within reasons, you know, like don't hurt other people, try not to hurt other people, that kind of stuff. But I don't think that, you know, that me wanting to be a girl, or my friend wanting to become a boy, or my other friend who doesn't want a gender associated with them, or like any other shape or form or whatever, like none of that, I think, affects or harms people in any negative way. And I think that a lot of it also comes down to exposure. A lot of it comes down to exposure, experience, meeting someone who is openly LGBT and getting to talk to them and having to converse with them in a proper manner that doesn't involve, you know, screaming or yelling or telling them that they're going to hell, or you know what, they can get very creative with that kind of stuff. But I think growing up, my experience of coming out was very scary, in that if I come out to someone, that is a huge risk that I'm taking, right? Because what are you risking? You're risking that they might not want to be friends with you anymore, or they might not want to be in certain relationship with you anymore. They might tell everyone else, which will also really screw you over in like a society sense. And if you're a kid, you might get thrown out of the house. Like that's just a fact that just might happen. And which was a big reason why I did not come out to anyone when I was a tiny kid, because I understood inherently, which is a really sad thing to think about, that I have to understand inherently about it now that I think about it. I understood inherently that if I came out, they would have thrown me out, period. Like, there was no two ways about that, you know? Like, yeah, like, so what I thought to myself was like, okay, I need to go to school, I need to go to college, I need to get into a job, I need to become financially independent, and then I can try to see if I can become a girl. the later you transition, like whether or not okay, people are free to correct me on this, and the science may have changed since then. But from when I was looking into it, obviously, the later you transition, obviously, the less effect estradiol and spiral and all the other stuff is gonna have on you. Just literally just like the younger you transition, the better it's gonna be. This is how it's gonna be.
What I've been told as
And
well.
I'm sorry?
That's what I've been told as well.
Yeah. Like I don't know if there's been new studies about it at all, but if anyone knows, they are free to talk to me about it or whatever. But so there's also that fear of like, okay, like I have to become financially independent, and this is a race against time, because past a certain point I will not be passable. And at least for me, I wanted to be passable. At least for me, I wanted to get to a point where people would look at me and be like, oh, that's a girl. People would not question that. Again, I understand that I am very lucky because I am born Asian. Asians just tend to have an easier time with transitioning into female. And I also, okay, I don't think I did it at like an ideal age, but I did it, relatively speaking, early, like, okay, at an early enough time for it to have a lot of effect on me. So I think basically what happened to me was, as soon as I got into college, I started growing my hair out. I started asking my friends to call me by my preferred name. I came up with a preferred name when I was like 10 or something, and I stuck with it, and I waited until I was able to use it where no one was gonna judge me. Oh, I forgot to say this. So I went to high school in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. And then I got into college into a bunch of places, but I ended up deciding to go to college in California on purpose, because I understand that California is like one of the more liberal, one of the more accepting cities in the US. I mean, that's how it tends to be, honestly. Like, the closer you are to a coastal area, the more accepting you tend to be, because you just have to see other people who are not like you. You have to see different people, and you just tend to be kind of more accepting of people. That's my experience, at least. The smaller the town, the more inland you are, the more closed off you are about it. That's what I want to say. But yeah, anyway. So as soon as I got into college, I started growing my hair out. I started asking people to call me by my preferred names. People are very kind. I will say this. I am very lucky to have developed a very proper and amazing support system. I have friends who are willing to call me she, her, refer to me as she, her, even before I transition. I have friends who would I have friends who would message me and say like, hey, I am cleaning out my closet, do you want any of this? And I would come over to their apartment, and they would throw at me like 30 dresses, and they'll be like, hey, I know you're my size, just pick whatever you want out of this mess, and I will donate the rest. I have been very, very blessed to have find that kind of friends, those kind of support network. I am going to be forever in debt to them. And then I think by the third year, I was financially independent enough. I was paying for my own apartment. I had a job. I was paying for my school loans by myself. So even if I come out, and I don't know why, actually I kind of know why, but for me, it was very important to come out to people, to be able to say like, and as even to people who might not necessarily accept me for who I am, it was very important for me to be able to say like, hey, this is who I am, and nothing you can say or do is going to change that. So I told my parents, I told my family, I told my friends. I remember telling my friend. Okay, so I told my parents. They're Asian parents. They didn't take it well, obviously. But the funnier story is I remember coming out to my friends, and I remember coming out to this one specific friend, and she looked at me and she was like, "Okay, do you want to go get burger? Do you want to go get In-N-Out later today?" She just did not care at all. She just like skimmed over it entirely. She was like, "Okay, that's cool, but like, do you want In-N-Out later with us today?" I really want to see a world where people can come out as whatever they want to be, as like, you know, tell their friends like, "Hey, I'm trans, I'm gay, I'm bi, I'm A's, I'm NB, whatever." And be able to say like, "Okay, that's cool. Do you want me to refer to you by this from now on? And do you want food?" Like that's all I want. I want it to be. It'd be nice to see a world where like that kind of stuff is just normal, you know. Anyway, so I came out to my friends and my family. My family was not happy, but they can't do anything. Like what I did, like. I'm paying for myself, I'm paying for my own apartment, I'm paying for college. They literally can't affect me financially. So yeah, I used the school's insurance and started to get my meds to transition properly. For me, I got estradiol. I know that for other people, you can get estradiol, you can get spirolactine. I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff that you can get as well. And excuse me. So transitioning. I guess I can talk about the transitioning process a little bit. That's fun. I did not know that growing boobs is that painful.
That is also something that's been shared with me. Yes.
Oh my god, dude. like people tell me that, right? But then when it happens to you, and then I go crying about it to my girlfriends, and they're like, "Haha, yeah, suffer, bitch." And it's like, dude, what the fuck? This hurts. I don't want anything to touch them right now. It fucking hurts. Like, even if my shirt was touching them, it hurts. What the fuck? So yeah, I didn't realize that it felt very tender, it felt very sore. That's just a thing that's gonna happen. Good luck, Godspeed to whoever's going through that. Yeah. And then I think, yeah, it was very much a trial by fire. Like every night I was having trouble sleeping because just my body was just in pain. It was painful. It was literally like a transformation for me at least. And then slowly over time, your body starts to change. You lose all your muscle. I used to be a black belt. I no longer have as much muscles as I used to have. Yeah, you just lose, like, estradiol just kind of makes you lose all your fucking muscles. Fucked up. Your skin gets a lot clearer. You don't have to worry as much about you don't have to worry as much about acne, which is a nice bonus, nice little bonus you get there. Your skin gets slowly smoother, you get a different fat deposit, you kind of start to get more fat distribution around your hips, around like more girly areas. Unfortunately, your voice doesn't really change. That's something that you will have to work on by yourself. Obviously, the way I'm speaking right now, I'm very comfortable with Red. I don't mind speaking like this. And like I used to sound way deeper than I do right now. I know that yeah, I used to sound way deeper than I do right now too. It takes a lot of training. That's all I'll say. You have to put effort into it. It's something you have to really put effort into. And I think ever since then, every time I see a kid who is trans or is thinking about transitioning, I always kind of try to do my best to reach out, to help them, to give them resources, to teach them, to encourage them to do what they need to do as much as they can. I have housed people who had difficulties with their families. I have helped dress people up. I've helped don makeup for people. I try to help as much as I can, because I understand that you need a support network so badly. It helps so much. It helps, like, having a network, a support network who is okay with who you want to become and helps you with that goal. It is extremely important. Never feel like you are alone. And if you feel like none of your friends can handle that, try it first. And if it doesn't work, get new friends. I've dumped my fair share of friends because they could not refer to me properly, or they could not think of me properly as a girl. And that's just how it's gonna have to be. It may sound extremely cold-blooded, but I promise you it will be so much better for you in the long run, for your sanity and everything.
It's a good lesson to have in general.
that is a good lesson to have in general. Just have friends, but don't put up with people. It's not worth it. I don't know. I guess I'm taking questions. I don't know what do you want me to say?
I guess
you can ask whatever you want. I mean, you know this already. We talked about this.
Yeah, I was there during your stream when you first brought up, or I don't know if it's the first time you brought it up, but I was there one of the times you did. Yeah, it's you. My exposure to gender dysphoria is very limited. I remember the first time I met someone transgender was that was open about it was probably after I graduated college, which is a very large portion of my life that I've never encountered someone. It ended up being someone who was living on the same floor as me in my dorm room, or in my dorm building. It wasn't someone that I spoke with very often, but it was after we graduated that they had, told everyone on social media that they were comfortable coming out. It was not until maybe I want to say once I started playing Final Fantasy again that all of a sudden, oh, now I have 5 friends who are openly transgender. I was like, whoa. Whoa. It's how do I process this?
To transgender pipeline.
Oh my god. It all makes sense now. But it's definitely something that I kind of slapped myself for, because I was just a lot more I didn't know what to do in this sort of situation. How do you what is the proper way to treat people? And then the simple answer is just treat them normal. Treat them like human beings, because they deserve to be treated like human beings.
Treat them like the gender that they want to become.
And that's something that I wasn't sure how to do in the beginning, but I'm someone who is very flexible, someone who is very willing to learn new things. I was a college graduate, but I didn't think I was all smart. I was still a dumbass. But I was also someone who was willing to learn. And over time I did. And now I am one of those people. I'm proud to say that I'm one of those people who are like, oh yeah? Well, that's cool. Let's get some food. I want boba. Coming?
Yeah. I think that's also an important aspect to think about, is that I am pretty open about my status, right? I think I'm pretty open about it. And I think I've definitely had my fair share of college friends who were shocked or they didn't realize that I was trans. And I think for me at least, okay, I will say right now, this is just for me personally, and this is not something I want to force on anyone to become. But for me at least, I felt like being a normal, socially adjusted person who can just talk like a normal person, and making someone who has never seen a trans person look at me and realize, trans people are literally just normal fucking people. It's just, they're not weirdos who always goes about saying I'm gay or something like that. But they're just people living lives, and I can absolutely, I've been friends with this person and it literally does not change anything about my relationship with them. And I think for me, I've had the experience of being that, I guess, first quote unquote first transgender friend for a lot of people. Which is an interesting experience, but I think that's also a very important experience to have. Because you, as a person, also need to realize that they might not realize that LGBT, that transgender kids are literally they're just kids. They're just people. This does not change how they are at the core as a person. You know?
Mm-hmm. I keep tying this back into Final Fantasy, but it's kind of like, I think, well, I guess I should ask you, what do you think makes people so comfortable with being in this game? Because Final Fantasy has a very large LGBTQ community. And why do you think that is? What makes people so comfortable being in this game? And it's kind of lends itself to why of all places, this is where I've gained the most exposure to them.
Oh yeah, no, the catgirl/orager to transgender pipeline is a real thing. I'm not even joking about that. But I think so there's a lot of reasons for this to be happening. I think that Final Fantasy XIV is, at its core, is a very casual game. You may say whatever, but I think at its core it's a very casual game. It's a game that you can pick up and not come back to it or not play it often, and you can still just kind of jump back into it and just kind of do whatever you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very open game. You don't need to always be doing story. You don't need to be raiding. There's so much other stuff you can do. You can do PF stuff. You can go RP. You can build houses. You can take pictures. You can do crimes. You can do trading. You can craft. You can do whatever you want.
What was that one in the middle?
You can craft.
No, before that one. Here we go.
But I think the fact that it is so varied, it attracts a wider variety of audience, right? Like, why don't we compare it directly to its competitor? Why don't we compare it directly to WoW? I played both games.
Oh, yeah?
I played during BC, and I've played FF since Stormblood. I think that WoW is based on a model where they really try to milk your retention. They really try to get you to play every single day if you want to be relevant. They really try to make you play every day, play for long hours, be relevant. And that definitely attracts a specific kind of crowd. And I think that tends to end up attracting a more toxic. I don't want to say that, actually. You know what? I take that back. I'm sorry. Because I think there's a lot of places where Final Fantasy XIV is also very, very toxic about.
Yes.
But
we have uncovered some of those spaces, Vita.
Yeah, we can talk about that all day too. Woo! But basically, I think that FF14 is more attractive to a wider audience. It not only attracts the hardcore people, it also attracts the casual crowd as well. So just from the onset, you can have so many, like, just a higher pool of people to play. I think that the fact that it has a very detailed character customizer, and the fact that it has an extremely detailed picture taking setting, it really encourages you to roleplay. It really encourages you to want to connect to the character that you are making, right? I mean, the game literally even gives the game literally even gives you like a free Fantasia, so you can like change yourself if you're not like happy with who you are right now. Like, the game encourages this. It encourages you to create like your ideal self, your or whatever it is you want to be. And I think that aspect, the aspect that you can create your ideal person, the aspect that you can take so many cute pictures of them as well, that really draws in that kind of crowd, I want to say. Yeah, like, definitely, for sure.
I mean, yeah, like, Final Fantasy just has that some sort of magic that makes it really easy to connect with your character. I mean, both of us are victims of it, right? Because we're both...
Yeah, we are! Oh man, oh no!
We've become our Final Fantasy characters,
we
right?
have become a character. Yeah. I love Hina. Like, she really is just me. I think that, yeah, I think Final Fantasy does a lot of little things that tries to make you feel like you want to roleplay as the character. It makes you feel like you want to respect this character. You want this person to be like the best version of yourself. Whether it is through like, oh, I want to be extremely cool and powerful, then you go raid. I want to look extremely cute, then you go do glamour stuff. And I think that's also another good point to bring up, is that you can... It's so easy to make ults on Final Fantasy XIV compared to WoW.
Really?
Like, yeah, because WoW, I mean, not only it's easy to have ults, but like it's really pretty decently easy to like gear them up and stuff too. Compared to WoW, like it's kind of annoying and painful, honestly. And yeah, like I know so many people who suffer from like multi-ults syndrome where they just keep making character. And they're like, man, I want to keep making characters. Making characters is really fun for me. Yeah.
You can play every
I think also the
job, and
idea
it really helps develop personality or adjust. It
Yeah,
has so
I
many
agree.
ults. Sometimes we just never see her again.
Yeah, like I have so many ults. Yeah, I think having I guess, like, feel like the freedom. I feel like WoW really tries to shoehorns you into this role where it's like, you are the hero, and you are here to help this place out. I think Final Fantasy does it a little bit differently. Final Fantasy really tries to say, like, you are a person, and you have been dropped into this land. And honestly, what do you want to do? It's up to you. You don't have to be that warrior of light, like saving the world and fighting giant monsters, fighting against the darkness. You can be the warrior of light passed out on the dance floor, drunk deliriously. Or you can be the one designing house for people, or whatever you want to be. You can be whatever you want to be. And I think that sends a very powerful message to people, especially people who are in the LGBTQIA community, and they're like, oh my god, I can be the version that I've always wanted to be. And I think that message is probably, that kind of message is why it attracts so many people of who are like me, I guess. You are your own protagonist, absolutely.
I had asked Mia the same question. We kind of got into a discussion of what about this game kind of makes it comfortable for this community. Mia also came from WoW. She was playing since was it Wrath of the Lich King, and she really enjoyed the gameplay. But in the end, I think not just like the game becoming worse, like the gameplay becoming worse over time. She kind of just got sick of the community there. Just like in her experience, it was just like very, very toxic community. Which is, big surprise. If you weren't part of it before, you probably had some idea of it, or at least heard other people talk about it. And I think it is in relation to the model that they kind of make. But like the community in Final Fantasy is not perfect, but I think you are able to find those pockets of people that you vibe with, that you can get along with a lot more easily than any
You see the good eggs.
Yes.
Yeah, you see the good eggs more often.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to find these circles or even make your own, right?
Yeah. And I think again, it kind of comes down to like the the fact that WoW really wants to make sure that they really want to increase that retention of playtime. And that means that only the people who are like super hardcore, the people who are like, yeah, I need to do this daily and I don't fucking want to, but I need to do this run. Or they'll attract the people who like are really only super care about numbers, that kind of stuff. And I don't know, that I've seen my fair share of that kind of toxic. I'm good with that.
There are more nice people, even if you will remember the 2 to 3 toxic ones longer. The majority are nice by far in Pip's experience. Yeah. I mean, like, there's just like, everyone has, I can tell.
I'm sure everyone has like a toxic story.
I wasn't going to bring up the toxic stories. It was more like, I have so many wonderful memories of just meeting people in Final Fantasy, just like in the most random ways possible.
Weird meetings, right?
Yes, it was just like 1 in a million chance encounters. It just happens, and then like I've been friends with Bip for the past 5 years, and it wasn't even like any sort of special encounter, right? Like I remember being in the marketplace in Gridania, and Bip was just this aura who was playing dead on the floor. So as a concerned citizen of Gridania, I went up and prayed for them. I prayed for their safe journey to the afterlife. And then it's that's how I became friends with Bip. We just started talking and having fun and doing stuff, and it's been so many years since then. Not asking for
That's
attention, just bought
cute.
emoji from Mog. Okay, yeah, exactly. My other friend, Sylphie, he is someone I met in Ishgard, and this is after Heaven's Ward, so this is when Ishgard was abandoned. Everyone was either already in Ralgers or they preferred Evilshire. I think I was like leveling a crafter, so I was still like in the 50s doing the leaves in Ishgard, and I ran into a cat girl who just walked up to me and just like emoted at me saying, "Hey, your glam is cute." And I was like, "Hey, thanks."
Yeah, that's just an experience that you're gonna have if you have a good glam game.
Yeah. So Sylphie really liked my glasses, so he did the slash spectacles emote. I've never seen this before. I had no idea this game had a spectacle emote, and it's I don't have it on this character. You have to unlock it, but a good idea of it is I liked it so much I made it into an emote so many years ago. It's literally just you adjusting your glasses. And I was like, "Whoa, how did you get that?" And he's like, "You get it from the Inspector quest, the
Oh yeah, Scholasticade.
Yeah, the Scholasticade like Hildebrand spin-off quest." And I was like, "Cool, can you take me to the NPC where this starts?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure." And he pulls me into like this alleyway and bumfuck nowhere in Ishgard, and was like, what's gonna happen here?" And he's like, "Here's the NPC." Points at a wall. There's no NPC there. I was like, are you sure? I don't see an NPC here. I was like, what are you talking about? There's an NPC standing right here. And he's like pointing and emoting and even saying the name of the NPC. And I was like, I honestly don't see anyone. I'm not even kidding. And it turns out this NPC doesn't exist until you do the Hildebrand questline, which is a comedy spin-off side quest. It is like the biggest memes and jokes you can think of from a Final Fantasy game. It is wonderful. I've never done it before that day, which is why I never saw that NPC. So he's like, "Are you kidding me? You have to do it right now." And I was like, "Fine, I'll do it right now." So he follows me around and shows me where it starts, and then he just he can't even see the cutscenes. He's just following me around while I do this side quest for the next like 3 hours. And we're just talking to each other the entire time. Like, I'm like live commenting on the cutscenes and like, "What is this? Oh my god, this is hilarious."
That is amazing though, being able to lure someone into the fucking Hildebrand questline because of the spectacle emoji.
I know, right?
That's like some skills right there, damn. But yeah. No, that kind of experience is like, I feel like if you ask anyone, everyone will always be able to give you that kind of like experience. They'll always be able to be like, to say like, "Oh yeah, that absolutely happened to me too. Like, I had a similar experience." Like, it can just be anything. It can be so super wonderful. It can be super weird. It can be like, "Yeah, this one person just gave me like 25 eggs and I had to sit there and eat all of them in front of them." Or it can be like, "Oh yeah, I got this person and they helped me like unlock this like super cool horse, weird looking horse or something." So I think people in 14 just also tend to be kind of just more chill, and they're just more down to help a new person out and help to like show them something new. And I think that's a very cool thing that Final Fantasy XIV has managed to like foster. I think that's one of my favorite part of the game, honestly.
I think some of the reasons I came up with like why the community is this way, honestly, I've played a lot of free-to-play MMOs, and I have never found like a fantastic community.
It's just not like this. It's really weird and interesting, right?
I think one of the things that have shaped this community is the fact that it is subscription based. It blocks out a lot of the more toxic players. Like, Mia's been playing Lost Ark, and it's like a gay joke every 3 seconds in global chat. right? But like if you have a subscription, you're basically gatekeeping a lot of the shitters, right? You're
Yeah.
essentially hanging out with people who enjoy being here to play the game rather than is there solely to troll people.
Mm-hmm.
Grogu, have a good night. See you in the morning. Yes, I'll still be here in the morning. I love the community in this game, but it's also helped me with life with you guys and everyone else that inspired you in hard times. That is something I can vibe with too, Ika.
I can understand that as well. I watched someone eat 2300 boiled eggs once because they were given a fantastic community. Yep, 10 out of 10 would eat boiled eggs again. Yeah, it's just like, I think for me, it's just like the small little things like that. It's fun for me to get to help people. It's really great to like go through a story and then like you say, like you lure someone down. It's like luring someone down a dark alleyway and then you get to show them this like wonderful world of stories and like amazing like camera actions and everything and just watch their reaction. It's great. It's a really fun thing to do.
Yeah, and I think that's really one of the reasons why like you encounter all these people that are just like so fun to be around, and it helps, you know, retain this community. It helps keep the players together. Like again, I played with the same people. My members of my static I've known since I started playing again in Stormblood. That's so many years ago. BIP I've known for so long. It's kind of, you know, it's I've never had this experience with any other community.
Yeah, I think it's insane. Like it's insane to me that I have a core group of people that I play Final Fantasy with, and like it's people who are part of my static and people that I've met in real life, and we've just done so much stuff together. It's mind blowing, you know. It's like one of the most lasting friendships you can have.
Yeah, those real life FC meetups, they're special.
Yeah, the real life meetups are something. Oh, did you have any fun stories from your real life FC meetups, Red?
So I live
Don't dox yourself.
Do I dox myself? It's hard to say. I live next to
yourself.
I live near a convention, and some
there you
members.
go.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Pick a random convention in all of the U.S. And some of my FC members plan on going there. There's a Chinatown nearby. If he lives somewhere near land, and we decided just to go get hot pot together. And like hot pot is a very communal meal, and a lot of them have never had this before. Some of them have never had boba before. So it was a fun experience, kind of like teaching these people who were like born in the Midwest and introduce them to.
Oh my god!
Imagine
getting to be the one to introduce a Midwestern kid on how to drink boba.
Right?
Wow. Yeah, I think my first... Let's see. My first static meetup, how to drink boba. Yeah. How do you drink boba, Coley? I mean, there are people who've never seen it in their life. Probably if you come from the Midwest, honestly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss.
I mean,
you drink it? Oh no.
You've never had boba drink?
Oh no.
Drink it. I mean, so it's not just the drinking portion. It's like the whole experience of ordering one as well.
You drink it, but also you chew it.
You do chew it, yeah. You don't want to just swallow straight up.
Do not swallow it. That's how you get a trip to the ER.
I remember having like a pretty like in-depth discussion about both like the science of boba in Autumn's stream. Autumn Bite rated us earlier. I don't know if she's still here. Well, not Autumn Bite. Oasis Bite rated us, but Autumn was part of it. And so she's never had boba before, and she's actually afraid of drinking boba.
No, you chew and then you eat it. You chew and then you swallow it.
No response, she cannot speak.
And so like she's very Autumn was very adverse to like trying boba.
Aww.
And I'm like, well, maybe if someone like guided you through it, you know,
through the experience.
yeah, guide you through the experience. Like it's a lot less daunting because if you go to a boba shop, it's just like here's 40 different drinks, here's 80 different toppings, here's 5 different sugar and ice levels. In like, what do you order? Right?
It's like going to the Starbucks for the first time.
Exactly.
Like imagine having to go to Starbucks by yourself and you have to order, and there's like 25 people in the line behind you. And imagine trying to do that without any friends. It comes in non-spherical shapes. There's grass jelly. I mean, there's grass jelly. There's like the tiny pearl boba. I feel like we're blowing some people's minds right now.
Mm-hmm. But that's what I mean. Like this is exactly what happened when I showed my friend boba for the first time.
Sora gets it. Sora is a person of culture. Hell yeah, I love egg pudding. I love egg pudding.
The shape jellies are cute. Yes. I'm really boring. I prefer
no
grass jelly.
Pudding in drink.
Does the pudding not sink?
The pudding does sink.
It does sink.
But you suck it through the straw. You get a giant straw.
Mm-hmm.
They are egg pudding. It sinks, and you have a giant straw, so when you suck, you get a little bit of the egg pudding, and you get a little bit of the milk tea. We need to have this conversation about... We need to have this conversation about like how different places call milk tea / boba differently.
Mm-hmm.
Because people would call it milk tea, people would call it boba, people would call it... I don't even know, there's a bunch of different names for it. Bubble tea, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, bubble tea. Abe, you should pull up images of boba so we can show people who are new to boba.
PMT, no!
Wait, what did I miss? Dude, in your high school, people called it... What is PMT? I've never heard of this before. Is this a West Coast thing?
Even as a West Coast thing, do not say that. Okay, it's milk tea. Okay,
tea?
That's fine.
I've never heard of that before.
I was gonna be so mad. I was gonna be like, who the fuck calls it PMT?
Someone ask ID to tweet entire RP line of ordering boba tea in a European cafe. Neko, thank you so much for gifting a sub tonight. You still have to tell me what to tweet. You too, Sora. My friends from different city laughed at you. I take it back, I tried boba tea, but it was canned, and the boba was terrible. Yeah, I remember getting canned milk tea from, like, H-Mart, and it is not pleasant to drink.
Yeah, I don't recommend those.
Yeah.
Either you make it at home or you go to a shop.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They were like, Sora, that kind of sounds like PMS.
Shut up. Oh my god. I like how everyone...
people call it PMT.
Can everyone who like drank or had milk tea type in their favorite order so the people who have never had milk tea can like can understand like the variety that you might have in your drink?
I'm so boring. I'm unfortunately
It's okay to be boring. Oh my god, what the hell?
Boba tea ordering is very much like a Starbucks order.
Holy. Also, if you don't like the boba, you can have it without the boba.
Yes.
You can have it just by the milk tea itself, or you can have it with a different topping.
Like a billion different toppings, and I think that's what surprises people.
Toppings.
like you see it in like media where it's like bubble tea is just milk tea with tapioca pearls in it, but then you talk to someone who's had like, you know, who's experienced in this field, the scientific field of boba, and you realize
So
there's
true.
a billion different ways to order your tea.
Yeah, I never really feel like it's worth it for me to get boba because I used to work at a boba shop.
Mhm.
So I judged I judged the boba too harshly. So now I'm just like, no, I'll just get like egg pudding or something. Roasted milk tea. Oh, that sounds so good. What the? Oh my god, I need to like.
Oh.
I need to like write down all these orders and like try them out or something. Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Mama Catherine.
Yeah, you should come through. Try boba. Like, at its core, I would say it's the idea of a milk tea with some kind of thing in it.
Bubble tea review stream. We should do that one day.
You need every day when we hang out. Let's get boba twice a day. Okay, deal. I'm down.
That's what I used to do with my friends. It's like after you get a meal, it's like time for boba. Yeah.
Time for boba.
It's basically
You
your
actually
dessert,
think
right?
of
Like
boba's
you skip the dessert at the restaurant and you go get
Exactly,
boba.
and you get boba. You don't get the dessert because it's too expensive, and then you get boba. A boba stream. I wanna watch. Do you lift the pinky when you're drinking boba? All of you are very fancy.
Yes.
The boba was still warm, but the tea was cold. Really good boba though. I think so. I think what Kami had was fresh boba, because you have to cook the boba. You boil it. Well, you shape it first, and then you boil it. And when you boil it, it's gonna. It's when you fish it out, you need to put it into like sugar water or like honey water, and then it cools down. But if you just take it out and you just dunk it into the boba, it's gonna be warm. I'm gonna tell you to order just boba and ice, no tea. Hello, terrible.
Yes,
Oh
I told her that. I told her she has to eat all the boba through the straw. You can't open the lid.
No.
You have to fish out all of the.
Red, do you wanna talk about the transute thing again? I think someone was asking about it.
Oh, what's the transute down? I don't have money, but oh yeah. So, the focus of this charity, and we just finished. Well, we had taken a break from that topic to talk about Final Fantasy and boba, but the charity that we're raising money for is Equality Texas Foundation. They're a non. Sorry, let me take a drink of water first. I'm stuttering. Okay, they're a non-profit organization that is supporting trans youths by community activism, education, providing resources, and through political action. Their main focus right now is kind of helping out families who are being targeted by the recent what's the official word, like pressure put on by the governor of Texas right now on trans youths and the parents of trans youths. What they're doing is one of the things that the governor has essentially weaponized is like child protection services. And they have essentially encouraged people, they have kind of forced child protection services to investigate families of trans youths by kind of treating parents who allow their children to have gender affirming healthcare to to be considered as child abuse. And while it's not a law, it is having its intended effect. It is putting a lot of pressure on these families, these kids. Hospitals have stopped providing gender-affirming care in fear that this would, cause their doctors to get arrested, cause their hospitals to lose funding. It's kind of pinning communities against each other. Before it was like you'd have communities, especially in these conservative areas, at best, people would ignore it. But now that, they kind of have this backing where it's like, oh, you should report any families that who have, trans children to Child Protection Services to get investigated. It's also been bad for schools because now teachers who, obviously work for the state, what happens to them if they don't report it? There's laws in place that kind of force people to report, signs of child abuse. And obviously this isn't, but what if you're called up, what if teachers are called upon to be like, well, why didn't you report this? You're a bad teacher, you should be fired for it. Families who go to, parent-teacher meetings or school board meetings, they put this sort of pressure on it, even though it's not a law. It still has had a tremendous negative effect on these families. And I think the other thing is that, like, oh, how come these families just don't leave the state? It's not easy. People have lives here. People have family, friends, houses, jobs. You can't simply just leave. So that's what this charity is for. We want to help people. We want to help these children, these families who are suffering right now. We want to do what we can. I live in a very liberal, very blue state, but it's not like I still have to see the sort of negative hate towards transgenders every election cycle, because even though everyone here, like a majority of everyone here, they're more than comfortable with it, but it still baffles me when I see the bathroom question show up. Should it be allowed? It's like, obviously, yeah, just have gender neutral bathrooms or let them live their lives. You're not hurting anyone. So, where do I go with this? I want to help. I have a vested interest in this. I want to help those in need. I'm really happy that everyone else in here is also helping those in need.
Yeah, not everyone can have the option to leave the state to move to a different state. That is very expensive. You have to lose the entire social circles. That's something that people have to understandably might not be able to do.
And it kind of bounces off of what our earlier discussion was with Ina, where gender dysphoria, for someone with it, I'm not someone with it, but for those who are, it helps to talk about it. It helps to be around people who have experienced similar things. That's kind of how you find these answers to these questions that you're struggling with. But if you have this, if you are living in a place where it's maybe not literally, but figuratively outlawed, then you're going to keep these feelings, these thoughts inside. It's going to stay with you for a long time, and it's not good. Mama Catherine, thank you so much for the donation. I'm going to add your name to the wall of Warriors of Lights. In the battle.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
Sorry, go.
Let's see, apparently there was something recent in Utah as well. They were putting in some policy to check on their K-12 trans students in sports teams. Sort of like judge if they have some advantage, but some douchebag politicians last minute decided to change the policy and push it through, basically forbidding trans
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
athletes from participating. There were 4 trans students in the sports team and not even like out of performing other students, and they fucked them over. Yeah. It's horrendous what they're doing. Like, they just want to be treated the same. It's so hard. Yeah, I live in a very conservative state, and transphobia in recent years has eclipsed most, if not all, forms of other harassment. It's crazy and it is rare not to hear bad-mouthing when anything trans pops up.
I'm sorry that you have to experience that, Collie. I can definitely attest to also having experience living in a conservative state and having to deal with transphobia. It's not a fun feeling. It sucks. I think experiences like this is why it's so important to be able to talk to so many people as much as you can, to learn about as many people as you can.
To talk and to educate.
Yeah.
And it's honestly not that hard. Like, the realization is that they just want to be treated the same as you treat everyone else. Right?
It is, yeah. You know, it's like sometimes I would hear the argument people would make, like, oh, they're just perverts, they just want to get into the opposite gender's bathroom. Dude, do you have any idea how painful this entire fucking process is? No one willingly goes through this shit for that. No one willingly goes through this shit for that. They don't even talk about the fact that estradiol, like having estrogen in your system fucks you up, like sexually speaking as well. Like, don't even get me started on that. Oh my god. Like, no one does this kind of shit willingly. You do it.
Right? No one's doing this just so they can get into a bath.
Yeah, no one does this so they can get into a bath. People do this because it fucking sucks to not get to be who you are. No one goes to the washroom to flirt. Yeah, no one does that. Exactly. We go washroom. The bathroom is where Beyblade tournaments happen.
Dude, estrogen kicks ass, both our ass and our mental ass.
Yeah. Wait, is this an 18 stream? This is an 18 stream, right?
Yes.
Okay, okay, I can talk about it then.
You can talk about it, yes.
Okay, yeah, no, for the longest time, I think it, like, fucked with my sex drive, because I just did not have any. Just because of the way it worked, and that's... Dude, it does not make... You don't get horny. I feel like, yeah, for me, it is important for me to get to talk to people. It's really important for me to get to talk to the kids who are thinking of being LGBTQ, and also to get to just talk to people, because as a trans person myself, once they see me, once they talk to me, once they've, spent time with me, and then they realize, oh, this person is just a normal, well-adjusted person who, she has a job, she has an apartment, she lives by herself. She's just literally a normal person. I think it really tempers your expectations. It really makes them think about what they hear being said about trans people on the media. I think this is not something I encourage people to do. I think this is something potentially very dangerous to do. It is something I do though, but I think it's a very important thing for me to try to do as well, because getting people to realize that at the end of the day, trans people are just people, and that's it. That's literally all there is to it.
They're not looking to get any sort of advantage. They just want to be equal. They want what everyone else has.
Like, you think I want to get an advantage by becoming a girl? Like, how many loops are you jumping through? Oh my god.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, join me now in honoring this man for his services to
you want me to have to deal with misogyny? Misogyny? I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah. Misogyny. You want me to deal with misogyny, and then you also want me to deal with potentially getting unalived because I am a trans person? Like, you want me to take 2 L's just so I can see someone in the bathroom? Do you even know that girls don't like fucking walk around in bathrooms in panties in the public? Like, what the fuck do you have in mind?
and madmen who have pledged themselves body and soul to the primal
it's asinine
Leviathan.
what people can come up with just to,
From what we have gathered, they sought to
forward
swell
their
their
opinions.
numbers by spiriting away
And
any
again,
soul
yeah, I think it
unfortunate
comes back
enough
to
cross
just
their
literally it's
I
just like
need
people
not
like this.
tell you
They
the
grew
depth
up.
of the animosity
They've never seen a gay
us
person.
and
They've
this
never seen a
argument.
trans person. To them, these
seaman
people
worth his salt could devote
are
himself
a
to
straw
the
man. They
fishback
just literally
spot.
do not exist. It's
a
just someone that
question
does not
for a
exist to
more
them.
temperate mind than mine.
So being able to
thanks to you,
have that exposure
Our
to show them
citizens may once more go
to be able
about
to be
their
like
daily lives,
to
safe in the knowledge
literally
that they
just a
will not
person.
be
I don't know what
dragged
you
into the darkness by those
expected me to be.
execrable curs.
I think that's very important.
and it's ultimately cyclic.
Such an
because
extraordinary
if you want
glow.
more exposure, you need to create an environment where people are more comfortable being being
Mhm.
near each other, being open about it.
This
But if you
is
have
one of the crystals of light.
an environment where it's like
By the
navigator. Don't say what you are, keep it to yourself, you know.
After
it's
our
dangerous,
encounter
you're
with the
going to get
guru,
hurt.
you had a vision, did you not? Of a towering crystal.
Then you don't have that exposure. You don't meet those people who could be like you, who could be experiencing similar thoughts
You
as you.
bathed in her
scenario.
light.
And then when you don't have that exposure, then you
Yashtola's
don't realize
conclusion is
what
clear,
you yourself
and
are
I
going
see
through.
no
You
reason
can't-
to doubt it.
You can't become
You are the
yourself.
vessel of a
Or
higher
it takes
power.
so much longer before you can realize,
This
hey, this
being
is
from your vision
not who I am currently.
was the mother
I want
crystal.
to be someone else.
Your description
Yeah,
matches
and like
what
you don't
little
even
we know
like
of her.
realize that it is an option,
And if she has chosen you,
right? Sometimes you
then
just
your
you
deeds
just
may
don't
yet
even
shape
you just like
the fate of
yeah no I don't
nations.
think I even want to become trans
once
because like
did the
I would
deeds
just literally
of the
get
warriors
fucking
of light.
killed. Like that was just a that's just a risk that's gonna
Like you,
happen.
they were not of these lands.
And like
Yet they fought to protect us all against the corruption
that should not
of
be
the
happening.
primals. When the Gallian Empire began its conquest of the realm,
Mama Catherine,
these
that's-
heroes
I'm okay
joined
with
the
that if you
Grand
wanna hop in.
Companies and helped reforge
That's
the
something you're
Eorzean
comfortable with sharing?
Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
And at the Battle of Cartano,
It is really
they
nice
took
to
the
hear.
field
Oh,
beneath
sorry,
our
go on.
banners
Are you in
to
the
fight
Discord?
for everything we hold dear. It was on that day, in the
you
midst of that
want,
hell, that we
I
lost
have a
them.
waiting room channel that if you want to join in,
Every
I can
soul
pull
who
you
survived
into
that battle will
the
never
voice call
forget
that we're in.
how it was
Yeah,
to
now that you're
fight
joining real quick.
beside them. We are proud to call
I'll
them
work
our
on that.
comrades.
Fina, what were you saying? You can
Yet
continue.
whenever
Oh,
we
sorry,
try
I was
to
just
shout
reading
their
what
names,
Collie is
the
saying.
sound dies in our
Never got to hear anyone who's trans actually speak about. Hi,
And
I
whenever
am
we
trans. You ask me questions. You can talk. Like I don't care what kind of questions you ask me. Just ask me whatever. I was lucky to have high school when big movements were happening, but homophobia and transphobia was rampant. Yeah. Yeah. I've been through that. I understand how that feels. And I am sorry that you had to experience that. That is not something that I wish for other people to experience. I think... Yeah, no, it's important. Be able to talk to people, to be able to educate people, create an environment where everyone can be themselves. As long as that doesn't involve shitting on other people. Very important caveat.
I'm lost.
I
don't know where to
What
go.
are you trying to? What are you trying to get to?
I was trying to find the stairs.
Have you considered opening the map?
I hate the map of Gunzo itself. It's like 4 different layers, and it's like, oh, where do I have to go?
Nice. Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about. Right, one of the things that I was gonna talk about was like positive experience.
Yes.
I mean, I think I did touch on some positive experience, right?
Share more if you have any.
Oh yeah, I have plenty. So I am in an FC, like every other Final Fantasy player. I am in an FC free company called Hana. And we have a very clear policy on basically if you say anything that is, you know, not LGBTQ friendly, we're gonna give you a warning, and then if you try to fight it, we'll just straight up just kick you.
I'll stab you, whoever you are. But don't be mean.
Don't do that.
Okay, I won't.
Don't stab people.
It's a metaphor.
It's tempting, but don't stab people.
It's a metaphorical knife. I'm gonna stab them with my very sharp words in the format
in
of
Minecraft. In Minecraft, we're not trying to get red stream. We are not trying to get red stream to get banned right now.
Yeah.
Do not get red stream banned. That would be really funny, but no, don't.
It'd be a good bit.
I would appreciate.
We're not gonna do that bit.
Yes, we're not gonna do that bit yet.
In Minecraft.
Minecraft. Okay.
On Twitch.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm very lucky to have a circle of friends who are very would very happily call me she her, talk to me about, you know, just very lucky to have friends who are like willing to accept me for who I am, and even like encourage it, honestly. Like I have friends who would ask me like, hey, like, I know we're going to the con together, I know you want to cosplay this, do you want me to do your makeup for you? Or they would be like, oh, why are you scared of going into the bathroom? Like, you look like a girl, you look normal. And I think having that kind of support system, I highly encourage everyone to try and find your support system, whether it is online or in real life or however way you can find it. It is so important to be able to find that kind of support system, and because it will help raise you up, it will help you build that confidence. It really helps you become who you want to become.
And may I add on to that real quick?
Go for it.
So, one thing that I've noticed when you were talking about the makeup stuff, that's also a common misconception for a lot of people. Normally when people hear like trans people, they normally think like, oh, they're trying to be as feminine as possible. But that's also not true. It's just, it can be any type of woman. It can be someone who is huge in fashion. It could be someone who's very masculine. But yeah.
True. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should clarify that when I was talking about that, we were at a con and we were cosplaying,
Yeah, no,
and
you're good,
yeah.
you're good. Yeah, I just figured I'd add on to that.
Yeah, no, that's a good addition. Thank you.
Mhm.
Good night, Hika. Thanks for
Night,
coming and
Hika.
talking and the raid and everything.
Yeah. I think that's actually important to point out that like not all trans people are drag queens as much as like movies and TVs put them out to be, right? Like they can be very
Just
normal looking people right next to you and you would never have realized. Sometimes like that's what they want, right? Because they don't want to stand out.
Yeah.
Or they can absolutely stand out. Go off, queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but in my experience, and this, I'm not saying everyone's like this. In my experience, the people who try and stand out are normally doing it for attention. I'm not saying everyone, but I'm saying a large portion of the people I've met that are like, hey, look at me, I'm trans. Just keep an eye on them because never know. Point is, they could be going through a lot, so no matter what, support them.
Yeah, it's important to just, you know, let people
Be
who they
people.
want. Yeah.
So, I know I can curse in your chat, but can I curse on the stream?
No threats, no physical
threats,
threats.
no harm or anything.
No threats, no speaking about, don't talk about anything that's illegal. This is not my stream, so don't talk about anything illegal.
Good, all good. I wasn't planning on doing any of that. I was just trying to get the, like, ground rules.
We want to make everyone feel safe and comfortable here. So
Oh, I should leave.
the least amount of antagonizing talk, the better.
Yeah. One thing I love about...
Oh, Core!
Oh, but crimes!
Hey, what's going on? I missed it.
But crimes.
Uh,
Where are you in the MSQ? You're not even in Satasha. Oh
still
my
not in
god.
Sastasha. I'm almost there.
My
I'm just getting
liege.
lost.
Getting lost in Lips Elements are the
It
experience.
is the true Sprout experience. Getting
It's
lost in
true.
this town.
Having to ask someone for directions, and then they go like, "Yeah, let me show you," and then they proceed to get lost too. Yep. That's me.
It's like, how do you get to the airship counter? Like, no one goes on the airships anymore.
This is why you unlock those Aetherites.
I haven't been to the other towns yet.
Have you tried going to the other towns?
Do you need a lift?
Yeah, I'm gonna call.
Oh well, you're about to go to one.
Yeah, I'm about to go. I think this is Gridania first. Yep, we're going to Gridania. I made
Whoa,
Bunny
yeah,
Boys on a
whoa,
go on a trip.
Gridania.
Every time I hear Bunny Boy, now all I can think of is that time Slicer and I kept teasing Hika to do a Bunny Boy cosplay.
He should.
He really should.
If he's comfortable with it, I think he should.
Well, I don't expect him to. I just like teasing him about it because it makes him uncomfortable. Just in, like, innocent banter, you know? But it's just... When he said he was doing that, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get the most out of this and send him some very weird stuff. Realistic bunny ears, full-on maid outfit.
Alamigo gives me migraines trying to navigate the map. Try little Alamigo. That's way
oh
worse.
my god, trying to escape from Alamigo.
Ooh, cannot escape from little Alamigo. God, and why does it has like 3 different entrances and like 5 different like height levels?
Like,
fuck the place.
Some of those doors are locked too.
Yeah, and you don't know if it's locked or not until you get near it. And they all look the same.
It gets lost in the sea of clouds. I feel that.
Well, let me ask you, do you ever feel like a plastic bag floating through the wind?
Who? Me or
anyone? Honestly.
I'll let Brett.
You'd die.
Huh?
I think it depends on the circumstances.
Yeah.
Just like at will or at random times.
In general, anytime.
Not particularly. If you would cosplay, you want to be a cat boy. Fina wanted to dress me up in a maid outfit.
I want to dress everyone up in the main outfit.
That is true.
It's equal opportunity here.
Look, my goal is to become mommy. You know? That it's literally my name, Mama Catherine. I can't change my name. Shoot.
Don't worry. My company is an equal opportunity. Everyone gets to wear a maid outfit. Don't worry.
Oh my god, I turn over to the stream. Oh my god, everyone is dying.
Wait, you get to watch this cutscene here?
You never seen this cutscene before?
No, I've seen it, but like, I don't remember seeing this cutscene in the middle of an MSQ.
A blighted realm, riddled with false gods.
So, could I just really quickly get everyone's pronouns just so I don't mess up?
Sure. I am he, him.
She, her.
Alright.
And yours?
She, her.
I don't remember this cutscene. Oh my god, what am I watching?
I don't remember it either. I mean,
is this new? No.
It is twisted beyond all reckoning.
Thank you for the hydrate, Ember. Everyone, please take a sip of
What?
water. Take 2 sips of water.
You get to see this guy this early? Holy shit.
Level 15.
Yeah, you're not even at Satasha yet.
It falls to us
Since
to
when?
deliver the misguided masses
Oh my god.
from their ignorance.
So, my brother delivered the spicy noodles.
Oh, are
So
you
now I
gonna
have to
eat?
eat it.
Oh, the ghost pepper ones?
It's not ghost pepper, it's the Korean spicy chicken noodles.
Ah, that's not that bad.
Well, I asked him to make it worse by adding chili oil.
Do you have milk on you?
I don't have milk, I only have water and iced coffee.
Do you have milk outside?
Yes.
You might want to grab an extra cup of milk just for yourself.
I might just quickly do this just so I can have a reason to sit upright.
Yes, everyone, do a posture check, please. Dude, that sounds good.
Do a posture check, don't be a shrimp. I
be
can
a
see
shrimp.
you bending over like that, like a walnut.
I feel
Oh,
called
walnut?
out.
Walnuts bend over?
I feel called out.
Like a cashew, I'm sorry.
I was like, wait a minute.
It took me like 5 seconds to like cycle through my nut names.
But I thought the Emperor had given up the Western lands for lost.
I was like, walnut, cashew, peanuts, cashew, cashew. You're like a cashew, not a walnut.
He got asked if you want to see his bunny boy. Yes, please share us your bunny boy.
Please share the bunny boy.
Do I
felt
do I
called
eat
out.
this with mic on or mic off?
My lord.
I saw that on the side of my screen.
Do a
and I-
poll. Do a poll in the chat.
Tell me.
Mic on or mic off for eating. Just do a quick poll. It's like, do you want me to do it?
My lord.
I mean, they can just message in chat. Mic on or mic off.
Alamigo, my lord.
I know some people aren't comfortable with like hearing eating noises.
Yeah, that's why.
Personally, I'm not comfortable with eating noises, but I am a huge fan of pain and suffering, so...
I
You can only pick one.
Actually, pain and suffering.
Who is this bald guy? I've never seen this man.
Morpheus?
I don't think he's Morpheus. I hope he's not Morpheus, because I think he's about to die.
Yeah, he
Oh,
had a...
yeah, he's dead.
Oh yeah, this dude's about to fucking die. Oh yeah, there he goes.
Okay, so like, I don't remember seeing Nero ever use a gunblade. This is new to me. I've only known him to use the hammer.
Yeah,
This dude Superman-esque villain here.
he is a Superman.
Yeah, he's basically Lex
villain.
Luthor.
Yeah.
He's Lex Luthor, but actually young and spry.
He's still a loser.
Well, yeah, it's all. But you know what? If all supervillains are losers, that means we're all supervillains.
I don't think I'm that evil. Like, I do
I'm not,
crimes,
but
but I'm
I'd
not
rather-
that evil.
I'm not that evil, but I'd rather just be said I'm evil, just so that way people fear me in some way.
I don't think I could ever be evil. Too nice.
I don't think I can be evil either.
But someone this nice and cute be evil?
Exactly. That's exactly the kind of mindset you need to give people.
Yes, subvert their
Reddit's getting it.
expectations.
I'll just say right now, I wouldn't trust either of you in Gmod murder.
I'm a perfectly capable and normal human citizen. Okay. I'll have you know that.
You can totally trust everything I say in Among Us. I will never tell a lie in Among Us.
Among
See,
Us?
I feel like I'm not good in Among Us, but everyone keeps saying that I'm like god tier, and it's like, bruh.
I actually never got to play Among Us yet. One day.
One day. You wanna play Among Us?
I'm down.
Among Us? Okay. Sometimes. We can plan it.
Yes.
I have a server for charity with other streamers, so we might be able to call a few people for Among Us that are streamers.
You know what? Kickflip over you do be in hand. I actually very recently got into a physical altercation. So yes, I would actually.
Define physical altercation, like punching, hurting, like being punched, smash a bottle over a head.
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, you know?
No, I can talk about it. I'm just thinking about how to phrase it. So I was at the bus stop. I commute to work and back home. And I was at the bus stop and someone came up to me and they were like, "Hey, do you have a cig?" And I was like, "No, I don't have a cig." And they yoinked my phone that I was browsing and they were like, "Hey, listen to me when I'm talking, bitch." And I lost my shit and I wrestled them into giving me my phone back.
I mean, that's on. That I never understood it when people are like that. It's like you answer them, you tell them exactly what they want to hear. Like, "Hey, I don't have this. I'm apologizing, but I do not have it." And then they.
Oh, I didn't even apologize. I was just like, "No, I don't have any." No.
But
Go away.
It's really a simple matter of you can't be rational with irrational people.
Well, you can.
Okay. My personal advice, if something like that happens to you, is to ask specific people around you for help and yell that they took your phone. Because don't do what I do. You will run a chance of getting stabbed. If you go so close to someone else like that, you run a chance of getting stabbed. You don't want to get stabbed. If you get stabbed, that's it. You're done. It's not like the movies where you can survive like 20,000 cuts. Like, dude, if you get stabbed in the wrong place, you're done. I've seen like, yeah, no, don't get stabbed.
It's not worth it overall. Like, there's better, more appropriate ways to do it that keep yourself safe.
Yes, exactly.
Yunji, thank you so much for the $20 donation. What's your name?
Yeah, don't do that unless you're trained in that, and just don't even try.
I've done something stupid as similarly as well. It was one of the times I was visiting Mia, and she was still at work, so I decided to hang out in the Starbucks underneath her office.
Oh shit, Aver fighting story? Oh, okay, hold on.
It's not even that. It's not even like that. It was like I remember sitting in the Starbucks, waiting for Mia to get off work, and someone comes in, and like picks up a handful of like the ready-made meals and like dashes out the store, and I got out of my seat, ran right after them, and pulled them back from their backpack and like put them on the ground.
Hell yeah, let's go.
I don't know what came over me. I watched like a Marvel film on the airplane there. don't like in like we held, me and some other person held him down for before police could come.
Do you get a free meal?
I did not get a free meal. I didn't even get a free coffee.
Boo.
I got like an applause when I came back in. It was very embarrassing. But like don't do that either, because I could have gotten hurt really badly over like Starbucks food. Like not even like your personal phone, like like some sandwiches at Starbucks.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not worth your life.
Unless it's
I cannot
trying to
advise.
save someone else physically that you know, don't risk your life.
Yep, cannot advise getting stabbed or getting into an altercation unless you know what you're doing. Yep. But if you do know what you're doing, and if you can judge the risk soundly, then I mean, yeah. Just do what you think is right, and stick to that. But wow,
Don't go too far.
Red, can't believe you visit Mia and then everyone now knows you as the one who stopped someone from robbing the Starbucks downstairs.
I know.
Damn, talk about leaving a good first impression.
This was probably the second or third time I visited Mia, but she thought I was a complete idiot for doing it.
I would agree. I would also call you a complete idiot.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No. I totally. It's totally justified.
I'll be honest, I thought you were about to say the second or third time you stopped a robbery.
No, no.
Yeah, this is actually the second time I stopped a robbery. So the first time was when
being stabbed does not hurt as much as you would think. I still wouldn't want to try it.
Don't find out.
Don't find
and
out.
Don't try to find out. That's my advice.
I found out. Don't recommend it.
Yeah, not something I would recommend. 0 out of 10, actually.
Look,
Please avoid.
Ruthless.
It's a scam.
I once got stabbed with a pencil, and it was like during algebra, during a test. No, don't ever recommend.
It's like, even if you joke about like, oh my god, yeah, but I get a cool scar, dude, that scar is gonna hurt like a bitch when it starts healing. It's not worth it. Do not do it.
Not to mention the risk of infection, lead poisoning if it's a pencil, poisoning if it's a blade. Like,
there's no
so
lead
many
in
things that could
pencils.
go wrong.
Sorry, that's a science
fair enough.
fact.
Fair enough.
Sorry. Science
You've been cut
No,
by
you're good,
scissors
you're
by
good.
someone else before. What? They were ever. What? You stabbed a scar? Oh my god. What'd you do?
You have my sympathy.
Oh my
And
god.
your ring.
Hello.
Welcome, readers.
Hello, welcome raiders.
We're not.
We should probably talk about something that's not scar.
Yeah,
that's not
maybe.
scar-inducing.
We can switch topics.
Sam was
Welcome, raiders.
Okay.
My name is
Did you
Ave Your Red, but
Did
you
you
can call me
adjust my
Ave.
webcam, Sam?
I'm a support class feast streamer. We're
You
currently
changed the seat.
doing a charity.
Oh.
Oh my god, sorry, I just ate
Well,
some spicy
thick.
noodles and my mouth is burning. Give me a second.
While you're doing that, I just want to say this person's eyeshadow, fucking killing it, honestly. It was doing the clipped thing.
Yeah.
Welcome to Satasha Soon TM. Yeah, it's Satasha Soon. It's been soon for like 6 hours now.
I know, I can't believe it's been 6 hours and I'm still not at Sastasha. Yes, welcome raiders. You have Lavili, you have some bomb eyelashes or eyeshadow or something. Okay, I'm bad at this.
You
what
have
was I
good
saying?
makeup.
You have good makeup, thank you. We are currently doing a charity for Equality Texas Foundation, raising money to support trans youths. We're doing this by playing Final Fantasy XIV. I have given myself the challenge to try and complete all of A Realm Reborn in 48 hours. It's not looking good at this point. because we spent 6 hours just trying to get to Sastasha, but we've had a lot of significant conversations in the process. So, even if we don't complete the challenge, the important thing is that we made our goal, which I'm very proud of our community for. You can hear his throat die for the spicy noodles. Yes. We have
Actually,
a couple more
insane.
stretch goals. One at 1250 and one at 1500, so that's what we're going for now. You still have 42 hours to finish. I'm not gonna give up. I think we can do it.
Hells yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing Final Fantasy for 6 years now. I think I know what I'm capable of. You're very glad to see someone stream part of MSQ. You're past, you're in Stormblood yourself. Nice.
Are you enjoying Stormblood? Or are you having fun with it, hopefully?
Does the spicy noodles have a spoonful of wasabi? It does not. It does have a spoonful of chili oil.
I'll be honest, I don't know what the difference between spicy foods are.
How much donation for an extra spoonful of spicy oil? I'm kidding. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
If we triple,
You hear him just fucking dying.
Spare me,
if
please.
we triple our goal.
Oh my god.
Triple our goal? I don't
Triple.
think this is...
I am not that rich.
Look, I'm just saying it's the best way to motivate people.
Are you okay? You should strongly consider drinking something right now.
Oh, I have. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
Don't add the wasabi. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna eat another bit.
I think he's fucking dying.
I'm fine. I'll live, don't worry.
Hey.
I'm stronger than this.
Actually concerned about you.
It's not even that bad. I mean, maybe it sounds bad, because my sinuses are blocked.
Sounds really bad.
But it doesn't hurt, at least. Not that much.
It's not that, like, you sound congested or something. It's the fact that, like, I can hear your throat, like, fighting for its fucking life.
You bought the super spicy one from a Korean market, so you want to try it? Go for it. You can share the pain with me.
So, Red, can I just state something real quick?
Sure.
You know when you eat spicy food and you don't feel anything, that's also a sign of your taste buds literally burning off or dying?
Yes, that's something that my brother is going through.
Oh, I'm sorry he's going through that. Don't follow his mistakes. Presuming it's done through food and not, like, health stuff.
It's not as severe as it sounds. It's definitely... He doesn't taste flavors as strongly as he used to.
Yeah.
Whenever he cooks, he has me be the taste tester. But, like, spicy food too good, honestly. And I'm sure many people will agree with me.
I used to have no taste, and only like 10 years ago did it start coming back.
So are you allowed to skip cutscenes or no? No, I'm not allowed to skip cutscenes.
We are cutscene respecters in this house.
Yeah, so, like, I've done a Realm Reborn before, like 5 years ago when I first started. I started, like, 3 months before Heaven's Ward came out. Sorry. So this stream will also serve as a guided tour of A Realm Reborn, really to help people who are, kind of just getting into the game and learn that, learn proper game mechanics, learn where to go, how the story is supposed to progress. I know for people who are new to MMOs or new to RPGs, a lot of this information that the game gives you can be a bit much. It's easy to get lost. Sometimes it's hard to differentiate what's an important quest and what isn't. So for those watching, I know a couple of people in chat right now, they're planning on starting the free trial, whether voluntarily or not voluntarily. But Bella, you're gonna play too, right? Yeah? Bella? Bella? You to play too? Bella?
Velo, I play Genshin with you. You can play FF with me.
Sorry, I have to play Kirby. But yeah. I mean, it'll serve as a refresher to me because I enjoy the story. But also I get to showcase the game for people starting out. You love that? Makes it trickier to do it in a time frame, though. Respect that. Yeah, I remember reading in several different Reddit posts that this game has 22 hours of cutscenes in A Realm Reborn itself. So more than about half of my stream will be cutscenes.
So you have about 26 hours to get to Satasha, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice. Anywho, though, you gotta go have dinner, but it was nice to meet you. It was nice to meet you too, Lovely.
But you did not come all this way to trade formalities.
It's always nice to see other Final Fantasy players. It's like so weird that despite being close to other Final Fantasy players in game, very rarely do I see Final Fantasy streamers interact with each other on Twitch. Like, besides Fina and maybe Hika and his friends, I never found like Final Fantasy streamers or never talked to them. But like that's kind of weird because it's something so easy to bond over. But it doesn't happen very often.
I think it's also, well, I mean, I think there's a bunch of FF players that I can, like, there's a whole Discord for it, for like VTubers who play FF14, if you just want to like connect to people and stuff. But I guess for me, I never really bothered with it, so I was like, okay.
Well, I mean,
I'll just do my own thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've made plenty of friends who don't play this game. And like
real quick,
Yuka was like, I kind of just like one day decided to search what the Final Fantasy tag, and it being very late at night, like, well, I think I was filtering through the VTubers tag, and that's how I found Yuka. Whenever I find a new streamer to watch, I like to be silent for a little bit just to kind of get a feel for their community, kind of get a feel for their personality. Like, how do they act when they don't know if someone's watching? And if they're, if they're generally on their best behavior, even when they don't know someone's watching, I think that's a good sight, right? So that's kind of how I met Hika. He's a good egg. And that's also where I met Mama Catherine. It's through Hika.
What is that response?
Did I embarrass you?
No, I just like making choking sounds just because it usually reacts it with a laughter, as it did. I mean, it worked, so. Anyways, Amber is waiting in the Donathon waiting
This
room.
is a good chance for me to take a break and I can tag team with Emperor. Because I want to get dinner.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I'll be back.
Sure
Have
thing.
fun.
Thank you. Let's bring
Don't do too
Amber
much
in.
crimes.
Man, what a fucking cutie, am I right?
All my friends are cuties.
We all just are dragons in our own way. I don't know what that means.
Hello.
Sure.
How did you get in here?
What?
How did you get in here?
I think
I thought you dragged me.
I
in
didn't
here.
drag you in here.
I
What
think,
the heck?
I think that was. I already forgot her name. Fuck.
Fina shouldn't have permission to do that. I don't know how she did that.
The only
Fina, are
reason
you
why I
committing
presume-
crimes? Did you hack my
The only
server?
reason why I presumed that is because she was saying, well, this is a good time for me to tag team with Ember because I gotta go eat. Which implies that she was gonna drag Ember in here.
Mysterious. We will capture and interrogate Fina later. But first, get an ACL.
So, Ember, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Sure.
You want to introduce yourself, Ember?
Alright, great talk.
Oh, sorry, I muted. Do you want to introduce yourself, Ember? Yeah, Ember, who are you? And how did you get into it?
I'm Ember, and I'm a hacker.
Alright, say the word, I'll ban them.
No.
What? What?
Ember's a friend.
What?
She's
If
always
you're a
welcome
hacker.
here. Where are they going in?
I-
Go back to user.
But I'm a vampire.
Ember's a vampire.
Always
And I
good to
don't-
meet a vampire.
I don't play Final Fantasy.
That is a lie.
I don't.
Who is this cutie right here?
I don't know.
Who is this Ember Bloodheart who is logged
I
into
don't
Final
know.
Fantasy? Huh? Who could this be?
I think that's Pika. He did just
Huh.
make a new character today.
Pika's not that cute. Eve is short.
Hello?
I am actually the shortest a bunny boy can be. But yes,
I put my bunny boy at max height.
this is the only time you'll see Ember be tall.
How dare you? How dare you?
Oh wait, that's right. I'm not the shortest you can be. I made myself specifically 69 inches tall.
Ember, I just want to point out you never did deny it though.
Deny what?
What, didn't Avier just say something about you being shorter?
It's
I mean-
a lie, and we all know it.
Actually, I don't. I'm new here. Hi, I'm Mama.
Ave is a liar. Ave is always a liar.
I don't lie. That's why I'm so bad at Among Us.
I respect liars.
I tell people the truth, and then sometimes that gets
Uh-huh.
me killed.
Hold on. Do you lie with truths, or do you just say the straight up truth?
I say the straight up truth.
Okay, now that's your problem right there.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
how to
do
fix
something
it.
similar where
The truth hurts, yes. Self-inflicted pain with truth. It gets me vented.
What I always do was just lie through the truth. So you'd say all of the truth, but you leave out one little detail that can clear your name in some way. Like, just say too much of the truth. Like, hey, I was here when you're self-reporting, and just be like, oh, okay. You know?
Need more water. Abe is lawful good. Every time Abe takes a bite, he looks like he's taking a micro nap. Is it because I close my
Yeah, I
eyes?
saw that.
What are your alignments though? Masking for research? I don't know. It's been a while since I did an alignment test. I'd probably be... I don't think I'm lawful good, because I don't see myself as that inflexible. Maybe on... But I also don't see myself as, like, unpredictable as well. So I think I am on the... I agree with Fina. I'm probably neutral good. I'm definitely not chaotic good, yes, because I'm not unpredictable. I agree that Fina is more on the chaotic good spectrum. Gotta go to bed. Looking forward to more Abe streaming tomorrow. Have a good night, Alcor. I'll see you in the morning because I'll still be here.
I just recently took the alignment test because of Aimsworth's D&D campaign.
Oh, right, that happened.
And it gave me chaotic good.
I believe that. I think you're hiding a side of you that you don't reveal to us on stream. That is chaotic good.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha, ooh, ooh, ha ha.
I can see that. Yeah, that sounds right. Neko agrees with me.
How dare you?
Guys, I think it's Bella redeemed ha for 700. Go.
Well, this isn't my stream, so that doesn't apply
That
here.
means I don't know what that means.
It's one of Ember's channel redeems. She has to laugh like Titus from Final Fantasy X.
Oh, okay.
You gotta be at least a little chaotic to resonate with Basil. Yeah, you cannot be like friends with Basil unless you are a little bit of a chaotic good.
Hey yo, wake the fuck up, Red.
I'm awake. I'm actually doing quite fine, despite it being almost 4 in the morning. Where do we have to go now? Where is this? Oh, I need to go to the Fisherman's Guild.
May I ask what for? I am not a good knowledge of Final Fantasy at all.
It's just where my next main story quest is taking me. I need to go to the ferry docks and investigate something. Ember, you have to ha 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 ha. Ember, can you escort me to the Fisherman's Guild? I've never been there before.
I don't play this game.
What do you mean? Literally the first thing you did when you started this game was to become a fisherman.
Yeah, but
well, that was
where's that deck in Aetherite?
Would it be alright if I got something to eat and just ate on stream away from the mic so you guys don't hear it?
What's that?
I said, would it be alright if I got something just small to eat, just nibble on, but stay away from my mic so it doesn't appear over the mic?
Yeah, that's fine. You could also mute your mic too.
I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot I had that function.
Okay, let's go to the Arcanist Guild.
Arcanist Guild? Alright. I actually have that one.
Yeah, I'm looking at your stream. If we get lost, it's because I can't read maps. I can't read. Reading's for chumps.
You used to be an Apex Pro. Isn't that all about reading maps?
No, I just follow people around.
Yeah. It's literally how it is in all Battle Royales. It's just follow people.
You bunny maid boys wandering? Yes. Reading is for chumps, Ember.
I 100% agree with Ember.
Heck yeah.
And that's mostly because I can't really read because of actual migraines I get for it with tiny words.
Is this it? I think this is it.
Yep.
Yeah, this is it.
Hey, did it. Thank you.
I'm literate.
Well, sure.
Congratulations.
Your Pogger's my gamer.
Wow, I finally got the last Ethernet shard.
The what shard?
It lets me teleport to everywhere in town.
You said Ethernet shard, right?
Yep, it's literally called an Ethernet shard.
That's weird in a way.
Oh, did I do a fairy skipper?
What do you have to do?
I need to go to Eldport. Does this guy bring me to Eldport? Oh, it does.
Well, take the L. That sounds way worse than I wanted it to.
It was only
Shoot.
40 gil. It's okay.
I don't know the currency.
So Ember, how long have you been playing Final Fantasy?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't play. I don't play.
Okay, let's put it this way. How long have you been playing games?
Since I was a wee child.
Over 300
You
years
want to
ago?
specify?
Yeah.
Doesn't play, drives up to Eve with a car. Won't even let me get in the car. SMH my head.
I thought you're not allowed to ride mounts or something.
I can ride mounts. I pay for this
Oh.
game. What do you mean I can't ride mounts?
No. I thought for your... What was it? Or were you... Oh,
I can't ride my
already leaving.
own mounts, but I'm not in a party.
Oh, okay. Dina just passed me party leader.
If
I
you
don't
host,
know
you
where
can
I'm
invite him
supposed to
now.
go. I don't know where I'm going.
I need to go to the Hall of the Novice to the north.
North?
You know where north is? Alright,
Look
turn
at
right.
the map and look further up.
Keep turning right. Keep turning right. Keep turning right.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. North goes up. It's the Hall of the Novice. This is where you go to learn how to be an adventurer.
What's that?
Criminals.
Oh. Mom, I'm gonna be an adventurer.
You can drive a car into a building. Amazing.
Yeah. Okay, but you know, the only reason I started Final Fantasy was because of Bunny Boys.
That's a mood.
That's valid. Although you started Final Fantasy before there was Bunny Boys. You were a cat boy.
Yeah, because my friends were telling me to start preparing for Bunny Boys.
That's also a mood.
So I was first a cat boy.
Alright, so let me explain what the Smith is. It's basically a set of tutorial missions that kind of teach you how to perform in dungeons, or rather perform in a party.
So it's a tutorial of sorts.
It's kind of like a tutorial. It gives you there's different missions depending on what role you are. So since I'm playing as a tank, I'm going through basically the tank lessons. And the very first lesson is avoid area of effect attacks. Which also means don't stand in the booth. This, while it's not perfect, it's very hard to explain all the nuances of playing in a party in Final Fantasy, but I think it does a fairly good job of getting you started at least.
That's good.
The very first one is just like dodge the AoE telegraphs, which you'd be surprised is actually quite difficult.
Yeah, I remember seeing them in like Heroes and Ghosts streams for AoEs. So, Ember, may I ask what your pronouns are? Just don't want to mess anything up.
I am she, her.
Alright.
Now I have to fight 2 enemies at once. But as you can see, it does get a little bit more hectic, where it's like you're trying to dodge multiple things at once. But really, it's just make sure you're not standing in the colored spots and you're gonna be good.
Yeah.
Sora's like, ha. So easy. Sora's currently playing Arceus Legends, and it also has very similar AoE telegraphs that you need to dodge.
Yeah.
Hershey, do it for she. Did you guys see that ad? The pronoun was right there. It's very pronunciated Hershey. Yes, that's a very pronunciated.
That ad.
I don't think I've seen that ad before.
It's very what's the word? Target audience for women.
Mhm.
They just took Hershey and switched it to her/she.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the entire commercial.
You see.
That's literally it.
Another good reason to do this, these sets of tutorials, is that you get you get a up-to-date set of armor to use for the very first dungeon. Not only
That's
that, at the
actually
very
very big.
end, if you complete all the tutorials, you get a ring that gives you boosted EXP.
That's even better.
Mm-hmm. All the more reason to do it.
Yeah.
I'm glad that the MSQ brings you to here, but it's not a requirement to complete it. So that's why I kind of want to reiterate that for those who are starting out, this set high key carries you for a while. Exactly. It also looks really nice. I remember getting the DPS set. I loved it. For so long, I would climb into the set. I believe it's like the dungeon version is called the Bow Strikers set, but the ones that you get here is called the brand new set.
Yeah. Now, I have a question for you.
For me?
Yes.
Go for it.
So, you know the whole, whatever it's called for VR, the chips that go in the brain thing, right?
Chips that go into brain thing. No, I'm not familiar with that.
So, they, over at Tesla, Elon Musk, I believe, I could be wrong on the person, but they decided to try and make virtual reality to the next step. So they basically made this type of model that you would put a chip in your actual head to try and help simulate the stuff when you're asleep. At least that's how I think it works. I'm not entirely sure of the technicalities, but point is, let's say you were asleep and you were the actual character that you would want to be. Do you think Final Fantasy would transfer over well to that type of VR? SAO type?
I mean, we've seen what happens in SAO, so...
Well, you know what I mean. Like, minus the whole SAO being SAO. Just in that context of how the machines work.
I think it's super invasive. In general.
Fair enough.
And it's probably already a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah. I still have to watch that show. I keep hearing good and bad things about it.
Alright, this mission here is probably one of the most important for tanks. It is execute a combo to increase enmity. What is enmity? Enmity is essentially hate, or another way of a measure of attention. As a tank, you want to make sure that all enemies are focused on you at all times.
Makes sense.
You don't want your pals getting hurt.
Yeah.
You want to maintain aggro as best you can. And the way to do that is by doing weapon combos.
Yeah.
In order to... Another way to boost hate is also to use your class's enmity increasing ability. So for Marauders and Warriors, make sure you have Defiance on. You know what? You have Defiance on if you can see the ability on your buff bar, which I can actually move so it's easier to see. I prefer to keep it lower here.
Yeah. Oh, Sora, or Sor, how do you pronounce that person's name? Soria?
Soraya. But Sora also
Soraya.
works.
So Soraya, yeah, all of the monkeys that they did it on have passed away. That is, yeah. It's. I have no idea how the tests are going anymore. stop following after all that happened because it's like, well, but yeah, who knows? Yeah.
Thank you, Ember. I will put on
What?
Pride and Joy.
Oh, yes.
What is everyone's pride and joy?
The friends I've made along the way.
What if you don't have friends?
You make it.
What if you're lonely?
Then you make friends.
But how?
Your Pride and Joy is power washing.
That's a mood.
I can vibe with that virtue. You know what you can power wash? What you can do with power washing? You can do it with your friends.
Artisans? Oh.
At 4 a.m. EST.
At 3 a.m. CDT.
When Kali is lonely, he thinks of you guys, thinks of us in Caramel Baby. That's so sweet. Does it make you feel better, Kali? Power washing with friends at 4 o'clock in the morning. Ember, do you want to move the time?
What?
Do you want to move the time to 4 o'clock in the morning?
Move what time?
Power washing.
Oh! No.
No.
It's already 4.
I sleep. Good night.
Oh,
no. You're awake right now.
What? No, I'm sleep talking.
You're sleep talking? Oh, I see.
There's one easy way to find out. Ember, what's 1 + 1?
9.
Correct.
See, she's awake. Only a person who's awake can do proper math.
Wait, isn't Ember nocturnal? Wait, vampire? Wait, Ember?
What?
Ember, you're getting exposed.
I'm not nocturnal. I'm assimilated to the normal mortal life.
That type of vampire.
Diurnal. Diurnal sect? That doesn't exist anymore, Virtue. Real lore talk hours, nocturnal. Nocturnal. I know, but like, my brain is stuck. I need cute turtle Ember now. Can we get a turtle Ember?
Give me 1 minute.
Is it doodle time? 1 minute doodle time?
And it better look good. Now, you see, Red, here's the thing, no matter what it is, it's gonna look good. But it's gonna put slight pressure, but we're still gonna validate her no matter what.
Nocturtle Ember. Because Ember is always cute, right? Right? Yes, Ember is always cute. Ember is the cutest vampire ever.
Hells to the yeah.
Wait, is this Elden Ring? No, there's no turtles in Elden Rings, only dogs.
Oh, maidens.
There are no maidens in
All I
Elden
know.
Ring.
Oh.
Why do you think we're there? That's why we're called maidens.
Maidenless.
Oh, okay. So this is a very important lesson as well. How to build aggro from multiple targets. Every tank has an ability, an AoE ability, to hit multiple enemies. When you hit multiple enemies, you build aggro on all of them. You should do it. Try not to single hit every single enemy to build aggro, because you're going to miss some.
So that line that went off between you and each of the enemies was the... I already forgot the word you were just using.
Enmity.
Yes. Was the thing for, like, getting attention.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think I'm starting to learn. Ish. Oh yeah, I never did say out loud, happy streamiversary.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
So, like, is the ice cream cake coming later, or...? Well, we're eating in the call, right?
We are eating in the call. Did you not get a
Yeah.
slice? I'll have to call
No.
I'll have to call the delivery crew.
What delivery crew?
The one that was supposed to provide you your ice cream cake.
Hey. Look at
Amber,
your-
good news, we're getting ice cream cake.
Heck yeah.
Yeah,
Is this
Red's
Ember
paying for
Ring?
all of it.
Wait, Brain, are you playing Warrior? Yes, I'm playing Warrior. Or I'm playing Marauder.
Downloaded an ice cream cake. Oh man, I wish I could, but the PC is like 1 foot away and I'm too lazy.
Let's see, image.
Oh, that's a bad joke. Download an ice cream cake and take a mega bite.
Are you guys ready? Wait, where did I save
well,
it?
Ready for what?
There we go. There we go. There's Turtle Ember.
Oh my god.
Shit is great. Alright, observe. Here is how you pick up enmity from multiple targets. Use your AoE ability. Oh, make sure you have Defiance on. You love it so much. Ember, can you draw yourself as part of the TMNT now?
Can you draw yourself as an NFT?
No. We
No.
don't support those here.
No one
Yeah.
does.
Hey, we did it.
I'll be honest, I don't even know what NFT stands for.
Still have so many to go through. I think this is the last one I need.
No fish taxes. Ah, that makes sense.
Oh. That makes sense. I need to finish
I think
this,
my phone
this
just
mission
went off.
first. How do I get here? Near the mines.
I mean, didn't you get here by walking through a doorway somewhere?
Oh, oopsies. I forgot to get my ranged attack, so now I gotta go run for it. I think this is the closest way to it.
Okay.
No fish taxes? Alcor commits tax evasion. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. Did you
Dude,
finish
was a
that
good
game?
I beat the story, but then there was like a train fight, and I never
Yeah.
beat that.
Oh.
I'm the same way.
There's no
Didn't
taxes
they
in
remove
space.
that from
Disclaimer,
Steam?
might be taxes in space.
Yeah, didn't they remove that game from Steam?
Did they?
I could have sworn they did. It was for some political thing, like, hey, don't commit tax evasion or something like that.
That's ridiculous. There's games with
Yeah.
actual murder in it, and you don't take it off the
Yeah.
shelves because don't.
Well,
commit
yeah, but
murder.
that's GTA. Like, you can't fault GTA for being GTA.
Can you fault the cute turnip game for joking about tax evasion? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, of course you can, because the government doesn't make money out of it. They want more money.
Did they release DLC for that game yet? I feel like that was.
I'll look it up. I have no idea if it's even still on Steam. Oh, speaking of, I recently got the chance to play an amazing game that I recommend everyone checks out.
Up for what?
Has anyone heard of the game called Say No More?
I want that game.
It's so good.
Say no more?
It's Say No exclamation point more. The entire point of it is you work at a company that everyone basically says yes, and you somehow come across this tape that teaches you to say no, so you're just going through the office telling everyone no, and there's like it's very dumb, but it's very comedic. Are you supposed to turn up? Oh, here it is. Turnip boy commits tax evasion.
On a return.
I'm not seeing anything about DLC, but I am seeing an onion plush.
Onion plush? Cool.
Yeah.
Why are we wink wonking? Guys, what happened? What was said? Let's see where's the marauders go. Oh wait, there's more. Beat! Lafty isn't Turtle Ember cute. Turtle Ember is the cutest.
Oh, I think I see what happened.
I want to add a line underneath that
Something
says,
about
"Is this turtle?" Or no, sorry, is this dog?
Is this dog or
this
tortoise?
Dog ahead. Ember funny green chin dog.
How dare you? Fight me, Velo. 1v1 me.
Well, hold up. In what?
In Final Fantasy XIV PvP. Which,
I never
by the
tried
way, has a free
PvP.
trial that includes the award-winning expansion Heavensward for free. You can play up to level 60 with no restriction on playtime.
I'll be honest, I would, but last time I played an MMO, I forgot to eat for 2 days.
That's not ideal. You should eat.
Yeah, no, I don't play MMOs for good reason.
What's
Although
the
that
dog
does-
doing? Wait, why are you barking?
Wait, what the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
Barking because I can. Bark, bark.
Bark, bark.
Krampus, are you referring to the diet keto? Or I had to reload, so I have no idea what's going on.
I think Brand meant the not eating part. It's not. It's not healthy.
No, that's not keto, that's fasting. And starving. No, keto is basically you do not eat any carbs. That's it.
Freedom of order. M turtle.
Oh, Fina's back.
Nina, would you like to be let back in? Ember, have you accepted your new, let me in? Alright, you got it.
Let me in! Let me in!
Oh, Velo's also in here. Let's bring them both in.
We almost have enough for a month.
Make Velo beg first.
Oh no, he's gone!
What? No!
Look what you
How
did
dare
to
you?
them, Ember.
Yeah. What just happened?
I don't know.
Don't
but
worry about it.
Velo was here and then he's no longer here.
Velo, you coward! Coward!
To be fair,
I just heard Velo say hi, and I was like, wait, what? And And then I got dragged like 20 different places.
Oh, they're back.
Oh look, Velo's back.
Hi, Velo.
Hello.
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 Alright.
Hello.
How close are we to... Oh, we are at Satasha.
We're
It's
at
just...
Sastasha, yeah. But I don't have Tomahawk. So I'm trying to get Tomahawk.
You're going to get Tomahawk?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
going to get Tomahawk.
Okay. Hey, eat your XP food.
Let me finish my spicy noodles first.
Okay, good.
Still working on
What? You
it.
didn't drink it
No,
on
no, no,
yet?
eat your in-game XP food.
Valo, may I ask your pronouns real quick? I think Valo died, guys.
Oh, hello? What?
Oh. I was asking what your
I-
pronouns are. I just want to be respectful.
He, him.
Alright.
I think Velo's trying to not pass out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been
Have you
like
tried
Shoo,
sleep?
get out of
I
here.
think the worst thing was that I started this 48-hour stream on a work day. So everyone is still tired from work.
I mean, that makes
Ah.
sense.
Good.
Bruh.
It's okay.
I crashed.
It's okay, that's why that's why I went to get food. I'll be here with you, Red.
I
Velo,
don't
shoot.
even know
Shoe?
if I'll be awake for prey.
That's probably not
You can
happening
just
until tomorrow.
go to sleep.
Just go to
That's not
sleep.
happening until tomorrow.
It's
Yo.
definitely not happening until like afternoon.
Velo, go to bed.
Afternoon tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah.
Probably tomorrow.
It's like we're on the
Well,
first
okay,
dungeon. We
there's
still have
12
like
hours.
me getting to level 50.
Oh,
Do you
boy.
have the
okay.
energy to do the first dungeon with us, Ember?
Yes.
Okay, then we can do that.
I just need to...
Hurry up, give your tomahawk.
I'm trying to get Tomahawk so I'm not like a liability
She's gonna
during
fall asleep.
stream. I'm trying not to be a liability here.
Press your sprint. Press your sprint
Don't
button.
worry, Asia. No matter what happens, you're not a liability.
This is
to
what I
me.
mean. Like I don't know where to go for this NPC.
Oh my god.
Right?
Okay, where are you?
Okay, I found it. He was indoors. Renfried. Hello. Where do I go now? Brutal strength over there.
Is this is okay, I know where that is.
Nice butt.
Wow, that is creepy for me able to know where that is just from looking at this.
You can sleep during Praetorium.
Oh,
Take like
I
10-minute
could.
naps during the cutscenes.
yeah.
All we hear is just snores.
I don't think. Do you snore, Ember?
No.
Only first time for anything.
Do you snore, Fina?
Absolutely not.
You, Asia?
Must suck
Ow.
to not have a mount, Abe.
Yeah.
you
just driving past him?
It's the poor man.
Just driving slowly past me, yes. It's like the person who like pushes the shopping cart against your ankles to move faster. Oh, that's an A rank, isn't it? It's right that they didn't kill me.
It's a crab.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ember, pull it.
I don't have tomahawk. How can I
Ember, pull it.
pull?
Oh, wait, that's behind it.
Pull it and then run away.
Oh, it's Angie.
Oops, that's the wrong attack.
You might not have pull, but can you do knockback?
Ember, you're dying.
Oh, I'm dying.
Hey, what Lanasha are you guys at again?
Up? No, not upper.
Goodbye.
Western Lanasha.
Give me the name. What is up, Lanasha? Okay, up Lanasha is the thing, but I don't think you're at Camp Bronze Lake.
I'm in Western Lanassia.
Okay,
But
thank
what
you.
What is up Lanassia?
What is up, Lanasha? Oh my god.
Nothing much. How about you?
Shut.
Oh my god.
Do you want a healer or not? Do you want a healer or not?
I would like a healer, please.
Okay, I'm coming.
I mean, what you could do is just tart everyone but Avier.
Ember, can you POS me? Oh, you guys are already back in.
POS?
Back
Piece
here.
of shit.
What is
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Whoa!
It's this command without the space.
What is POS?
It stands for sharper position.
Position.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, the command is literally position, and I was like, okay, where are you? I need to know where you are so I can run to you. No.
Wuna, welcome back. Good morning.
Sora is feeling more empowered to say fuck. Sora can say fuck as much as she wants. What the heck?
Yeah.
So much string.
Who's gonna stop her?
Sora is an independent cat girl.
I felt
Hell yeah.
I felt empowered. Fuck. You're welcome.
Thank you. There's a crowd in here now.
Hey yo, wake the fuck up.
Almost.
We actually have
Someone
a-
arrest Sora.
I didn't do anything. It's an 18 plus stream.
Okay, hi. Do you need a ride?
Who's?
Why, Ember? I was trying.
Okay. Yo.
Oh, good morning. Oh my god, you reached 1,000. Yeah, we did. We really did. I'm so happy.
I'm happy for you.
Ooh.
Can I go here? I can't.
So,
Hey.
Sora, what are oh, go on.
Oh, you can go first.
I was just gonna ask pronouns.
Oh, she, her, or they, them.
Alright. You were saying, Ember?
So, Sora, do you want to know the #1 reason to play this game?
Yeah, tell me.
Is it Bunny
You
Boys?
can be a bunny boy in a maid outfit.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sold. Let's fucking go.
Heck yeah!
Hello. Oh, do you need a ride?
I
Okay,
can't
hold
get
on,
on
come
the
here.
bird. It's okay.
No, come back, come back,
No,
come
I'm
back.
teleporting back to
back.
Lims. I'm teleporting to Limza.
I wish this car could run people over.
So now you want to go around.
This is the chaotic good coming out.
So you know how we were talking about like character alignments? I think that me and Ember are definitely chaotic good.
Yeah, I can see that when she tried to murder me.
What? No, it was just a friendly car bonk.
Is that how
Just a love tap.
that works?
It's just a love tap.
That actually happened to Mia once. She was letting her friend into the garage of her apartment, but she had to step out of the car to like wave her card to open up the gate. And so she's standing in front of the gate, and behind her is her friend's car that is slowly going downhill into the garage towards Mia.
Oh my god. Whoa, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh,
my garage.
That's a terrifying image.
Not in the garage.
I remember I was riding with someone, and we got like I don't know what the English word for it is, but like like the ticket booth where like you press the button and you get the ticket before it opens up. Yeah. So the driver tried to reach out and grab the ticket, but they didn't. The car was not in the car. The car was not in park. So it started slowly rolling through the locked gate. Oh, that was terrifying.
Yeah, I remember seeing a headline like that. It was at like a drive-through, and they got stuck in between their car and like a wall, I guess. And couldn't get out.
Oh
It was
my
pretty-
god.
It was
Hey.
fatal.
Terrifying.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Yeah, that's the day I learned. That's the
Lambo,
day I
get your
learned
ass to bed.
Lambo, get your ass. Why is it Lambo?
Why is it
Alright,
Lambo?
Velo.
I'm going.
Hey, Velo.
Goodbye.
No, I don't need to hear.
Velo.
I don't need to hear. No, I don't.
Go the fuck to bed.
Oh, it's not.
We
Good night.
should read that
Good night,
story to Velo.
Bedtime
Velo's long
story.
gone.
Go the fuck to bed.
Yeah.
Good night, Bello.
Good night, Velo.
Night, Bella.
Hey,
yo, wake the
fuck up, Red. I should actually go too. I don't play MMOs. I only came here to say fuck. So.
Okay. Thank you for coming in to grace us, Sora.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Good night, everyone.
Just say it one more time.
Sora.
Oh, okay. Here. Fuck.
Oh,
Why
thank
is
you.
it ASMR?
Good night, guys. Bye bye.
Bye. Thanks for stopping by.
Western, right? Yeah, Western.
Man, they were all cuties, but you know who's the best cutie of them all? You, chat.
Where is... Okay.
Them?
Oh my god.
Not me?
Well,
What?
Red sounds so offended.
I've never heard such bullshit before.
Look, I was trying to make the majority.
There's a... Wait, Ember, where are you?
I have an eyelash in my eye.
Oh no.
Okay, Godspeed.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I was gonna say, you can come here. If you come here and you aggro these guys from from up here, they can't get to you and they just get really angry.
You know, I died. And you know why? Because the healer didn't heal me. This is all
What?
their fault. I literally died. Oh, I didn't.
Are you sure?
You're not doing it
I'm
right.
not doing it right. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
I need to pull them one at a time.
Yes. This guide is a little bit outdated, unfortunately.
Aim is a dum. God damn it. Alright, I deserve that one. Save your red brain
Also,
dead.
Are you in
I
the
don't know
hall?
where you are, Fina.
Oh, go to the hall of novice. Right here.
Oh, okay, thanks.
You have flying here, right? Yeah, you should have flying, question mark? I don't know if you do or not, actually.
Alright, let's put my dumb tag on.
Also, I looked up just to look at your profile picture in Discord, just thinking, what are you about to say?
Huh?
Huh?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just
Oh,
how
you,
it's set.
do you have flying, or do you need me to ferry you?
These NPC healers are not on your level 8. Level question mark.
Okay. You see these guys? We can make them angry, and then we just run all the way over, and we can make them angry from over here. And then they'll try to run up, but then they can't reach us. And then they'll just keep resetting.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I think it should work. Theoretically, it should work. Let me try.
When you get endgame and in dungeons, you are the healer. Yeah, but the max I'm getting D is like level 50.
Oh shit, you're dying! Oh shit, it's still coming. Oh shit!
You're dying!
Are you okay? Is something happening? What's happening outside?
Don't worry about it! Everything's under control.
Here, I think all your friends are dead.
Suspicious.
Okay.
Wait, I
professional
can't use
healer.
any of my skills?
You need to level sync.
Ember and Fina seem to be dying.
She's gonna be fine.
Help.
X in chat, guys.
Just run.
You get an
You're
X in chat.
fine. Professional healer.
Let's go peek at Dodo.
Okay. Oh, this one? I'm pretty sure if you poke it, it'll just explode.
Yeah.
You made another one angry though.
Oh, like I just realized I've been in here for an hour already. I need to get to bed. It's 3:28. Ah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Question mark?
It was nice finally being able to meet everyone in an actual call.
Yeah. We're all good
was-
people here.
Yeah. Well, just for emphasis, I was referring to myself, but
We strive to be good people here.
yes.
Good night. Sleep well.
Yeah, same to all of you. Thank
What
you
if
for
Dave
having
was
me.
mega buff, like Buffer?
Buffer.
Buffer.
Alright, well, thank you for having me. It's been an honor, everyone. I'm gonna drown this out as long as I can.
Have a
Make
safe
this as awkward as
journey.
possible.
Mama Catherine, go to bed.
Well, now I can't because I was told to.
Mama Catherine, go to bed.
Fine.
That's better.
Do you need to sleep?
Me?
Yeah.
Or
you.
is?
You. You. Ember Bloodheart.
I probably need to sleep soon, but I can stay up a little more.
Okay.
Can I change the color of my chocobo?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
There's a whole science to it too.
Like enthusiastic about this. Yes, you can actually.
But
No
it's,
memes.
it's interesting because there's a whole science to doing it.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of fruits that you can feed your chocobo, but you have to feed them in a specific order, and that will give you the color you want.
Oh.
So let me link you something that will help you with this. Give me a
I
second.
feel like my chocobo would be cuter if I could change its color.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever shown you my chocobo, right? Hold on. Let me land.
My chocobo is like a lavender purple.
Where is
I really like the
my-
barding I have from the
That is a cute
Valentine's event.
barding. Oh yeah, wait, did that event go away?
The Mogmail one, right?
Yeah, the Mogmail. I think it's gone now.
Darn. Unable to summon your chocobo, he is stable. Okay, give me a second.
Oh,
I need to release
Your
him.
chocobo has been abandoned in the stinky stalls.
I don't need a chocobo. I haven't needed a
Abandoned your-
chocobo in
yeah,
so long.
Yeah, but your chocobo needs you. Did you ever consider that, Fina?
No.
How selfish
Dang.
of you.
Yeah.
No.
Can't believe you, Fina.
What do you mean?
This is animal abuse. It's neglect.
He gets to sit in a stable that is constantly clean. He gets food. He's fat as fuck.
Wow, that's rude.
What if your chocobo is self-conscious about its weight, huh?
Yeah, you're not supposed to talk about other people's weight, you know.
You know, I named the chocobo after a chocolate. So a little bit too late on that end, but
So your chocobo's pronouns would be Hershey. Why are you silent? Can't believe I'm being ignored.
Fina's questioning all of her decisions that came to this moment.
where are you? Okay, you're up here. I was like, where did I drop you? Wait, where did you go? I swear I dropped you up here. Ember, where did you go? Okay.
I dropped myself down further.
Okay. I was like, oh no, where did the person I dropped off went? Okay, hello. This is Kurako.
Ooh, wait. That's cute.
Yeah. So his plume is blue and the armor is white.
I want a white chocobo. Is that doable?
That is absolutely doable. Let me DM it to you. So, you want to use this? and then you pick the color you want.
Oh my god.
If you have not done this at all, the default color is desert yellow.
Guys,
Okay.
imagine having a conal AoE.
How does that feel like?
It's awful.
Lamau. Lamau. Imagine having to deal with a Kona AoE. Look at this guy.
Alright, imagine having a conal AoE that combos into a circle AoE.
Yeah, which is the most fucked up thing. Okay, there you go, Ember. Then you can just buy that.
I can't believe they've done Warrior dirty.
From where?
The market board.
Yeah, you can buy all of them. Hey Pote.
And then read the how does this work part to make sure that you know how it works. And then you can only know that it's gonna work or not in 6 hours. I forgot about this stupid rule. What the hell? Oh
There's like really weird mechanics in this game that are like seemingly over complicated for no reason. There's Chocobo dying, not with the E, so not the Chocobo death, but like changing the colors. There's gardening is like something I cannot fathom.
What? Gardening is so easy. Says me as I've never done gardening.
There's like so much. There's like soil types. There's crossbreeding. There's onions.
Okay. This is Fina's crash course on gardening in Final Fantasy XIV. Okay, number 1. Soil types only affects the outcome. In that it affects how fast it grows, it affects how much it grows, and it affects the quality of it. And number 2, you can crossbreed. And you can crossbreed crossbreed plants by planting them next to each other. And then the next time you collect them, you will get something. You will get a new seed that lets you use that seed, which is the crossbred seed. That's it. That's all you need to know.
Just realized I didn't get a helmet. This is gonna be a fun dungeon, guys.
Okay. Do we have another person?
I think so. Seven and a half hours later, we get to do Sastasha.
Let me ask my group of friends real quick.
Let's see who's on. Seems like Bip went to bed. Sorry, I had to take off my maid outfit, put on this armor.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's time to do Sastasha.
Alright, Sastasha. Let's go. Whoa. Wait, we are doing it like the normal experience, right?
Yes? Question mark?
Okay. Okay. No, I'm just asking.
What is the
Ember, can you register or give me the host?
Oh. Your host now.
We're going in.
Easiest party pop in my life.
Yeah. So Sastasha is the first dungeon in the game. Starts at level 15. You are investigating this cave full of pirates. Pretty easy stuff. There actually are some mechanics in this, surprisingly. There's even a puzzle in here, which you can totally just like brute force, technically, but I'll show you the proper way to do it. It's also the first time you learn limit breaks. Right. First thing you do as a tank, turn on your tank stance. I'm a marauder, so I have access to Defiance. Make sure you use it. You can optionally say hi to your party members. Not everyone here is in this hall. So Yuki Mitsuri is a stranger. So be friendly, say hi. As a tank, you want to make sure you get aggro on everything. And you do that by using Tomahawk for ranged and Overpower for AoE. Aver Red Sasha Grad, yeah.
AoEs are always better than single target skills if there are more than one enemy.
That is correct. At least for tanks. So it's just basic math. When you do single target, it deals on average 200 potency per GCD. GCD stands for global cooldown. It's basically every time you do a weapon skill or spell, it puts all of your skills on cooldown for a certain number of seconds. However, if you are fighting two or
Red.
more enemies, yeah, what's up?
Person's waiting for you.
Oh, right. Bloody memo. You find a bloodstained scrap of parchment with a scrawled message on it. The captain likes his cabbage green. Now that's an important piece of info for later in the dungeon. Without getting into the math, just AoE when you see two larger enemies.
Go all the way. You know what to do.
That's bad manners.
I am literally your healer.
Yeah, but not everyone's gonna have you as a healer. Dina's like, you're level 15, do wall-to-wall pulls.
Don't be a coward.
I'm
Make
not
a
a
healer have to go.
coward, I know what to do here. You have to kill these clans, or can you kill them?
Just kind of run past them. Doesn't matter. Just run past them. But, like, I just... Usually, if I do this with friends, I just run all the way into the boss room. I'm taking half of them right now, so you should be okay for a little bit more. Abe has no trust in me as a healer, as a mage.
What? What are you talking about? We did Oroville together.
Then move over here into the boss room. There we go.
God, I hate clonal AoEs. Yeah, do you fully yet?
Don't try this at home.
Yes, don't try this at home. Alright. So remember that green message? Oh, I already said the answer. That message at the beginning said he likes the cabbage green. And that just means choose the green coral to activate the switch. But surprise! Crap. So proud of Ember becoming turtle, yes.
Oh right, you don't have stun yet. Oh my god, this is so sad.
No, I do have low blow actually.
Oh, you do? Okay. Hog. I was
But,
like, oh shit, do we not have low blow yet?
I do have low blow, but the AoE is small enough that if you stand at max melee, you don't have to.
That's true.
Upgrade?
I'll pass on it. It's probably
It's
an
not
upgrade.
even an upgrade. For level 1 gear, it's not an upgrade.
Nice.
Just go into the boss room?
Yep. So usually, if you don't know what you're doing, I really recommend pulling about 2 packs, and then that, leaving that at that. So if you don't know, if you're like kind of worried, if you don't know what you're doing, or if you don't know the healer, then 2 packs of mobs is like usually the standard to pull, in my opinion. Any more than that, you gotta ask your healer first to make sure that they're okay with it, or you gotta know the healer, and you gotta know to hope that they can handle it.
Don't flip her over, I'll fight you.
Where are my maidens? They're
Maidenless?
no
Maidenless
maidens.
behavior.
Maidenless
No maidens.
behavior. I've never
Is
seen
that even
such
an upgrade?
maidenless behavior. No, it's not.
Oh, you can talk about what to pull in this.
Oh, yeah. I need to just grab this group, right?
Woo! The bards saw that you can do wall to wall, and now they're like, oh no, we going.
They're a sprout.
They're absolutely not a sprout. What kind of sprout jumps and say hi and then goes to the right direction?
I can't wait to visit you, Tina and Ember.
Aww. I don't know who said that because I can't see right now because I'm trying to make sure Aviar doesn't die. But I'm looking forward to seeing you too. Can you hold for like 2 seconds?
I'm gonna use Rampart, yeah.
Okay. Hi, I come bearing gifts. Ember, come up here.
Oh,
Ember, come up here.
what?
Ember. It's okay. I think Red saw what happened.
No, I didn't.
Oh, she almost fucking died.
Oh.
I'm sleepy.
She was just like 1v1ing this archer and she just almost died.
Ember can take it.
No, I had to heal her.
Yeah, Ember can take it.
Goodness.
Oops.
What was that?
Huahama.
Everyone's sleepy in this dungeon.
Sleep,
Okay, you need to
Tasha.
conserve some batteries so you poof some stream for a bit. Gotcha. See you later, Lefty.
Take care.
Zoom.
Nyong.
Why are your bunny boys so pretty?
Right?
Because that's the way they should be.
Do you want to talk about what healers should do in a dungeon?
Healer should heal and never DPS.
You're lucky my rescue's on cooldown.
What are you gonna rescue me into? There's no AoEs.
Ah, help! I am being attacked by rabid dogs.
Scurvy dogs. Also, my favorite thing about this section is how there's a tinier scurvy dog.
Yeah,
Like, there's no reason for it.
baby
It just,
dog.
like, is a baby dog.
Fucking baby scurvy dog.
Healer lessons. I can give a billion healer lessons.
Oh.
I'm a healer main.
Hey, Ember, run to Aviar. This is a good learning point, actually.
Yeah.
If you accidentally draw aggro on something, don't run away from it. Run towards the tank.
Yep. That is 100%.
That
true.
makes it a lot easier. Yeah, go all the way. Woo!
Like, hiding in this game isn't super real.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Started the. I can't watch the cutscene.
Wait!
I'm dead.
No!
And you guys wonder why I can't trust Fina sometimes.
What do you mean? You got stuck into a cutscene and you didn't tell me you were gonna skip it! Oh my god.
For shame.
Oh, I'm
Imagine
dead.
Triple,
my god.
Triple Legend wipes party. Big
Triple Legend
surprise.
wiping. It's just, this man just went into a cutscene. It was like, okay, and I was like, okay, I'll let him watch it.
I thought I was in danger.
You're in phone when you're in a cutscene. Okay, try 2.
Try number 2.
Okay, we've seen the cutscene this time,
No,
so there's no worry this time.
It's not like anything important happens. The Sahagin wakes up and fights the...
It's like, Sahagin wakes up and is like, hey, who came into my house?
Yeah, and who was the one who triggered the cutscene? Because it wasn't me.
It wasn't me! You're the one you're the only person with a cutscene.
Yeah, but you're the one who went into the boss room, that's what I mean.
No, I went into it after the cutscene got triggered.
Oh, okay, then I don't know who triggered it.
It was the other person.
Oh,
was it the other person?
It was not me.
Because I
was
saw them
stuck
in
here.
there.
Ember, can you shoot all of them? With your limit break?
Oh. All of these with my limit break?
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought we used that on...
Oh no, and
that's
this is a lesson for Ember too.
Yeah, it is a huge misconception that melee LB3 or melee LBs are the best use of LB in dungeons, and it's actually not. You get a lot more value from limit breaks if you use it on large packs of mobs.
Yeah, you just spam limit breaks on the mobs because it does so much AoE damage.
Also, that's the first time I've used limit break on this character. I mean, this class.
Congrats.
Oh, you were a ninja at some point, right?
Yeah. I only just started Red Mage.
How does it feel? Oh, if you have Red Mage question, you can ask
Someone
me.
go do the unnatural ripples. Respect.
Did someone say something?
Respect
No,
the
don't do
mechanics.
them.
Respect
No.
the mechanics.
No, we're teaching kids to not respect mechanics at a young age.
Nothing out of the ordinary. Oh wait, it's the other one.
You didn't even go to the right one.
I've never done this. I
How
don't
do
know what
limit-
I'm doing.
How do
Oh
limit
yeah, the
breaks work?
idea is that if you don't do them long enough, it spawns an ad.
Yep, just like that. So now we have 2 Baleen guards to deal with.
But it literally does not matter.
Yeah, because the boss is already dead. See?
Because if
didn't
you
even
kill the
get hit.
boss, then everything else dies.
How do limit breaks work? So when you perform actions inside of an instance duty, so whether it's a dungeon, a trial, a raid, you build up the limit break bar. And every class... Why did you give me this junk?
What do you want me to do with it? I was gonna throw it out.
You can desynth it. You're a desynther, aren't you?
I already maxed it.
Oh, wow. Everything?
Yeah.
Who got the compass? It wasn't me.
It's probably the bard.
I got the commendation.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, look at you.
Oh my God. This person actually fucking pressed the LB button. I'm commending them. Dude, I'm telling you, that was not a new person.
Yeah.
They were using AoE. They were jumping at the right spot. Where are we going,
What is-
boss?
Commendation.
It's a Medal of Honor. It's you want to get as many as you can so you can show off that you're a pro player.
Oh.
So, every time you finish a dungeon or trial with random people, you have the option to give someone a commendation, right? Commendation is just basically like, oh, this person was helpful, this person did good, or whatever. Like, everyone has a kind of different criteria on who they give it to, right? And that's how it really does, really. Usually the etiquette is for the tank to give the commendation to the healer, for the healer to give the commendation to the tank, and for the 2 DPS to give commendations to each other. That's the usual etiquette, but you literally do not have to follow it. It does not matter.
Nope.
Give it to whoever you want.
Oh, okay.
I love how much
I've been ignoring
emotion
it.
is in each screech Fina makes. Fran says, calm the lalas first.
Calm the lalas first, then do whatever.
Can we turn them into stew?
No. Like command. How do limit breaks work?
I think I.
Wait, did you explain this?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I'd much rather turn Lalafels into stews. Don't turn Lalas into stew. A Lala.
I think the fact that like people are like the fact that people just like just make jokes about Lala is like the it's like the most interesting phenomenon in FF14. I think it's is it story driven? I can't tell, honestly.
I mean, they literally, the game itself relates Popotos to Lalafels.
Yeah, but there's like also like fucking like evil villains of every other race.
Mm-hmm.
Like why are all the other races not hated? Actually, you know what?
That's
every
not
other race,
true.
people also dislike other
Everyone
races.
hates
Yeah, you're right.
Elizons.
What? I'll have you know that one of my best friends is an Ellison, and she is gorgeous. Okay.
I'm not racist. My best friend's an Ellison.
Oh my god! Shut up! I hate you so much.
How do I feed my chocobo?
You gotta bring it to the stables.
You gotta go. Yeah, you gotta stable it. Do you have a stable? Does your FC has a stable?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Go to your FC. I can come over and help look.
Yeah,
You guys are so mean to me. What did I ever do? All I did was came in, did a great bang up job as a healer, and everyone's bullying me.
We love you too now. We love
I
having
love
you
you guys
here.
too. Okay. Yeah, don't worry.
You made a terrible
just-
mistake. I just made 120 extra Dex tinctures. Can you sell them?
That's one. Just sell them. Oh, is this your... You know what? Why did I even bother asking? I know whose house this is. I was
How
like, oh
did
my
I-
god,
which-
is this your
is it-
FC? I've never been. And I was like, oh no, I know whose house this is.
Good night,
Do I have to
Sora.
stable my chocobo?
Yeah, you have to stable him and then feed him. Her.
Good night, Sora. I
Good night,
can't
Sora.
stable
Sleep
him
well.
while he's summoned.
You need to go to, like,
Thank you.
a place with monsters and then unsummon your chocobo and then come back here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Yeah, on the topics of weird archaic things that Final Fantasy XIV does.
Yeah.
Ooh, I should check out this
guess,
home.
Instead of karaoke tonight, instead of blowing out everyone's ears.
I no longer want to check out this home.
Is it weird?
Why don't you come over and, and have a judge for yourself?
I'm busy doing
you
MSQ
so
and
rude?
eating my noodles.
You're still not done?
I'm not.
You know, the longer you prolong it, the worse it gets.
It's actually probably better because I'm eating it and then like it's wearing off and I'm eating it again.
Yeah, that just sounds painful. Just eat all of it at once. Oh my god.
You ran out of fish said? Oh no.
You ran out of fish tank. Oh, rest in peace. I'm sorry.
Oh man. Imagine leveling Fisher. Couldn't be me.
Hey, Fisher is fun for people who level Fisher.
Level 90 Fisher.
I feel like everyone I know who like do like big fishing, they're so into big fishing. It's actually really funny to watch. They always like I have a friend and like her entire static fishes. So they plan their raid time around fishing windows.
Is there such a thing as fishing savage?
Yeah, that's fish. That's the big fish. So big fish is like you don't need to do it, just like Savage. The only thing you get really is bragging rights and achievements, I guess, if you're into that.
Isn't that what legends are for?
That's exactly what legends are for.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then, yeah, you just, and like the windows for big fish is like really fucked up. It's like you only have 3 minutes to fish this thing, and this window, and it's like it has to be raining at night at this specific place. And that very specific set of circumstances on like it's like on like a half moon or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. But I know that like the window for like the fish is like once every like 2 weeks or something stupid like that. So if you miss it and you didn't get the fish, good luck.
I think my friend was going for the same thing. He was trying to complete like the fisherman's Pokédex.
Yeah, insane people, TBH.
Welcome back, Lefty. By the way, I have your stream muted, but it's okay.
Watching you play 14 had reminded me I had the Lady Days event to do. Oh,
I haven't done it yet either.
Wait, is it still around? Is that where you get the crown?
Yeah, it's the crown.
Oh shoot, okay.
How
need
do
to
I
do it.
do the crown quest? I want a crown. Wait, can male bearers wear crowns?
No.
Darn it!
Imagine male bearers wearing any headpiece.
Really
Imagine.
Actually, can they? I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Is everything okay, Lefty?
I can't hear you.
Right.
It's like the only hat they can wear. Hey, Ember.
Everyone, please take a sip of water, please.
Ember.
Hold on, I lost track when we were talking.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, stop. Oh no, Chocobo's gonna be a weird color tomorrow. Ember's gonna wake up and she's gonna be like, okay, let's go check what color my Chocobo is, and it's gonna be a weird color because of me.
It's gonna be poop colored.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh no. Does the game just map the entire thing for you now?
What?
When you enter a new area, it just gives you the entire map.
What? Really? You don't get XP from it?
You do. It just like you don't have to explore
Right,
every
it's in the fog of war.
Yep, you
Huh.
you literally just acquire the entire map.
Damn. Ember's big concentrating. What is the next thing for you to do anyway?
Ankara.
Okay.
I'm in Gridania right now, so.